Alright, what's up, guys? Hey, what's up, Dragon? It's like, welcome. We are in for another long one because part 2 of APHELION is here, along with Mechty. So, as you can see, everything is now unlocked in the event. So, we'll be going through all the new stuff as well, too. But first things first is APHELION part 2 of the main story. Hope everyone's been well. Sit back, relax, and enjoy because, yeah. This is what we have to go through. But let's get started. And of course, we'll be testing out Mechty and everything as well, too. Resonant response. The power in the voice continued to amplify as it transmitted on and on. So, just a quick recap of how the story ended was with that giant, like, what was that? A giant moose boss that we fought, and it got away, if I remember correctly. After a night of rest and preparation, Hyde 404 and the Survey Corps set off from their camp and head deeper into the contamination zone. The two parties traveled across the rugged terrain of the wilderness in separate vehicles. With her motorbike secured to an external trailer, Klukai drives her other three teammates in the Jeep. That's right, they're all together now as well too. This is Hyde 404, making a routine check-in. Come in if you copy. Pressing the comms button near the dashboard, Klukai connects to the encrypted comms channel. The voice of the communications officer speaks matter-of-factly through the speakers. This is the 3,762nd Platoon of the 7th Environmental Survey Corps of the Neo-Soviet Union District Environmental Purification Project under the Urn Contamination Zone Management and Recovery Administration. Received. Go ahead. According to the environmental data, we will be the first to reach the target settlement. Once we're there, we'll follow the survey plan agreed upon this morning and start exploring the surrounding area with the settlement as the center. Due to the current environmental factors, our travel speed is expected to be reduced by 20%. Copy that. First Sergeant Dmitri also said. On the other end of the channel, the communications officer pauses for a moment, as if pondering something. First Sergeant Dmitri specifically instructed that you must keep at least one member connected to the regional comms channel to respond immediately to emergency commands. Roger, Wilco. When the exchange is over, Klukai disconnects from the encrypted channel and gestures for Andoris to take over. I bet Dmitri was running his potty mouth again. What the heck did he even say? Even the comms officer had to take 2 seconds to translate it into a more diplomatic language. Most probably his usual gripes about us being rickety tin cans and a freaking waste of time. If he knows I'm a rickety tin can, then why is he being such a slave driver? Mechty yawns and sprawls out across the back seat, laying her head on Andoris' lap. Andoris pulls a blanket over her in a thoughtful and tender gesture. Mechty curls up comfortably and buries her head inside the blanket. First Sergeant Dmitri is a little foul-mouthed, but I don't think he's a bad person. I even saw him giving some children uppies at the settlement this morning. That doesn't change the fact that he scolded Big Sis Klukai. And you think too kindly of people, Andoris. You think so? Oh, Leader Kukai. Connection established. We have comms. Got the new girl in brown disc, +4 in brown suit. Nice. So I'll have her +5 in next patch. It's like, yes, I've been seeing brown disc has been doing some awesome things as well.
So, こっちのマイクはミュートで、通信を車内スピーカーにつなげておいて。
Plug it into the speakers of the Jeep. Remember to turn off the microphone on our end. Robo's here. What's up, Robo? How you doing?
Hi.
All right. What? They're singing their anthem. I'm gonna let them finish. Okay, they stop. That's great. We are the successors of Peter the Great, defending the comrades' hammer and sickle. We are the defenders of victory, guarding the red stars of the motherland. Totally metal. What's up, Rickle? All I can think of is the scene where they're singing in Girls in Panzer. That's all I can think of right now. It's great. The moment the channel is plugged in, loud singing in some strange regional accents start blaring from the speakers. Mechty, originally wrapped inside her blanket, jolts awake and pokes her head out like a groundhog. Turn the volume down. Wow, hard to say which sounds nicer. This or the howls of elids. Damn. Alright, the stream isn't patriotic enough. Is it me, or are they getting their lyrics all mixed up? Also, some of them clearly don't even know the song and they're just humming along tunelessly. Well, I just ran a search on the main melody, and this appears to be a song that was very popular among the Neo-Soviet troops during World War III. The lyrics are basically a call to arms and encourages soldiers to rise against the enemy and defend their country and people. However, after the Neo-Soviet Union announced its entry into the ERC, as more soldiers from other countries were integrated into the military forces, most mainstream military songs were replaced with ones in a more common language and had more well-known tunes. And this particular song is rarely ever sung nowadays. This is mentioned in your local database? Since we're operating within Neo-Soviet territory this time, I thought I'd do some research on the area. I have the storage space for it. I know it's supposed to be a stirring song, but they make it sound so comical. It's so grating on the ear, I actually want to disable my auditory module. Equally perturbed, Kukai turns on the microphone with a scowl. This is Hyde 404. Cease your noisy antics immediately and stay vigilant. This is the yellow zone. There can be danger at any moment. The boisterous soldiers quiet down for a moment, but they soon return to their raucous ways. Damn. Hey, this is a military song. How could you call it noise? These songs motivate and unite us. Don't you feel anything at all when you listen to the music? No. Also, your chorus lacks unity in tone, rhythm, and lyrics. I don't see how this promotes any sense of unity. Sheesh, we're not professional vocalists. Psh, what does a rickety bucket of bolts know? Dimitri's cursing interrupts Larry Han's reply. We sing whatever the hell we want. How's it any of your business? Just so you know, we're not machines, so don't go judging us by your stupid mechanical standards. Singing is all about feelings. What's the point in keeping in tune like you electronic speakers? Damn, Dimitri. Dimitri's so specious. But it's actually hilarious. You. Leader Kukai. And Doris mutters softly to stop Kukai from losing her temper. You're right. You can sing whatever you want, but please turn off your microphone and keep the channel quiet in case any important transmissions get lost. I will naturally tell them to pipe down when an order comes through. You have no business telling us what to do. Then we will exit the current channel and come in again when the need arises. I just had someone relay my instructions, didn't I? One of you must remain online at all times. That's an order. Do I need to repeat myself? Damn. Fine. What a jerk. Dimitri does not bother to hide his smugness as he laughs. Don't just sit there. Where were we? Keep singing. Stop acting like you're being starved, or I'll make you get off the jeep and walk the whole way. The tuneless singing resumes. Kukai turns off the speakers on board in annoyance. Belka, put on your headset. You're in charge of monitoring the comms channel. Damn. Huh? Me? No. I want to chat with you. First of all, we're currently on a mission, so I have no time for idle chit-chat. Secondly, Doris has to gather real-time intel. As for Mechty, if we leave this to her, we won't even know if those soldiers are all dead. Damn. Yeah, better not leave it to me. In fact, don't bother to wake me up, ever. Hold on. So you're basically saying that Belka is more useful? More important than Mechty, right? You can understand it that way. I will complete the mission, I promise. Sitting up rimrod straight in the passenger seat, Belka puts on the headset somberly, as if she is monitoring information of critical importance. Having regained her peace and quiet, Mechty retreats back into the comfort of her blanket. Kukai floors the gas in exasperation. And Doris, keep an eye on the situation and report anything immediately. Understood. Judging from the video feed from the drone, it should be safe for now. Still, Leader Kukai. And Doris is still wearing her calm smile, but she lets out a soft sigh. Mornings in the yellow zone are so much more desolate than in the green zone. Kukai makes no answer. The jeep continues to spread across the deserted wilderness. Elids. Mwah, and I thought I would be able to have a good nap this time. These elids are being too much. Do they not need to sleep? You better wake up. It's time for battle. Fine, fine. I get it. She just wants to sleep. I understand, Mechty. Let's see. Sleepy Speedy. It's like, yup. It's like Sleepy Beepy. Let's see. I've been leveling up my units and everything. So let's do some stuff, actually. Let's switch you out for Perdia. Let's go with this. Yeah. Just because Perdia is corrosion as well, too. Let's just do this. I think they're still low level. I don't know what the level is for this, but okay, yeah, they're just gonna die. Oh, yeah. It's true. Kukai just takes care of everything. She really does. After fighting off the elids encountered on the way, 404 presses on with their journey. Only character I've seen in the game that can run through an energy drink in 2 seconds. It's like, yeah, I'm just like, she drinks energy drinks. She's just like me for real. Leader Kukai will arrive at the target settlement in approximately 2 hours. According to our current intel, there are about 60 residents at the settlement, though this figure was recorded 2 years ago. The environment here... Andoris peers outside the window and tries to ignore the conclusion her neural cloud has come to. It's very impressive that they have managed to keep living under such harsh conditions. Yeah, we should be prepared. The environmental data here is very much not up to date, so we could run into unexpected circumstances at any time. And wake up that invalid back there. Haha, sure. Despite what she just said, Andoris does not wake Mechty and simply lets her turn to her other side and continue sleeping. 5-hour energy. Move. Now tired again. It's true. Because it's funny because they're, of course, like, their personalities also tie into their, like, you know, their real world gun types and everything. I looked at a thread and they were explaining why Mechty is actually the way she is. It's like she's that there we go. How to explain it. She's that burst DPS. It's like she gets that one good burst and then she's tired again. That's what happens. Belka, any news from the Survey Corps? She's actually singing the song now, oh no. Leaning against the window and focused on the comms channel, Belka clearly has not heard Kukai's question. As the Jeep rocks back and forth as it travels across the bumpy terrain, Belka's lips move softly as she hums intermittently, her bright green hair bouncing in time with the rhythm. Belka here. What do you need, big sis Kukai? What do I need? I told you to stay on the line with the Survey Corps. What the hell are you doing? Should I send you to perform at the Non-Military Forces Administration's concert? Noticing Klukai's displeasure, Belka sticks out her tongue apologetically. She did the tee-hee. It's because they keep singing the song. I've been listening to it for so long. It's kinda an earworm. Stay focused on the job. Don't make me tell you again. Okay, big sis. Sure thing. Damn. And sleep. That cat. With a loud rumble, the makeshift fortress, temporarily converted from an old building, shakes violently. The exposed and bent steel structure lets out a screech. The smoke and dust cause the soldiers lying on the ground to cough uncontrollably. The young soldier, firing wildly through the hole in the wall, quickly falls back and wipes the soot off his face, revealing his features. Young Dimitri gasps frantically for breath. Ah, so this must be a flashback. Hey, pull yourselves together. Armed reinforcements will be here in a bit. But Dima, we're almost out of ammo. One more push from the enemy will probably... Before the soldier can finish, more gunshots and explosions resound beyond the fortress. They immediately drop to the ground. Don't give me any of that. Remember what our squad leader said. Pessimism is the worst thing on the battlefield, because it only serves to make us die faster. But the squad leader himself is already... The soldier glances at a corner obscured in shadow. A burly man is slumped there, with dark crimson fluid dripping from his pierced forehead. The fluid has started to congeal, but half his body is already soaked. His eyes are half open, but utterly devoid of life. He died in the assault when dawn was near, probably trying to determine if there were reinforcements in the distance through his binoculars. And just as the sky was tinted white, the one who was searching for hope fell before the door leading to a brand new day. Dima, I miss my mother. She was always trying to talk me out of enlisting. This is the first time I got sent to the battlefield, and I thought I would go home and triumph. But just before I set off, she told me our cow got stolen for a few days ago. That was the very last cow we had. Perhaps due to fear, the young soldier's speech becomes increasingly incoherent, and his gun hand is shaking violently. The weapon that's supposed to bring courage is now nothing more than a lifeless piece of scrap metal. Dimitri looks at him restlessly, then turns his attention to the other surviving soldiers, but most of them simply stare back at him with despair in their eyes. The incessant gunfire from beyond the fortress is generating thick, choking smoke. They have been defending this position for a week, but there is no sign of any reinforcements. The soldiers no longer harbor any hope of survival. Who's this guy? Then you should ask her to buy a new cow with your bonus. Nikolai. Not faring much better than the other soldiers, this soldier named Nikolai sees an opening in the enemy's gunfire and dives behind a heavy machine gun mounted by the wall. He promptly pulls out an ammo belt from a nearby box. You hear the gunshots out there? After securing a few loose bullets on the belt, he feeds it into the machine gun and confirms that the weapon is in order. Nobody answers him. Explosions erupt continuously in the distance. Bomber planes whiz past them overhead, and the air raid siren is deafeningly loud. The intensity of the dense gunfire pales in comparison to the cacophony all around. The song. That's the sound of our comrades of the Neo-Soviet Union marching onward. The Neo-Soviet Union will not falter here, nor will I. Our motherland lies behind us. As long as she stands, I will not yield. Nikolai speaks softly, but the resoluteness in his voice pierces through the miasma of hopelessness in the fortress. During the reload break, Nikolai slings the rifle off his shoulder and tosses it over to Dmitri. What's this? I've got a gun. This rifle is from my old man. It has much better specs than your standard issue guns. Use it. Good man. Your father must have been quite something to be able to get his hands on this beaut. Yeah. We've got no time to talk. The next wave of attacks is about to begin. Dmitri weighs the rifle in his hands. He then shakes the nerves off himself and turns to his other comrades. Listen up, you lot. Squad leader said that the reinforcements are on the way. If we make it through, the future will be ours. So hold on tight to your guns. We can stand our ground as long as we don't let them storm in here. Under Dmitri and Nikolai's leadership, the young soldiers once again muster their resolve to start preparing for another round of defense and counterattack. That's more like it. Our dog tags are to be proudly displayed upon us next to our medals, not buried in some pitiful mass grave. The impassioned cries in his memory. The impassioned cries in his memory blend into the alarm sounding in the present. Dmitri hurriedly stuffs the dog tag back into his pocket. First Sergeant Dmitri, Elite Horde spotted. 404 has engaged them. Blah! Here they come again. There's no end to these bastards. Give them long-range support. Don't let the elites get close to the main force. Yes, sir. Starting assist mode. Hey, over here. Something feels off about them. Received. Now establishing new combat zone. So do we get to control that? No? Aw. Are they here assisting? No? Damn. Oh well. Let's go. Probably got me. And motorcycle. I think that's it. She got them all in one shot. What the? Well, nope, but she's about to. Okay. I don't know why I didn't just continue. This is an exclusive story one, that's why. Even though we are different. Cognitive dissonance. Hyde 404 arrives at the target settlement. The old and dilapidated walls are eroded from years of exposure to wind and sand, and the smell of decay permeates this modestly sized settlement. Maybe they simply moved away? No.
集落は奴らの担当よ。
I just double checked with the
私
survey
たちは
corps.
周辺
They will
半径
investigate the
500メート
settlement
ルの調
itself,
査に向かうわ。
while we're in charge of looking at the surrounding area within a radius of 500 meters.
効率を上げるために二手に分かれるわよ。
For efficiency's sake, let's split into two groups and fan out in opposite directions. I will pair up with
美容家が一緒なんだよね。
me, of course. Without waiting for Klukai to finish, Belka quickly slithers over to her side.
今回はいいけど、次からはちゃんと命令を聞きなさい。
Fine, but don't do this again. You must obey my orders.
グルカイお姉ち
All right, big sis Klukai.
ゃん。よかった。アンドリストなら。
Nice. Since I'm with Andoris, I can
サボったら殺す。
no slacking off.
アンドリス、ちゃんと見張ってなさいよ。
Andoris, make sure she
じゃ
stays
な
on
き
the
ゃ二
job,
人とも
or you
特
can
訓
join
追
her
加
in
だから。
extra drills when we get back.
はーい。
Sure thing.
私と美容家は東。あんたたち
Belka
は
and I are
西。
heading east. You
何
two
かあれ
head
ばすぐに
west.
連絡して
Get in touch if there's any problem.
出発するわ。
Now let's go. Klukai and Belka begin their search near the settlement.
お姉ちゃん、大発見しちゃった。
Big sis Klukai, I found something.
こっちこっち。早く。
Come and have a look. Klukai frowns as she peers over at Belka, who is bouncing up and down and waving at her. But she still circles around the boulder and heads towards her.
今は宝探しなんかしてる場合じゃないのよ。
We're on a mission here. Stop behaving like a rabbit on an Easter egg hunt. Ha! That's funny, since Easter is coming up.
だって重要な手がかりかもしれないんだもん。お姉ちゃんに知らせたくて。
I found an important clue and couldn't wait to show you.
そうだといいけど、
It better be important.
もし息袋にかじられた
If
バ
you
ッ
show
グ
me
とか
another backpack half chewed by elids,
賞金ハンター
body
が埋
pillow
め
of
た地
some
雷とかだ
virtual
ったら
idol,
どう
or
な
dud
るか分かってる
landmine
のよ
buried
ね。
by some bounty hunter. You know what kind of punishment awaits you. Body pillows from virtual idol.
本当に違うから。ほら、見て。
It really isn't any of that. Just take a look.
あそこにほら、怪しげな。
There's some really suspicious looking.
な
What should I call
んて
them?
いうか。
Installation art? Belka leads Kukai over to where several strange rock piles lie exposed on the ground. The dark rocks are scattered all over. There are natural edges and jutting corners, giving them an ominous air.
外部から破壊された痕跡がある。本来はこうじゃなかったんだわ。
The main structure shows signs of external damage. This isn't what they originally looked like.
そうそう。それでね、気づいた
You're
こと
right,
があるんだ。
but I found even more important clues
ほら、ここ。
right here. Belka walks through the scattered rocks and stops by another pile.
お姉ちゃん見て。この辺の石、半分くらい土に埋まってる。
Look, big sis
まるで
Kukai.
何かの
The
台
ones
座
are
みたい
half
じゃない？
the ones are half buried in the ground, like some kind of foundation.
確かに。この密集具合は人為的なものね。
Indeed, this type of rock is
Yellow
quite
area
common in the
じゃ
yellow
珍しくもない
zones,
石だ
but
けど、
due to its hardness and
高度が
brittleness,
高い割に割れやすいか
it
ら、
is rarely
材
ever
料には
used
不
as
向きの
building
はず。
materials. Since they're appearing
こ
in
の
such high
密度か
density
らして
here, these rocks
誰
were
かに積
very
み上げられたもので
possibly
しょうね。
gathered here deliberately.
パラデウスの仕業かな。それともここの
Could
住
it be
民が
Paradise? Or did the
何か特殊な
residents here
使い
find
方
some
をしてた
special
と
use for
か？
these rocks, then left them behind?
わからない。
Hard to say at the moment.
写真を撮ってリバに送ってちょう
In
だ
any
い。
case,
彼
take
女
some
に調べ
photos
させるわ。
and send them over to Liva. Ask her to look into them.
わかった。
Okay.
それと、くるかいお姉ちゃん。
So, big sis Kukai. Seeing Belka's "please shower me with praise" face, Kukai sighs in defeat.
まあ、目の付けどころは悪くないわね。
Your discovery was not entirely useless this time.
褒められちゃった。
I got praised.
調子に乗るな。写真送ったら調査を続
Now
けなさい。
wipe that dumb grin off your face. Get on with the search if you're done sending the photos. Understood.
いや
Give me a
30
minute.
秒もあれば
No, I'll have it done in 30 seconds. Kukai and Belka continue with the investigation along their planned route, but they find nothing else noteworthy.
お姉ちゃんこの辺もう何もなさそうだしそろそろ戻ろうよ
Big Sis Kukai, there doesn't seem to be much else here.
捜査隊か
Why
ら
don't we
連
head
絡だ
back? Oh, the survey corps just sent the news. They've arrived at the settlement and started their survey there.
そう。404は間もなく任務完了。集落に
Send them a
合流後
response.
次の
Tell
行
them
動につ
404
い
is
て
about
確
to
認
wrap
願
up
う
on our end.
そう返してお
We'll
いて
rendezvous with them at the settlement and decide our next steps.
ガッテン
Roger.
あれ
Huh?
お姉ちゃん
Big Sis
あの
Kukai.
岩の上に
Look
い
at
る
the
白
white
いの
smudge on that rock over
ミ
there.
シティじゃない
It seems to be
もうここまで調べた
Mechty?
の
Has their search already taken them here? Wait. Wriggle? Run Devo? What? Oh, rendezvous.
あいつほんとどこでも寝れるわね
That dumbass can sleep anywhere, even on a rock. Belka grins widely as she watches Kukai march angrily ahead. It's like, Wriggle, you look a little different. You're just an orange W now.
うぷぷぷぷお姉ちゃん本気で怒ってるよミシティ今回ばかりは
Oh
アンド
boy,
レスに泣きついちゃって
Mechty,
無
you've
駄
pissed
なんだ
Big
から
Sis Kukai off big time. Not even Andoris can save you now. Didn't realize you could post on that account.
あとはこの卓越した能力で
And then I'll just have to win Big
お姉ちゃん
Sis's
の心を
heart with my
わしづかみにしちゃうわ
outstanding performance. As Kukai approaches the large rock, she realizes that Mechty isn't actually dozing on it as she initially thought. In fact, Mechty is perched on top of it to study a jeep covered in sand that's behind the rock. And Doris is also peering inside the vehicle through the window.
アンドリス
Mm,
上からもよく
I
見
can't
え
really
ない
see
よ
anything from above either, Andoris.
隊長に連絡するしかないね
Then we'll have to
降りてきて
contact
いい
Lady
よ
Kukai. You'd better get back down first, Mechty.
あんたたち何してるの
What are you doing? Startled by Kukai's voice, Mechty, who was climbing off the rock, loses her footing and slides right off, landing on her backside.
いきなり話しかけないでよ
Holy
びっ
crap!
くりした
Don't just pop out of nowhere behind me.
今時ホラーゲームでも
Jump scares are the most cliched of cliches. Even horror games these days don't resort to such cheap tricks.
口答えは結構そこで
Cut the
何を
crap.
コソコソしてるの
What are the two of you hovering around this jeep?
遺棄された車両を見つけたから気になって調べ
Leader
てた
Kukai,
の
we've discovered an abandoned vehicle here.
砂の厚みからして
Judging from the amount of accumulated sand, it has been here for at least half a month. 3 accounts. 1 was for strictly working, up for Final Fantasy 14 bit. Ah, gotcha. Hey, what's up, nature? What's going on?
それと車にこんなものが
Also, we found this on the vehicle. Kukai circles over to Andoris' side and spots a familiar logo on the wiped down front door. The Jeep is covered in bullet holes and scratches.
これは浄化事業調査隊のマーク
Isn't that the logo of the Urnk Purification Project Survey Corps?
うんドアを開けようとしたんだけど
Yes, we tried to open the doors, but they're jammed. Probably because of the impact the vehicle has sustained.
ディミトリーさんたちの任務に関係
Considering
あ
the
ると
fact
い
that
け
this
な
may
いか
be
ら
relevant to First Sergeant Dimitri's mission, we decided against breaking the doors by force
窓
and
から
tried to look
中の
inside
様
through
子
the
が見え
windows.
ないかなと思って
Tired? Ah. It's been a long day, huh?
窓にはフィルムが貼ら
Time
れ
for
てて
some nice relaxation
結
then.
局覗けなかったけど
But the windows are covered in one-way film, so we can't tell what's in there. tinted windows. Typos, holy typing, and lack of sleep. Everyone's tired today, apparently.
そう、わかったわ。
Right, that's fine.
美容家、ぼーっとしてないで、調査隊に
Belka,
人を
don't
よこ
just
すよう
stand
連
there.
絡しなさい。
Contact the survey corps and get them to send someone over. Huh? Oh, okay. Disappointed by the way things have turned out, Belka contacts the survey corps and informs them of 404's discovery. Just woke up from your nap. No, time for more sleep. All the love was given to Nita. Nice. Lore-wise, she was technically the youngest. I think they did actually mention that about Nita.
座標を送ったよ。すぐに来るって。
It's like, yeah, she's always been the youngest, actually. Big sis, I've sent them the coordinates. They said they'll be here shortly.
了解。
Good.
ミシティ、ドアをこじ開けて。
Michty,
アンド
force
リ
the
スは
door
動画で
open.
記録。
And Doris will record the whole
Alto
process
momento
just so everything is clear.
また力仕事を。
Huh? Making me do hard physical work again? Despite her complaints, Michty still walks up to the vehicle door and takes aim at the lock.
バール、車に置いてきちゃった。
We
直
left
接
the
撃っても
crowbar
いい？
back in our Jeep. Can I just shoot this?
ええ。二人は下がって。怪
Sure.
我するから。
The rest you stand back. Don't get hurt.
じゃあ撃つよ。
Here I go, okay? With a burst of gunfire, the lock is penetrated by the bullets. The best way to open locks. Bullets! I guess I'll let it pass that she didn't have a new unit for 2 years. Damn. I can't use hashtag Nita never anymore.
終わり。後のことは知らないと。
Done. The rest is all up to you then.
出発する
Wake
時
me
に
up
起
when
こ
it's
して。
time to leave. Locksmith? No, gunsmith, exactly. Kukai pulls the door open, and something dark immediately tumbles out. Uh-oh. What? I was gonna say, the plot? It is the corpse of a man. The hands are clutching a gun tightly. His army uniform is covered in a large patch of dark brown, especially around the abdominal area.
調査隊の制服だ。
It's the uniform of the survey corps.
あ、中にもう二人いる。
Oh, there are 2 others in the Jeep. Damn.
傷口のコーラプスクリスタルの
Judging from the crystallization on their wounds, the time of death must have been more than 2 weeks ago. And Doris tries her best to steal her neurocloud as she takes in the pockmarked vehicle and the stains in the interior. She's never seen such a grisly sight in the green zone.
血痕を見るに何者かに襲われて。
The bloodstains suggest that they died from severe blood loss after being injured and taking refuge here. Yeah, so they just bled out.
手に銃を握ったまま。最後まで警
He's
戒
still
を。
gripping his weapon. So they were on the lookout till the very end.
それから。
Also,
車の使用形跡は。
the vehicle's age. And Doris scrambles to gather all the information available, but she cannot stop her voice from wavering.
アンドリス、ミシティを起こしてきて。
And Doris, go wake Michty. Understood.
ごめんね。ありがとう。
Sorry. And thank you, Leader Klukai. Belko watches and Doris with some concern.
アンドリス、大丈夫かな。またフリーズしたりしないよね。
Big sis Klukai, is Andoris okay? Is she gonna crash again? Huh. Interesting. The survivors, Klukai is hilarious. They gave her explosions and poison, and it can chain. Oh, yes. I know what you're saying. Her kit is, yeah, it is disgusting.
大丈夫。元は民生用人形だもの。
That's alright. She was a civilian doll. It'll take some time for her to get used to the world we inhabit.
グリーンエリアとイエローエリアって
Yeah, the green zones and yellow zones are so different. Sometimes they do feel like two entirely separate worlds.
昔の人間ってみんなグリーン
All
エリア
human
やホワイト
habitats
エリ
used
ア
to
みた
live
い
in
な場所
places
で
like
暮ら
the
して
green
たん
and
で
white
しょ
zones, right? Taking in Belka's unease, Kukai ponders for a moment, then simply gives out a piece of advice.
アンドリスの感性に影響されちゃダメよ。
Don't let Andoris' sentimentality get to you.
過去のことも今の
The
人
past
間
has
の境
nothing to
遇
do
も
with us.
私たちに
The
は関
human's
係
current
ない。
predicament also has nothing to do with us.
わかった
I understand, big sis Kukai.
残りの死体を引きずり出して
Extract the remaining 2 bodies from the jeep and see if you can find anything else.
待て
Wait. The soldiers of the survey corps have arrived at the scene. Dmitri walks up to the jeep and takes a look. It's so loud though? You mean the explosions? I mean, they're explosions. Kukai backs up 2 paces to keep some distance between Dmitri and herself.
あとは俺たちがやる
We'll take it from here.
お前ら車内の遺体を下ろせ
You lot,
丁寧に
get the 2 bodies out of the jeep. Be careful with them. After giving the order, Dmitri circles around the jeep and studies it closely with another subordinate in tow.
車体は弾痕まみれ片面は派手にへこんでいる
The jeep is covered in bullet holes and dented on one side,
環境との接触によるも
probably
のだ
caused by scraping against some natural land feature.
ナンバーは MIA
The license
部隊
plate
の
number has been
元一
confirmed. The vehicle belonged to the MIA unit.
車内の遺体は腐敗が進み
Tamiya,
ドッグタグも見つからない
due to the extent of decomposition and missing dog tags, the bodies in the vehicle are yet to be identified. Dmitri calmly voices all of his observations, while the soldier next to him jots them down one by one. At this moment, there is no sign of Dmitri's former temper and surliness. His features are marked by the composure and maturity of a veteran on the battlefield. Finally, he returns to the front of the vehicle and watches as his subordinates extract the corpse trapped in the back seat.
何か発見は
Found anything at the settlement?
ある死人だ
Yes.
エリット
Dead
に感染し
bodies,
た上に
infected with Elid and gnawed to bits by Elid.
あんたたちの仲間
Also your people?
いや地元の住民だ
No,
知らねえ服を着て
just ordinary civilians, but dressed in weird robes. Uh-oh. Paradise.
映像記録は
Have you got any visual records?
いい加減にしろお前に報告
That's
する義
enough.
務はない
I'm not obligated to report my progress to you. Dmitri has not raised his voice, but his impatience is apparent. Paying no more attention to Kukai, he walks off and calls his superior on his communicator.
こちらはロクサット主義合衆国連盟所属第7環境調査隊
Here we
376
go.
人小隊のディミトリー総長です
This is the 3,762nd platoon of the 7th Environmental Survey Corps of the Neo-Soviet Union District Environmental Purification Project under the Urn Contamination Zone Management and Recovery Administration. First Sergeant Dmitri checking in to give a scheduled update. There's no way to even shorten that. Who decided to give him such a long name? Received. What's the situation? This guy's still being an ass. Yup.
獣医の指示に従い 調査任務を遂行中です
Our survey mission is still underway, as per our orders. We have discovered a vehicle registered under the 1364th Platoon of the 7th Environmental Survey Corps, which was declared MIA along with the remains of 3 soldiers. Lay them to rest properly. They are martyrs who gave their lives for the future of Ross Artrism. Yeah, for Ross. For the future of Ross Artrism. Yeah, there we go.
ええ分かっています
Understood.
それとですが順位改めて進言します
Future Russia.
やはり今は
They were singing that song before.
増援の到着
Their
とともに
name starts with
任
an
務を
R.
再開すべきです
In addition, sir, I must once again recommend withdrawing my platoon for now and only resuming the mission when reinforcements arrive. Reason being,
九段の兵士たちはいずれも
all 3 of the soldiers found died from gunshot wounds.
彼らの車両には調査隊のマーク
Their
がつい
vehicle
ており
clearly bears the Survey Corps
3名とも
insignia,
軍服でした
and the soldiers are in their
賞
uniforms.
金ハンターや
Bounty
バレア
hunters or even the
彼らに対峙
Varjagers
する
would
とは
not
思えませ
engage
ん
them in direct confrontation under normal circumstances.
記録にはない敵性勢力がこのエリアに存在し
I believe there may be some undocumented forces at work in this area. There's a high possibility that this was a targeted attack. That's right. We still have what's her name out there? I forgot her name. Her platoon. She wants revenge. The silence on the other end of the line makes Dmitri restless.
順位私は命が惜しくて
Sir,
デタラメを言ってる
I
んじゃ
am
ありま
not
せん
saying this out of cowardice, but we have encountered far more complications on this mission than expect. First Sergeant Dmitri, there are no gun regulations in the yellow zones. An attack on 3 men is not enough evidence to support your claim. Besides, resources are scarce where you are, so Varjagers operating in the area are very likely to target straggling vehicles of the Survey Corps and plunder military supplies.
順位自分が何を言ってるか
Sir,
分かってるんですか
do you even know what you're saying? First Sergeant Dmitri, continue with your mission. That's an order.
闇雲な命令は任務の足を引っ張るだけです
Blindly following orders will only hinder the progress of the mission. The entire 1364th platoon is declared MIA, and I've already lost 1/3 of my own platoon. I cannot guarantee the success of this mission unless we set off after joining up with our reinforcements. You can't stop.
死ぬ覚悟ならとっくにできてる
We're not afraid to die. Well, I don't want to die. I don't want to pointlessly squander my men's lives over some shitty plan. Watch your tongue if you don't want to place the soldiers in our entire company in even more danger. Our survey is already progressing much slower than other areas, and a significant portion of our men were from the same place. The Railway Force Survey Corps is the last refuge we have. Our fall from grace wasn't caused only by losing a war. There was more at stake here than short-term resource allocation and personal assignment. Dmitri falls silent. The Unk insignias on his teammate uniforms around him are suddenly quite an eyesore. And here he thought he had already gotten used to the change. Alright, this conversation ends here. Continue with your mission. I'm dispatching the nearest troops to you to give you some backup. They'll get there ahead of the original schedule. After a brief pause, the warrant officer adds, Stay sharp. I await your safe return. After the call ends, Dmitri shoves his communicator away, stows his communicator away in silence. The bulky and stuffy protective suit is getting suffocating. A soldier who has been waiting for him to finish the call walks up to him.
総長、遺体はすべて回収しました。
Sir, all the remains of all 3 soldiers have been removed from the jeep.
検視は
We
まだですが。
haven't inspected them yet.
分かった。今行く。
Right. I'll go take a look. Damn. That's why you're tired. Exercise. Gotcha. By the time Dimitri returns to the jeep, he has already regained his composure. The dolls of Hyde 404 and the soldiers of the Survey Corps are standing around the corpses.
総長、必要な撮影は終わりやした。
Sir, we have finished making all the necessary visual documentation. Should we begin the inspection?
俺がやる。
Let me do it. The soldiers move aside to make space for Dimitri. He solemnly approaches and squats down by the bodies. He rummages through their clothing thoroughly, taking great care to also scrape away the collapsed crystals formed on the wounds. His hands move efficiently, but with gentle respect.
タグはどこだ?
Where are the dog tags? After a lengthy search, he finally fishes out 3 pieces of paper covered in stains from their pockets.
使えるものは回収して遺体を埋めろ。
Salvage any usable supplies and bury the remains.
それから身につけてる小物も回収しておけ。持ち運べるようなやつ。
And keep some of their personal belongings that won't take up much space. Their families deserve to know. More like expendable soldier? Damn. And alright, he doesn't even have a name. Dimitri falls back several paces and moves over to the jeep, then lays all the scrunched up pieces of paper that he just found on the hood of the vehicle. Klukine and Doris huddle in for a closer look. Dimitri shoots them a glare, but does not stop them.
3枚とも同じ内容?
They're all the same?
なあ。
Yeah.
ところどころマーキングがしてある。
There are a lot of markings. Could these be maps? But then again,
地図に必要
they
な
don't
要素
have
はな
key
いね。
elements you'd find on maps.
それにこの数字の羅列と
Also, these
オリ
numbers
ジン
and
っ
the
て
word
単語。
origin. What
原点
origin?
のことかな。
His name was Billy. And Doris studies the numbers next to the markings on the pieces of paper.
座標でもなさそうだね。
They don't make sense as coordinates either.
軍の暗号が一発で解けてたまるかよ。
These are in military code. As if we'd just let you read such sensitive information.
あんたは何か分かったの?
So you know what these mean? Klukai's question has obviously touched a raw nerve as Dimitri immediately flies into a flustered rage.
何見てやがる。隊ごとに暗号の規則
Your
が違えん
nose
だ
is
よ。
out of this.
情
All
報漏洩
communications
を
between
防ぐ
units
た
are
めだ。
encrypted with our own unique cipher to prevent intel from being leaked.
俺たちは単なる臨時編成だからな。
The railway forces are just temporarily seconded,
知らなく
so
て
it's
当然
natural
だ。
that we don't know the Survey Corps' cipher. Unable to make heads or tails of the notes, Dimitri puts them away for now.
3人が1枚ずつ持ってたってことはかなり重要な内容であるはず
All
よ。
3 of them kept a separate copy on their persons, so it must contain some very important information.
んなことは分かってる。
I'm well aware of that. Goes without saying. Dimitri dismisses Klukai's observation. He checks the time and looks up at the sky, then turns to address his subordinates.
もう日が暮れる。さっさと片付けて。
It's
集
getting
落で
late.
キャンプを張るぞ。
Get a move on and get this place cleaned up. We'll set up camp at the settlement tonight.
この辺は物騒だ。
This isn't exactly a place of peace and tranquility. Starting tonight, we're doubling the number of sentries in each shift.
順位の話じゃ造営をもう出
Also,
発したそう
I
だ。
just asked over comms. Our reinforcements are already on their way. Just hang in there a bit longer. Once we link up with them to finish the job, we can kiss this shitty life goodbye. When we get back to the Great Wall Railway, promotions and pay rises await you. Yes, sir. Dimitri is relieved to see that his subordinate's morale has not suffered too much. Just as he's about to leave, Klukai speaks up.
Dimitri.
なんだ用もないのにフラフラするな
What? Get out of the way. Klukai jabs a thumb to the side.
何が言いたい話があるならここでしろ
What do you want to say? Just say it right here.
どの死体にもドッグタグがなかった。
There are no dog tags on all three bodies.
本当にここで
Are
話す
you
つも
sure
り
you want to have this discussion here? Dimitri raises an eyebrow. He walks off to the side and gestures for Klukai to follow him. Our feelings are cooked for 2.5 anniversary. Oh, Siren. I want to see an anime-style wrestling game. Well, they are out there, actually.
ブージャムの体内から発見されたドッグタグは彼らのものね。
Did the dog tags found on the Boojum belong to them? Gang beasts? Wait, what? I'm trying to think of, that's not anime style. There is, I can't think of the name. But there is one out there. No, wait, that's puppetry. Clay?
でも死体には生き袋に荒らされた形跡がなかった。
I can't think of the name of it. It'll come to me eventually. But the remains show no sign of having been gnawed.
おいここはイエローエリアだぞ
It's always but with you. There's danger everywhere in the yellow zones. Losing your dog tags isn't that unusual.
私の知る限り、軍人
From
は
what
何が
I
あって
know,
もドッ
soldiers
グタグを
cling
手
to
放
their
した
dog
りしない
tags
はず
even
だ
in
けど。
death.
お前みてえなガラクタに何がわかる
What do tin cans know?
黙って働け
Just do your job and mind your own business. Clearly unwilling to continue the conversation, Dimitri storms off.
ディミトリーさん、現実を受け入れられないんだね。
Looks like Mr. Dimitri is still not ready to face the truth.
明らかに不自然な点を見て見ぬふりするなんて。
He's still trying to delude himself even when such an obvious problem is staring him in the face. He's shirking his duties.
厳しいね。クルカイ隊長は。
You may be a bit too harsh on him, Leader Klukai.
こっちはどうする？
So, what do we do now?
近くでキャンプを張
Are we
ろうか。
also setting up camp nearby?
そうして、私は集落に戻って
Yeah,
リ
I'll
バに
check
連
out the
絡する。
settlement. Then I'll get in touch with Leva.
ミシティと美容家には
Remind
パラデウス
Mechty
の
and
ことを
Belka
口
to
外
keep
し
their
ないよう
mouths
に
shut
言っ
about
といて。
hairdos.
はーい。
Sure. JoJo and DBZ. Or Ultimate Muscle. Nice. Not like Sesame Street. Like I said, it'll come to me eventually, randomly. Hey, what's up, Boot? It's like, doing good. This one looks like a Nova game. Tanvir. Send it to me, Wriggle. Link it up. At night, most of the Survey Corps soldiers have already turned in. The few who are on sentry duty and the Dolls of Hyde 404 work together to patrol the area surrounding the settlement. Unable to go to sleep, Dimitri takes out the dog tags again.
Nikolai! 俺だ！開けろ！
Hey, Nikolai, open up. Dmitri knocks on the door to a room in the dorms. His grin widens when he sees his friend. Nikolai freezes for a second before letting him in.
静かに。規則を忘れたのか。
Keep it down. Have you forgotten the rules?
別にいいだろう。そんなも
Oh,
ん。
come on. Dmitri plunks himself down on an empty bed while Nikolai sits down by the desk in the center of the room and picks up the book he was in the middle of reading.
情報学原理。
Principles of Informatics.
相変わらず頭でっかしたな、お前は。
Still reading physical books in this day and age? What a freaking nerd.
頼りにならない
But
機
that's
械より
good.
はマシだけどな。
Machines can't be trusted.
前に一緒に戦った機械兵器がいてさ。
The droids that used to serve with us on the battlefield wouldn't even recognize us after their authorizations got rewritten when the army took over. Rumble Roses. I know what that is.
こっちはペットみたいに可愛がってたんだぜ。あのちっこい偵察機を。
To think I took a liking to that little surveillance drone and even treated it like a pet.
ディーミー、声が大きいよ。
Tima, not so loud.
あったよ。
Fine, I'll drop my voice. Dmitri takes in the empty dorm room and slaps the wooden bed frame absent-mindedly.
この量ももうお前だけが。
You're the only one left in this room, eh?
うん。
Yeah.
昨夜除隊して帰ったやつ
The
が
last
最
one
後だっ
left
たよ。
last night. Retired from service and went home.
お前は
What about you?
やるべきことをやるだけだ。
Do what I gotta do. Nikolai scribbles a mark on his book.
のんきなもんだな。
Huh? You seem awfully blasé about this.
お前の実家にも影響
General
があったはず
Carter's
だろ。
fall must have affected your family, surely.
まあね。でも年寄りが一線を
Eh,
引くのは
It's
当
not
然
anything
の
out
こ
of
と
the
だ。
ordinary for an old man to step down.
何しに来たんだ。
Why are you here?
僕の家を
You
心
didn't
配
come
しに
just
来
to
た
show
の
your
か。
concern about my family, did you?
実はだな。
I came because of this. Dmitri pulls a piece of paper out of his pocket and gives it a wave. Nikolai grows still.
事例だ。今朝反応された。
How's Boot been stepping? I see what you did there. There's a mobile game, Wrestling Girls The Showdown. Interesting. A transfer order. Stamped this morning.
こっから数年は辺境だ。その
I'm
後
going to Broughton.
どこに
Gonna
飛ば
spend
さ
a
れ
few
るか
years
知
on the
ら
border.
ね
Then God knows where they'll send me.
どうして君の階級ならここに残れ
With
た
your
はずだ。
rank, you could have applied to stay.
え。残るのがいいとは限らないだろう。
Staying doesn't seem like such a good idea.
昔からの腐れ
I'd
縁
rather
ど
be
もと
exiled
島
along with my
流しされん
brothers.
のも悪くない。近い将来、頂上列車ってのが建造されるらしい。
I hear they're gonna build
で
something
俺
called
たち
the
はそ
Great
れを
Wall
守る
Railway,
防衛軍の予備
and
部
we'll
隊
be
っ
the
てわ
reserve
けだ。
garrison force. It sounds pretty
楽な
tough,
仕事じゃなさ
but
そう
now
だ
that I
が
think about it, there
よく
should be
考え
plenty
て
of
みろ。
opportunities to turn a
が
neat
っぽ
profit.
り稼ぐチャンスだぜ。人儲けしたら
Then
仲間
when
と
I
軍
make a
を抜け
fortune,
てビ
I'll
ジネ
take
スで
my
もやろう
brothers,
と思って
leave the
る。
army, and start a business.
軍を辞めるのか。
You don't want to serve anymore?
まあな。残る理由も
Guess
な
not.
い。
No point.
今までは戦う目的があった。
I used to head onto the battlefield with some sort of
今はカータ
ideal.
ー将軍も
Now that General
将軍
Carter
に
is
つい
gone,
てた
and his
KCCO
followers in
の
the
連中もいない。
KCCO are gone,
みん
I
な
don't see
辞
the
め
point in
ちまった
staying.
軍に至って何をしていいかわからね
軍にいることだけが戦いじゃない。
This has nothing to do with our duty as soldiers.
え。何言ってんだ。軍がなけりゃ
No.
俺たちは
So who
誰
are
の
we
ために
fighting
戦
for
えっ
when
てんだ。
nobody's left? Ghosts? Damn. Wrestling games are fun. I used to whatchamacallit. I used to play Def Jam all the time actually.
守るべきものさえいれば 軍人は軍人であり続け
As
る。
long as those we've sworn to
たとえ
protect
ど
are
こ
still
にいよ
there,
うとね。
we will remain soldiers no matter where we're deployed.
ディミ、辺境防衛もいいけど、
Dima,
あんまり
there's
自
nothing
分
wrong
を
with
甘
being
やかすな。
stationed on the border, but you mustn't let yourself loose. Hearing the disapproval of Nikolai's words, Dimitri's jaunty smile slowly disappears.
ニコライ、俺は喧嘩しに来たんじゃない。別れを言いに来たんだ。
Nikolai, I came to say goodbye, not to argue with you.
別に喧嘩するつもりはないよ。
I'm not arguing
事
with
実
you.
を言ったまでさ。
I'm just telling the truth.
事実？
Truth, my ass.
ボケてんのかお前。
Stop lying to yourself.
死んでいった連中を切りかける人間
Nobody
はい
gave
ね
a
え。
damn about the brothers who
生き
died.
残った連
And
中を
those who somehow
左
managed
遷
to
か状
survive
態
were
だ。
either demoted, dismissed,
軍事
or
法廷
even
に
got
かけられたやつ
court-martialed.
もいた。俺たちみてえな鉄砲玉はな。
They let small fries in non-core facilities forces like us keep our ranks but send us to marginalized departments as so-called reassignment. In a rage, Dmitri marches up to Nikolai, tears off his dog tag, and throws it down the desk in front of his friend.
これを見ろ。ドッグタグは
Take a look at this. The soldier's dog tag is our only proof of identity on the battlefield.
それがどうだ。
But what happened? They changed everything. The design, my unit number, even my service number.
お前はこのタグに書かれてるのが
Do you
俺
think
だと
the
言える
person
のか。
listed on this dog tag is still me?
そんなの身分の証明でしかない。君
This
は
is just a
君だ。
form of
デ
identification.
ミトリー准尉。
You are you, Warrant Officer Dmitri.
バカ言うな。俺は
Get
身も
real.
心も新ソ連人だ。
Warrant Officer Dmitri would only ever serve the
ソ連は
Neo-Soviet
もう
Union.
新ソ連じゃな
But
くな
from
る。
now on, it won't be the Neo-Soviet Union anymore, but the Neo-Soviet Union district
新
under
ソ連
the
大陸
Urn.
だ。カーター将軍は死んだ。新ソ連
It's
は死
over
んだ
for。General Carter.
俺たち
It's
の
over
理
for
想
the
も
Neo-Soviet
何も
Union.
かも死んだ。
And it's over for our dreams. Dmitri pants heavily as he glares at his friend, but Nikolai simply gazes earnestly back at him. His face is utterly calm. What? Watch me play a wrestling game? Anime wrestling game? Okay, that's an idea. Like the Fatal Frame? Ah. So, like I said, that one's actually coming. That one I can say. Fatal Frame. He's having an identity crisis. Clay Fighter 64. I remember that, actually. I never played it, but I remember that.
とにかく俺はもう夢を見るのはやめたのさ。
Anyway,
俺にいる連中と俺
I've
自
had
身を
enough
守
of
って
talking about ideals.
このクソった
I just want to
世の中
protect
を生き
myself
抜い
and
て
those around me, so that we can eke out a living in this godforsaken world.
お前も後のことを考えた方がいい。
You should look out for yourself.
カーター将軍の
They're
隊
already
は
going after General
ほとんど
Carter's
粛清され
followers.
たんだ。
If you stay,
残ってもいいことは
they'll
ね。
surely give you a hard time. Things could end badly for you.
叶うあてもない理想と心中する
Don't
な。
let a dead dream drag you into an early grave. Dmitri puts away his dog tag stiffly.
兄さん、俺が言いたいのはそれだけだ。
There, I said my piece. I'll get going then. When Dmitri reaches the door, Nikolai, who has been silent the whole time, calls out to him.
ディミ、
どうした？
What? Thinking that his friend wants to make peace with him, Dmitri's voice softens. But when he looks back, he sees Nikolai standing ramrod straight, pointing at his chest.
それは本当に君の本心なのか？
Ask yourself in here, do you genuinely believe that? Dmitri finds himself back in the present. He looks down at the dog tag that used to belong to Nikolai, then at the soldiers sleeping deeply not that far from him. Some of them are comrades in arms who served the Neo-Soviet Union alongside him on the battlefield, while others are rookies who enlisted with lofty ideals. Yet, here they are, all huddled together in the ruins of an abandoned settlement, on this night. He lets out another sigh and stows the dog tag away.
ああ、そうだ。
At least that belief has kept me alive and kicking. Okay, so one of the dog tags is definitely Nikolai's. Damn. All 5 fatal frames or just the first one? So not all 5. I have uh-oh. Oh no. Hold on. You're gonna make me check which one it is. It is... Oh no! I can't remember. Damn it, I'm gonna have to look it up. It's either 3 or Maiden of Blackwater. Yeah. Comrade. It's either 3 or Blackwater that I have. And I'm going to mod it a bit. So yeah. We got the antlers. I like how they have construction tape on them. Let's see. You know what? Since these enemies are so like, yeah, they're so much lower level. Let's see what to do.
Bum bum!
Bum bum. Let's go. You. Where are you? I can't find you. There you go. Got the shark. They got this. They're all max level 2. They're just they're just not as strong as the main team. The enemy actually gets a turn with this team. I had the last 2, but really missed the first 3. Wish they would get remastered. That's true. It's like certain ones would be nice to get remastered. I'm also looking forward to the new Silent Hill F. That looks really good. Target eliminated. Moving forward. Yay, I can finally go back and lie down. Beep, 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 beep. After fending off the Elid that attacked them along the way, Kukai walks aside while the team is resting up and answers a call from Leva with obvious displeasure. Don't you dare.
予定した定時連絡時刻より10時間も遅れてる。
You're calling 10 whole hours later than you're supposed to.
管理局にいる割に
Doesn't the non-military forces administration administer their time? Damn.
まあまあ、そうしょっぱなから怒らないで。
Oh my, don't be so grumpy right off the bat.
私にだってれっきと
I have a lot of serious business to attend to, you know. It's quite understandable that I can't always check in with you on time.
ハイド404メンバー規則。通信と会議について
Rules and regulations for Hyde 404 members. Calls and meetings. Article 24.
事情により会議の
In the
参加や
event
通
of an
信が
emergency,
困難な場合
participants must be informed of the cancellation of a meeting or call. The reason must be stated, and the rescheduled time must be confirmed.
もう一度繰り返そうか。
Need I repeat that?
来る会はルールが多すぎるのよ。覚えられっこないわ。
You've got too many rules, Kukai. Who can remember them all?
あんたたち一人一人がエ
If
リート
you
人形
could
とし
all
ての
hold
自覚を
yourself
持っ
to
てい
the
れ
high
ば
standards that
おのずと
befit
そんなルールも
the
必
befit
要なく
elite
な
T
る
dolls, there wouldn't need to be so many rules.
半ページくらいしか規則がなかった時もうまくやってたじゃない。
We coped well enough even back when our rules were essentially half a page.
それは昔の話。今は
That was
私
then.
が隊長よ。
Now I'm the squad leader.
へえ、その隊長様が
And yet Leader Kukai, the almighty lady, was getting the jitters because she couldn't get in touch with a humble little member like me.
誰が不安よ。
Who was getting the jitters?
もういいわ。
Never
本題に
mind.
入って。
Let's get down to business. Leva chuckles at Kukai's huffiness. Having succeeded in riling her up, she decides to call it a day.
映像記録は全部見させてもらったわ。レナが集めた情報によれば、そ
You
の
ended
石
up
は
not liking
アラデウスが残したも
that
のに
free
間違い
Silent
ない
Hill
わね。
game on PSN
集落の死者の服装も
about the
こういう
artist
のもの
and
だ
themes of Sewer Slide. Free Silent Hill game? Well, I haven't been on PSN in so long, so I'm not sure which one you're talking about. I would rather hear beep 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 than do a fucking tutorial. No, you're not, Boot. I heard about about Guar graduating. She's the LeBron James of VTubing. So I'm hoping that she'll go back to her her original VTuber. I'm already subscribed. Actually, it's funny because I forgot I was already subscribed to her before she went to HoloLive. It's like, but yeah, exactly. Like I'm over it already, and that's kind of the way I feel about it too. It's sad. It's like, you know, during the announcement, it's like but at the same time, it's just like she's still with us. She just won't be in Guar form. That's all. Just like how, you know, how we have Doki Bird. It's like, as well as many others after they graduated. She's been gone for a long time. Yeah, she was. I've had a look at the images you sent over. Those rocks are indeed evidence of Paradis's activity, a fact that's corroborated by Lena's intel. The deceased in the settlement were also dressed in attire that matched the uniforms of Paradis members.
おめでとう。ようやく進展があったわね。
So congrats. Finally, some concrete progress. We did it.
これのどこがめでたいのよ。
Huh. It's not really anything worth celebrating.
進展がなくてもしかめっ面。
You were bothered by the lack of progress before, and you're upset now that it's confirmed to be Paradis? You're so hard to please, oh almighty leader Kukai.
口の聞き方がなってないわよ。リバ隊員。
If you know I'm the leader, then drop the dizzy act and start taking this seriously.
それでパラデウスは一体何を
What has Paradis been up to
ネ
in
ー
the
トが
past few
建築
years?
学でも始めたとか
Have the Naito started studying architecture?
まだ調査中だけど、パラデウスが人間の構
We're
成
still
員を
investigating the
洗脳してる
specific
のは確かよ。
details, but one thing's for certain. Paradis has stepped up the brainwashing of their human members, who now refer to themselves as Unitas.
あの石の山だけど、
Those scattered rocks probably looked like this before they were destroyed. Leva sent an image to Kukai.
これは
That's
石の塔
a tower? Oh yeah, they were doing those towers.
彼らの何らかのシンボルよ。パラデウスは
It's some sort of
これでユナイタス
totem.
を従わせて
Paradis's strengths
自分たちの実験に
strengthens
利用し
the
ようとしてる。
unitates faith and loyalty
そ
using
の目
these,
的は達
so
成
that
され
they'll
た。
be more so that they'll be more obliged to serve their experiments. Well, it worked, apparently.
何のために
What's the
従
point?
わせるだけ
If
な
they
ら
want to force
ネー
people
ト
to
の武力
comply,
制
the
圧で十分
Nitos'
じゃない
force is more than enough.
来るかいって人間のことちっとも分かってないのね。
You don't understand humans at all, Kukai. We operate according to logic, but humans' actions are often compelled by emotions and beliefs. Rather than subjecting them to experiments by force and having to look out for insurrection that could manifest at any time, it's much more effective to have a spiritual hold on them, which eliminates the problem completely. Sad but true. To make an analogy, it would be akin to overriding their protocols, like transferring their command authorizations from normal society to Paradise. Stop trying to make yourself out to be some sort of anthropologist. I am just a little more knowledgeable than you on this subject. So in other words, Paradise is even trickier to deal with than before. That's right. They're basically well on their way to becoming an extremist group. When you mean becoming? The Night Hosts are only getting more powerful, and now they've recruited a bunch of deranged unitates. Lena's busy investigating other things for Kalina, so I can't expect any help from her. In fact, they need my help. So I've got my hands absolutely full at the moment. Thank goodness you're here to give a hand, Kukai. If they're so dangerous, when will the reinforcement you promised arrive? Very soon. I think you'll be well pleased. Nani, huh? Well, that's that. Communication lost. What was it? What is it called? Oh no! I just looked at it earlier today too. I'm trying to remember for you. I really am. So there we go. I can't remember the name, but if you look up the song, oh, what's that song? The meme song, Okay Boomer? That. The original channel that's from. But I can't remember the name because she hasn't been on there for years. I'm trying to see if I can look it up real quick. Or you'll probably find it before I will. But yeah. Actually, hold on. Start with the S. Was it Sarazawa, I think? Might be the name. With an ear-splitting burst of static, the comms line breaks down. Talk about bad timing. Kukai recalls what Leva just said. Well pleased. What kind of reinforcement would make her well pleased? Well, it's the commander. 404 have always preferred to work on their own. The way Kukai sees it, seeking external help is a show of weakness, so she will never consider it an option unless absolutely necessary. 404 are extremely unlikely to accept aid from an outsider to begin with, and the chances of Kukai appreciating the aid are even more minuscule, unless a figure appears in Kukai's neural cloud, but she soon dismisses the idea. No, it couldn't be him, or he would have responded with feigned nonchalance. But even as Kukai refuses to entertain the possibility, she deliberately reduces her processing speed so that the figure can linger just a little longer in her neural cloud. In any case, she'd better ask for more clarification from Leva so that she won't be distracted from her mission because of any unnecessary expectations. Just as Kukai is about to send another comms request, Doris walks over to her. Leader Kukai, my data link with the server just got severed. I checked the signal strength. It's not at 0, but it's very weak, so long-range comms and neural cloud backups will be affected. It's probably a temporary phenomenon caused by the collapse storm. Senzawa. Yes. Yes, Regal. Yep. Yeah, so not Sarazawa, Senzawa. It's like, yep, thank you. Endoris looks over at the survey corps nearby. Dimitri is talking to his subordinates. Should we talk to him about this? We are currently using their military line. If even the military line is affected here, then we must stay close to the survey corps. Our IT team is probably our IT team. Wait, what? Why this fool looking up VTuber? Right. Tell Mechty and Belka not to take unauthorized action. I'll discuss this with them. They're monitoring everything you're doing, Wriggle. Okay. Kukai approaches the survey corps and notices that the few soldiers that Dimitri was talking to have split into 2 groups and started loading their equipment onto their assigned vehicles. Meanwhile, Dimitri is giving more orders to another subordinate. With fewer people on the team, the mission will become more dangerous. Get everyone to stay on their toes. Crank the signal booster all the way up and tell everyone, including the dolls from 404, to remain within comms range until the temporary base stations are set up. Roger that, sir. Good. Now get to work. After Larion is gone, Kukai walks over to Dimitri. Is the signal booster no good anymore? If it was, you'd think I'd split the team up at such a crucial stage in the mission? The signal's already garbage in this freaking place to start with, and the storm will rage on for a good while. There's no way of getting any word out at the moment. If we don't set up those temporary base stations, even we will be declared MIA. Sending your men out in pairs isn't safe. Under these circumstances, it's better to act in groups of 4. Could you call me? But I've only got this handful of men. What will you have me do? I've sent them out with all the good quality gear. And one of my men is as good as 3. We're already very close to the red zone. The environmental conditions are way more unpredictable than what you've experienced so far. You should really be more careful. Oh, for Christ's sake. What does a tin can like you know? Getting scared before you even reach the battlefield? You'll get shot into Swiss cheese even with that fancy weapon of yours. If you got time to yap, just spend it on killing elites. Jeez. Why is a stupid machine being so long-winded? Once the preparations are complete, the soldiers tasked with constructing the temporary base stations split off from the main force and set out to carry out their mission. Meanwhile, a small surveillance drone is hidden behind a piece of cover not far away. Its indicator light blinks as it records everything that's transpiring. The clear visual feed is displayed on Blue Sphere's monitor. Wait. Blue Sphere. Oh, that's right. I forgot. There's a few different people like that, you know. We've got the other group led by, the commander, her that wants revenge. I forgot her name. Blue Sphere was sent by whoever the mysterious voice was. I think they did mention her name, though. But yeah. Her. Keep up with the splinter groups.
当然の結果ですね。残念です。
Cat?
あなたはここまでです。
A Nova Gaming. Oh, wait, what happened? What I do now? Licenses for DMC5 and their near collab? For what? Oh, And the new China Girls Frontline 2 doll is the last Ice-T meta unit. I haven't seen, actually. I did hear about a Devil May Cry collab because that's one of their biggest inspirations for them. Yeah, so that makes total sense. And the new doll, I haven't seen her. Here goes that song again. I Must Know breaks the game. Staples of Nova Game. Listen. Maybe. Even though their GPS is severely hindered by the terrible signal reception, the Survey Corps and Hyde 404 are still painstakingly conducting the environmental survey.
総長、両チームからの信号をキャッチしました。
Sir, two of the groups have sent their signals. It appears that they have finished setting up their temporary base stations. The signal reception of our comms line has also returned to medium strength, and external communications have been restored. Some of the groups still haven't found suitable locations to set up their base stations, but they have re-established communications with the main force. Not bad. Notify the brothers at the base stations and tell them to stay put for now. The temporary base stations are poor substitutes for standard ones. They must take extra care not to let things like elids damage them. And if they encounter boojins or anything they can't manage, tell them to prioritize their own safety and contact the main force at once. Yes, sir. On the cold digital monitor, two specks of flight flicker steadily. In the night sky, they may be faint, but their presence is unmistakable. What? Okay, I owe you. Wait, what? Thank you for the super chat. Miss X? Wait, what? Dimitri wishes sincerely that the stars obscured by the gloom will get to light up the night sky again one day. It's time to contact the warrant officer again. This shitty place. Jeez. Yo, they can't catch a break. The Jeep gets hit by a strong impact. Even the communicator is knocked out of Dimitri's hand, falling underneath the seat. Through the window, he sees that the vehicle that collided with his is also part of a pile-up collision. The actual vehicle that came under attack is skidded to a halt with blown-out tires and heavy smoke. His deaths. What just happened? A group of vehicles have appeared in the distance, followed by a vicious fire assault. The dolls of Hyde 404 have already leapt into action, diving behind cover and exchanging fire with their attackers. They must have snuck up on us while our radar was still down. We don't know which armed force it is. Get everyone to find cover and wait for the enemy to run out of ammo. Wait for my order and prepare to counterattack. Laugh so hard you choked. Chapter 10. They fucked around and found out while talking shit to Kukai. That's true. Mwah, ambush, quick, hide. What level are they? Oh, they're only level 18. Okay, never mind. It's whatever. I was actually gonna put some stuff down that they give us, but it's just like, yeah, why? Caffeine. I mean, we're not dealing with Variegators, so she's not angry. Actually, that would be a cool detail. Whenever you're fighting Variegators and you use Caffeine, she's just enraged. Like her voice lines change. You just hear it in her voice. It's like, I've got half of my healing team here, basically. Oh, that spray and play. Because I need one more. It's like I'll probably get her when she comes back around. Centeracy. Having repelled the assault for the time being, Dimitri directs his subordinates and the dolls of 404 to clean up the battlefield. After some thought, he walks over to Kukai.
Oi, omae! Kuru kai?
Hey, what's your name again? Kukai? Blah. What the hell kind of name is Kukai? Kukai and Endor's, focused on inspecting the wreckage of the enemy mechanical unit, do not bother to look up.
Nani?
What is it? Didn't you mention you got attacked by an unknown armed force earlier? Were they the ones? Hold on. You need Centaur for maximum support? Burning, I should have rolled for more Kukai. She's actually busted at max. She definitely is. It's like, that's why I'm just like, you know what? I have enough resources. I'm like, let me get one more Kukai. But Centeracy, yeah, because I'm making just a funny healing team. So it's gonna be Colfin. Actually, what's her name? Crap. She's actually 4-star as well too. What is it? Ksenia? No, wait. Yeah, I think it is Ksenia. She's also a healer too, which I do have. But it would be Colfin, Centeracy, Cheetah, and either you could do Ksenia, or more ideally it would be, oh no, wow, oh no, I'm drawing a blank. I can't think of her name. It's right there. It'll come back to me. And Doris, do we have the results of the analysis? Not yet. I still have to double check some of the connection methods and part specifications. I just asked Mechty and Belka to inspect the other wreckages so that I can incorporate the data they collect into the analysis. Alright, make it quick. Leaving Endor's to work in peace, Kukai rises to her full height. Suomi. There we go. See, I knew her name would come to me randomly. But yeah. A preliminary inspection has not revealed any clear forms of identification on these mechanical units, which appear to have been modified from general PMC machinery. So we're trying to compare the methods and parts using the modifications with the units we encountered before. If there are multiple matches, we can be reasonably sure that they're from the same faction. There were humans in that force that attacked us. Unfortunately, they either got killed or fled. Have you also encountered human and armed forces before? No, it was only modded automatons that attacked us. These newer automatons had better firepower, and the humans were armed with very high quality weapons. Klugai peers down at the dent left by the bullet that hit her on the arm.
経験上バリア具や賞
In
金
my
ハンター程度じ
experience,
ゃ
neither the
あんな装備は無理
Varyagers
ね
nor ordinary bounty hunters can afford this level of armament.
あ
総長報告します。
First Sergeant Dmitri,
敵兵の遺体を
we have
く
searched
ま
the
なく調べ
human
ました
remains thoroughly, but found no meaningful clues.
あ、分かった。武器、資源、
Alright.
防護装備、
See
何
if
で
you
もい
can
い。
find any usable weapons, energy sources, or protective equipment. Gather everything you can. Everything you can find and take them with us.
しかし
But, sir, non-standard issue weapons could cause injuries or death to the user. This is against regulations.
こんな時に規則もクソもあるか。
Screw the
もう片っ
rules.
端から使え。
Who cares about regulations anymore? We must make use of whatever resources we can get our hands on.
だがそうだな。
Still, check
電
everything
子発信
carefully.
機能のついたものは捨て
Get
て
rid
お
of
け。
anything with electronic messaging capability.
は
Roger that, sir.
隊長ディミトリーさん照合結果が出ました
Leader
よ
Klukai, Mr. Dimitri, I have the analysis result.
同系統の機
The
体
fire
は
control cores
大
installed on
体同じ
mechanical
コネ
units
ク
of
タ
the
ー
same
で射
type
撃管
generally
制コア
had
に
the
接
same
続されて
ports.
います
As for
パ
the
ーツは
parts,
よく見る軍用ブランドな
they're
ので
just your run-of-the-mill
ネット
military
で
stuff.
製造ロットを
So I
確
thought I'd
認
check
し
the
ようと思った
manufacturer
んで
badge
すが
through the net. But
どうしたの
but what? Yeah, his name's Dmitri. He's definitely Russian. Yup.
信号が途切れちゃいました
Our signal got disconnected.
なんだと。
What? Dmitri rummages through his pockets for his communicator, but then he remembers that it has fallen underneath the seat in the previous battle. Klukai confirms and endorses his observation after checking the connection herself.
確かに途切れてる
We are indeed disconnected.
バカな。
Impossible.
基地局を建てたばか
The
りだと。
temporary base stations are
信号が
up
弱
and
まる
running.
わけが。
The signal should be more stable. Dmitri rushes back to the jeep in disbelief. After searching for a moment, he finds his communicator and accesses the signal interface. The digital screen is now pitch black. There is no sign of the blinking lights. Two hours ago.
どう計画は順調
Cocoon, that's her name. How's it going? Is the plan proceeding smoothly?
はい
Yes.
一部変化はございま
Though
した
there
が
have been some unexpected changes along the way.
変化
Changes?
新しい増援
Have
者
they
を呼ばれ
received
た
more
の
reinforcements?
いいえ調査隊は信号が弱
No.
まったと知る
But
と
once the survey corps announced the signal deterioration, they split up and started constructing temporary base stations.
彼らは予想以上に慎重なようです
They're even more cautious than we thought.
いいニュースとは言えない
That's not good news.
分散した部隊も
Make sure you don't let off the splinter groups.
承知しました
No
マ
problem.
グニセキュリティに
However,
ついてです
even though
がこの地でアラデウ
Mangi,
スと行
I
動
did
し
this
た経
before
験はあ
too.
るものの
Even though
複雑な気
Mangi
候と活
security
発な
has
生き
aided
袋
in
の影響
Paradis's
で
operations
地
within this
形を把
area,
握しきれて
they
い
are
ませ
not
ん
very accustomed to the local terrain due to the complex environmental conditions and rampant elite activities.
今はブージャムの追跡にも人員を割いています
They have had to allocate
調査
part of
隊
their
の
crew
す
to
べて
take
の
out
動
the
きを
Bujin,
監視するのは
so we are
困難
not
で
fully
す
aware of the entire survey corps's movement at the moment.
罠をすり抜けた魚のリスク
I need not remind you of the danger of fish that slips the net, do I?
調査隊が引き起こした
Don't forget the trouble caused by the survey corps last time.
いいえ
Right.
すでにあな
I've
た様
already
のご命令
notified
通り
Mangi Security
マ
to
グニ
take
セキュリティ
action
に攻
as
撃
per
を
your
命じてお
order,
りますエリアに信号管制を
and
施
to
しま
prevent
し
the
た
survey corps from reporting the
軍用
situation to
回
their
線を用い
superiors.
ても
I have applied
外部と
signal
の連絡は
restrictions to
不
their
可能
current
でしょう
location. The military line is completely down.
まずまずってとこか
That's acceptable, I suppose.
確実な方法とは
But
言い
it's not a
難い
guaranteed fail-safe solution either.
ベーコンや
So as
リ
long
ン
as
ク
their
基地
signal
局がある
marker or
限り
temporary base stations exist, there's a risk that they can get out of this.
ブルースフィア
Blue sphere. Cocoon's demeanor shifts ambiguously. Every word seems to be a warning, thinly veiled in humor. Basically, yeah. Don't fail or else.
まさか
But nicely.
対策を用意してないわけないわよね
I hope you have contingency plans in place.
あくまで応急手段です。
That's just an emergency countermeasure. As per your order, I will spare no effort in searching for and eliminating the Survey Corps splinter groups, as well as destroying the existing local signal markers. Oh, that's marvelous to hear. By the way, I have another piece of advice for you.
何でしょう?
What is it? Chet Faban has instructed me to relay this message. You may activate the last resort if necessary. The decision of activating is entirely at your discretion. However, be sure to make it quick and clean, and remember to wrap up all those loose ends afterwards. After all, this is an extremely risky move, and it will be very difficult to explain ourselves if we attract even the slightest bit of suspicion. The same order has also been issued to Mangi Security. Just request an authorization transfer from them.
かしこまりました。
Understood. That's it. Good luck. Before the comms line is terminated, Cocoon suddenly taps the screen. Oh, one more thing. Since the Survey Corps kept pestering their superior, they've been sent new reinforcements that will arrive in only a day or two. This new force is getting pretty close. Make sure you don't let them suspect a thing.
みんなありがとう。完璧なショーができたよ。シャークリンの次のパフォーマンスにも期待してね。
The shark. Actually, I forgot to get her outfit. Yeah, I did. Hold on. Quick intermission. What the? I don't know why this popped up. This was one of the things I was gonna go over, but yes, there it is. I just realized, I'm just like, oh yeah. Since we're using her now, might as well just get it now. I actually have enough in the blue coins, which I'm happy about. So yeah, let's just grab it real quick. We can look at it in detail later. Yes. Gib. Where now? Perfect. Back to story. Anomalous projection. The incomprehensible image gained meaning the moment light shined on it. Having evaded the incessant pursuit of an unknown force, the Survey Corps and Hyde 404 are now taking temporary refuge in an abandoned settlement that they have chanced upon. The settlement is shielded by hills to the southeast, so the dolls of Hyde 404 are currently monitoring the surrounding areas from their respective hiding spots on the other three sides. Considering the extent of damage that Mechty has suffered, Klukai has paired herself up with her. Oof. These people are attacking harder and harder. Who the heck are they? Klukai, did you antagonize somebody again? We didn't manage to charge our batteries back at the previous settlement because of the problematic ports. Do we even have enough auxiliary power for 3 more battles? Of course. Huh? Seriously? As long as you keep each battle under a minute. Damn. What? Then we're totally short on power. Their voices are so low, too. Kukai connects to the regional comms channel. Have you come up with the next step of the battle plan? The enemy has made their intentions plenty clear. They've got to be searching for us in the area. If we get surrounded, Shut up. I'm trying to think.
うわ、このおじさんすごい。
Wow, this guy is
こっ
so
ちはヘトヘト
impressive.
なのに。
Here I
まだ怒
am,
る態度
dead
がある
tired,
なんて。
and there he is, still perky enough to lose his temper and shout his head off. Seriously, which one of us is actually a doll?
あんたが救いようのないポンコツなだけよ。
Sounds like a you problem.
ミシティ、あんたはここで警戒してな
Stay
さい。
here and keep a lookout.
あいつの様子を
I'll
見てく
go
るわ。
and see what's keeping him dawdling. You played No More Heroes 2 years ago? Yep. Or No More Heroes 2 years ago. But yes, we have played No More Heroes here. Klukai heads over to the building in which Dimitri is taking cover and finds him checking and rechecking a slip of paper with an unknown sequence of numbers against the map.
何してるの？
What are you doing? Elevator is dead. Wait, what?
あんたね。
What?
静かにしてろ。総長は手がかりを見つけてる最中だ。
Please keep quiet while the first sergeant reviews the situation and looks for more clues.
いつからああなの？
How long has he been at it?
この集落の看板を見つけてから
Since
ずっ
the
とだ。
moment we found the signboard bearing the name of the settlement.
ここじゃない。ここも違う。
Not here. Not this either. Dimitri seems to be measuring some kind of distance on the map using his own rugged fingers. However, he eventually gives up and puts the paper away in annoyance.
これが平面ベクトルなら原点がわからないと始まらないわよ。
If you're running some kind of vector equation, you won't be able to determine the specific location without knowing the original location. Stuck and Killer is dead because the elevator sound. But yes. Don't remind me. I remember this.
うるせえ、んなことは分かってる。
Shut your trap.
あんたが次の命令を出してれば声をかけずに済んだわ。
If you issue follow-up orders in a timely fashion, I would not be questioning you.
物資にも限りがある。
But our supplies are limited, and judging from the current situation, if we keep running around aimlessly, our enemy will hunt us down and pick us off sooner or later.
少しは頭が回るじゃねえか。
At least you're not entirely dumb. Just then, a young soldier of the Survey Corps enters through the door.
総長、総員配置につきました。
Sir, we're all in position and awaiting further directives.
待機だ。
Stand by.
防備を配置したの。
You've already set up our defenses?
当たり前だ。
Duh.
数字ゲームにほうけて
Do you
ると
think
で
I
も
was
思っ
just
たか。
playing Sudoku while being a sitting duck?
ぼさっとしてねえで。お前らも協力しろ。
Make sure the four of you coordinate with our movements. You want orders, right? Well, don't just stand there. Come over here and look at this. Dimitri beckons at Klukai and gestures for her to take a closer look at the map.
南東にある高台が見える。
You see the hills in the
機械兵
southeast?
器の7割をあそこに
More
配
than
置した。
70% of our mechanical units are up there right now.
同時に
I've also stationed 5 of my men there to prepare for a feint.
陽動？
A feint?
そうだ。
That's
敵は
right.
鋭い。
Our enemies are hot
時
on
間
our
もすれ
heels.
ばここは
They'll
見つかっ
probably
ちまう
come looking for us here in 3 hours.
一番近い集落
I
まで
just
6
checked
時
the
間は
map
か
and the
かる。
closest settlement from our current location is at least 6 hours away. And it will be very difficult for us to stay hidden while we make our way there.
一気に距離を離せないんなら追っ手の大半を叩くしかない。
If we can't get a bigger head start or take out most of our
次の
pursuers
集
in
落
one
にたど
go,
り着く前に全員
that
を
will
倒
catch
す。
up to us before we can reach the next settlement and replenish our supplies, and it'll be over for us then.
ここで追っ手を弱らせるつもりね。
You're planning to whittle down their firepower here?
そうだ。
Exactly.
奴らからしたら
To them, we're just a small, poorly equipped force that can only counterattack using ambushes and guerrilla
反撃
tactics.
するとしても
We can take
待ち
advantage
伏
of
せや
that
ゲ
assumption.
リラ戦を仕掛けてくると考えてるはずだ。それを利用する。
Your friend is not taking the loss of Guru well. He's posting about making meth or something. What? Why? I'm confused.
次の集落に向かうのにこの道は避けて通れない。
This area is smack along the way, the only way to that settlement. with hills on one
ここが
side.
絶好の待ち伏せポイントだ
Anyone
って
with
のは
half a brain can tell that this is the
猿でもわかる。
perfect spot for an ambush, including our pursuers.
俺たちが次の集落へ移動したと知れば、敵はまず
Once they confirm that we're on our way to the nearest settlement, they will immediately try to figure out where we have posted our guards to protect the traveling convoy, which will clearly be on the hills. I'm also confused. Glad I'm not that bad. Yes. Can't tell if he's being serious, because he does take Hololive seriously like a religion. Uh-oh. I think you should, you might want to check on him.
そんなところに人を配置したら敵の思うツボじゃない。
But then, aren't you playing right into their hands?
まだわからねえか。このガラクタ
I
が
still don't get it, Tin Can.
こっちの機械兵器は
Most of our
大半が
mechanical
中
units
破
are
してる
already damaged and don't really stand a chance in direct confrontation.
今や
If we keep them around while we march, not only will they eat up our resources, they may also expose our
ここで
movement.
価値を発揮させ
They
た
can
方
be
が
put
賢
to
明だ
much
ろうが
better use.
この作戦の要はお前ら404だ。
As for Hyde 404, you will be the key to the upcoming fight. As long as you can seize the opportunity and flank our pursuers from the west while they're drawn to the hills and catch them in a pincer attack, it may just be possible for us to wipe them out.
言っておくけど、そのルートからだと高
I
台にい
must
る味
remind
方
you
に
that
配
if we
慮はで
move
きない。
according to your plan, we cannot guarantee the safety of both the mechanical units and the soldiers on the hills.
あの5人は俺が最も信頼する戦友だ。
The 5 men up there are led by my most trusted comrade. He's much smarter than you.
お前らの行動開始とともに
Once the
陽
four
動
of
部
you are
隊
on
が
the
機械
move,
兵器の自
they
動
will
迎撃
activate
モ
the
ードを起動
droid's
する。
auto attack mode, then circle around to
高
the
台の
other
裏か
side
ら
of
降
the
りて
hills and
本
regroup
体
with
と
the
合
main
流する
force.
寸法だ。
理想ではね、成功率は4割もないわ。本体と合流する前
That's
に
just
包
the
囲され
best
る可能
case
性の方
scenario.
が高い。
With a success rate of less than 40%, it's highly likely that they will be eliminated before regrouping with the main force.
それに、敵兵
Moreover,
力の概算
we're
は
basing our
前回
estimation
の
of the
戦い
enemy
に基
force
づいたも
entirely
の
on
だ
our observation in our
もし
previous
前回の
encounter.
130% 以
If
上
the enemy force
つまり
exceeds
敵の
130% of our
数が20
estimation,
人と
that
25機多
is,
かっ
if
た
there
場
are
合、
20 or more
本作
soldiers
戦の
and
成功率は
25 or more
25%
automatons that we
を
did
下回
not
る。
account for, the success rate of this operation will drop below 25%.
軍人を何だと思ってやがる。
What do you take us
成
soldiers
功が
for?
保証できなきゃ動け
You
ない
think we
腰
only
抜けか。
fight when there's a 100% chance of success?
あらゆるチャンスを掴んで
Our
勝
job
利を
is
現
to seize
実
the
のものに
opportunity
す
and
る。
turn victory into
それだけ
reality.
だ。こんな状況で賞
Under
賛が
these
あるだけマシ
circumstances,
なんだよ。
we'd be lucky to stand even half a chance.
覚悟ができてるならそれでいいわ。
Just making sure you're managing your expectations.
本体はどうするの？
What about the main force?
軽装備だけ持って脱出だ。
They'll be retreating with only lightweight gear to conserve their strength.
目的地は
And where are they headed?
候補は2つ。
There are two destinations. The first is the closest settlement, though we can't ascertain whether it's still occupied or if there are enough supplies to keep us going. He lives in Shrek's Swamp, Missouri. Well, then he's on his own.
もう一つは同じ方向にある基地局だ。
The other is a base station in the same
通信
general
が回
direction.
復して援軍との連絡
If
が
we
取
can
れる。
find and repair it, we may be able to restore external communications and contact our reinforcements.
基地局までの距離は
Sorry, that sounds terrible. I just picture him having a Hololive shrine. Does he also watch the council? How far away is the base station?
集落と同じだな。徒歩で6時間だ。
About the same distance to the settlement, roughly 6 hours on foot.
徒歩？軍用車はどうしたの？
On foot? We have a jeep.
軍用車だと？
Jeep.
こっから先は徒歩のみだ
From。now on, you don't.
どういうこと？
What do you mean?
お前らの車両を除けば、調査隊に残さ
Not
れたのは
counting your small jeep, the Survey Corps currently still has one jeep and one small military truck.
この作戦を成功させるには、
To pull off this plan, we must set up a vehicle in the northeast where the enemy is most likely to attack from to draw their attention. At the same time, I'll have several of those scout drones buzzing around in the other directions.
大した戦闘力はねえが、音だけはでかいからな。
You've seen those things
敵を
before.
引きつけるにも
Pretty much
味
useless
方
in
に
a
注
fight,
意を促す
but
にも
noisy
も
as
ってこい
hell and perfect for both attracting enemy attention and tipping us off.
ま、そうなると車と偵察機の回収
Only
は
thing
無理だ
is,
ろうがな。
there's no hope of recovering the vehicle or the drones.
もう一台はどうするの？
What about the other vehicle?
陽動部隊の脱出用だ。
That would be given to the men up on the hills as their getaway to catch up with the main force.
賢明な判断だとは思えないわね。
I don't think that's very
本体と合
sensible.
流するのが
You
困
just
難な
admitted
こと
that their
は
chances
あん
of
たも承知の
successfully
はずよ。
regrouping with the main force are
なぜ
pretty
資源を無
slim.
駄にするの？
Why waste limited resources knowing that?
ガラクタに何がわかる？
What does a tin can like you know?
困難と知りながら前へ
Forging
進む
ahead
のが
despite the
英雄だ。
difficulties makes my comrades
英雄の退路を
heroes,
断とうとする
but
奴は
cutting
人
off their
間の
only
クズ
chance
だ。
of escape because of the difficulties would make me a bastard.
あいつらは陽動部隊だ。
I'm
特攻
sending
部隊
them
じゃ
to
ない。
stage a feint, not to be cannon fodder.
作戦の成功が最優先よ。
I simply wish to maximize the operation's chance of success. Dmitri takes a deep breath.
俺が指揮を取る。お前らは
I am the commanding officer here, and your job is to lead your Hive 404 in carrying out my orders. Is that clear? Don't you worry about human matters with that tin can brain of yours. Klukai decides not to argue with the stubborn Dmitri.
作戦内容は把握した。各自行動を始める
Now
わ。
that I'm aware of the
それじ
general
ゃ。
plan, let's split up and move separately. I'll be off then.
30分後、集落の南西で集合だ。
Assemble in the southwest of this settlement in half an hour.
了解。
Got it. He does. He has to hide it from his mom in the basement. ZZZ is annoying on mobile. Oh, you can't switch back. Gotcha. I've never tried it on mobile before. Huh. Klukai fills in the other 404 members on the operation plan. After confirming the basic terrain around the settlement, they join the Survey Corps in hiding within an abandoned building in the southwestern part of the settlement. Sleepy
こ
Beepy.
の時間普段ならもう寝てるはずなのに
Look at the time. I'd normally be in bed by now.
ディミトリーが言うように
Will these people actually take the bait like Dmitri says?
どうだろう敵戦力が変わらないことが
Hard
前
to
提
say.
になって
The
るけど
working assumption is that we will be fighting an enemy force on the same size, of the same size, as what we've encountered before. If they've amped up their firepower, we're finished.
ああなるほど
That's
お姉
true.
ちゃんあい
Big
つら
Sis
大丈
Klukai,
夫かな
can these guys actually be trusted?
人間たちに期待するより、私たち
I
で
wouldn't
何がで
hedge all
き
our
るかを
bets on
考え
them.
た方が賢明よ。
We should focus on figuring out our own contingency.
それに、ここで敵との距離を引き離すことは大
Still,
事よ。
it is certainly necessary to mount a counterattack here to give us a head start against our pursuers.
わかった美容家頑張る
Alright, I'll do my best.
アンドリス、作
And
戦
Doris,
中は車から
when
離
the
れない
operation
で。
is underway,
物資
don't
の
stray
安
too
全
far
が
from the
最優先
vehicle.
よ。
We must
撤
keep our
退が
supplies
早まったら
secure.
連絡するか
If
ら。
we need to retreat ahead of schedule, I'll also call you to pick us up.
はい来るかい隊長
No problem, Leader Klukai. The four dolls lapse into silence as they remain at their station. That sound. Soon after that, an ear-splitting alarm goes off in the northeast, followed by a vicious burst of gunfire. At the same time, the vehicle deployed beforehand explodes, and Dimitri's voice can be heard through the regional comms channel. Attention all units, the enemy force is approaching. Stay low. When they enter within attack range, our men on the hills will launch an ambush and trigger the explosives we rigged to weaken their firepower. Hyde 404 will catch them in a pincer move from behind. The rest of you, follow my command. Copy that, sir.
了解。
Understood. With the first gunshot fired from up the hill, the battle has officially begun.
敵がちゃんと陽動に引っかかったよ
Leader Kukai, the enemy is indeed lured by our men on the hills. According to the intelligence we currently possess, the enemy force comprises about 15 men, 2 heavy automatons, and 5 anti-air automatons. The exact quantity of land automatons is unknown. My preliminary estimation is about 10. Belka, Mechty, we start moving once they move further southeast by another 50 meters. When attacking from behind, Belka will focus on taking out the anti-air automatons to reduce their field of view. Mechty and I will take care of the heavy and land automatons. Make sure to keep the enemy force from spotting our main force in the southwest. Understood? Alright. Pandoris, stand by in this area. If enemy units come this way, detonate the explosives and throw smoke grenades to keep the main force hidden. Understood, Leader Kukai. Even though the enemy force is thrown into disarray at first, they soon regain their footing and launch an attack on the hills using cover and their anti-air units. I can feel the dread through the screen. Nice. That means they're doing a good job, then. So does this face in Snowbreak channel, wait, what? Mean you are doing the story? I need a quest? Wait, what? Oh, you mean on Discord? I mean, it's Nita. We're gonna have to come back to it. Kukai keeps gauging the distance between them and the enemy force. Finally, she gives the order. Hide 404. We're up. As the dolls enter the fray, the enemy's attack becomes noticeably hamstrung. Meanwhile, Dimitri starts directing the main force and retreating towards the target settlement. Big Sis Kukai, all enemy anti-air units have been eliminated. Very good. Oh boy. If you're done shooting down the little birds, get over here and give me a hand. This big guy is really bad news. Belka, back up Mechty immediately and stop the heavy automaton from getting any closer. Leave the rest to me. Alrighty, Big Sis. Watch yourself. Timing her move carefully, Kukai detonates another set of explosives, successfully impeding the enemy's attempt to regroup. I'm sorry. This is a never-ending scene. It's actually pretty hilarious. Just when you think they're about to go into gameplay, they're like, nope. Hide 404 to the main force. We have successfully suppressed the pursuing armed force. Received. Ivan. How many men have you got left? 3, but one is badly injured and immobile. Have the bastards noticed anything off? Doesn't look like it. Their firepower is still focused on our side of the hills, but thanks to 404's interference, they haven't been able to make much headway. In fact, they had to send a group to go after 404 just 10 minutes ago. We prioritized taking out their drones. Because of the terrains and all the dust and smoke, those bastards can barely see. They shouldn't have noticed that our main force is already gone. Seriously, hats off to you, Dima. You with your crazy tricks. Save the ass kissing for later. You've accomplished your objective. Now get out of there. Go around the hills. Copy that. 404. Keep the enemy busy for 15 more minutes. Once Ivan's group withdraws from the area, detonate all mechanical units and remaining explosives to draw the enemy's attention and seal off their route of pursuit. Take out as many of their effective units as you can while you withdraw. Pick up the pace and make sure you catch up to the main force. Keep the regional comms clear. Understood. Are we finally done? That was amazing. The plan worked unexpectedly well. Everyone in the regional comms channel breathes a sigh of relief and starts to relax a little. Still staying close to the jeep, Endor suddenly looks to the side in alarm. Attention! Heat signatures detected to the west, possibly enemy reinforcements. I think this might be Blue Sphere. They may have received the enemy's force's distress call and are moving ahead at full speed. There's a high chance that they will encounter our main force. What? Take whatever cover you can find right now. It's too late. The wave of dust kicked up by the enemy's reinforcements' march is already within Dimitri's view. Judging by the heat signatures, there are approximately 10 anti-air automatons and 5 heavy automatons. I cannot provide an estimate on the quantity of armed personnel. Even though everyone is prepared for the worst, the moment enemy reinforcements actually show up, their despair is still palpable, though through their comms channel. Attention all units. Cut out all your lights and get down on the ground. Unless ordered otherwise, do not move, attack, or make any sound. Also, the new enemy force has entered visual range. It's double the size estimated by 404. The comms channel lapses into silence. As the seconds tick by, the enemy's anti-air units are fast approaching the survey corps and will soon spot the barely hidden soldiers. No tricks or tactics will save them from the enemy's superior firepower. All the soldiers press themselves to the ground with bated breath, doing everything they can to reduce their biosigns. If they continue on their current route, they'll come face to face with you lot, yeah? In that case, we'll have to get them to changing course. Hearing Ivan's voice through the communicator, Dimitri is compelled to respond even though he just gave the order to forbid anyone from making a sound. Do not act without permission. What are you thinking? Rescue. Looks like our mission isn't over yet. Are you kidding me? Our rescue is still chilling God knows where. What? Dimitri stops abruptly mid-sentence when he realizes that his comrade... realizes what his comrade is getting at. We don't know why the enemy is so hell-bent on wiping us out, but they clearly won't let us flee the battlefield and rendezvous with our reinforcements. If we show any sign of doing that, they will definitely try to stop us with all their might. Quit your yammering. Your mission right now is to regroup with the main force. Dima, let me finish. In just a while, I will create the illusion that we've established contact with our reinforcements and are attempting to rendezvous with them. Dima, you and the others must seize the opportunity and run for it. I won't be able to distract them for long. Once they clue into the trick, they'll double back and hunt you down. Are you disobeying a direct fucking order from me? Our mission is to stage a feint and assist the main force in reaching safety. This isn't the time to be a smartass. Retreat, do you hear me? Oh, well, all salutes to Ivan. Ivan says nothing in response to Dimitri's fury. The winds and gunfire in the yellow zone resound in the comms channel. Yeah. Ivan's not gonna make it, but he knows this. I don't know why our enemy wants to mess with us. Maybe it's because they're your enemies, buddy. Damn. Dima, don't forget to find us afterwards and bring us back to Moscow. Yeah, Moscow. Confirmed. That is where all our dreams began, and that is where we must return, even in death. Amid the silence, Ivan's voice sounds ghostly, almost unreal. Ivan, you stand right fucking down right now. Ivan makes no answer. The mechanical units on the hills to the southeast of the settlement suddenly stop firing and start following a jeep that is speeding in the completely opposite direction. A signal flare with a bright trailing tail soars into the night sky with no second thoughts. The amber flare flashes several times in the sky at a certain frequency, then falls into the vast desert. This sudden development has drawn the attention of both the enemy force fighting within the settlement and their reinforcements currently en route to the settlement. The Survey Corps exposing their own route is making them doubt the authenticity of their intelligence.
隊長、この信号は援軍と合流する気か。しかし情報では援軍の到着までまだ時間があったはず。
It's actually just Kukai's fan club. Oh no. Leader, does that signal mean they're linking up with their reinforcements? But according to our intel, the Survey Corps reinforcements shouldn't be arriving so soon.
上からの情報はいつもこうだ。
It would appear that the intel we previously received wasn't entirely accurate.
派手に動いたからな。ロレンが気づいて援軍を複数
With the
派遣
stir
し
we've
た可
been
能性
causing,
もある。
the folks in the purification project may have sent more than one group of reinforcements.
ではどうすれば。撤退しますか。
What
上には
do we
気
do?
づかれるなと言われてますし。
Should we withdraw? The higher-ups told us not to expose ourselves.
バカ。増援が来た時点でこっちの存
You
在はバレ
idiot.
てる。
The fact that new reinforcements are showing up means that we're already exposed. We haven't even managed to secure the mission objective. So why would we withdraw now? To give their reinforcements enough time to get into position? Contact Team 5 in the settlement. Tell them to hurry up and take out those dolls. Then go after the Survey Corps and intercept them. Support Team 7. Change course immediately. Chase them down. Having received their instructions, the anti-air units pivot swiftly, ignoring the group of soldiers lying on their stomachs under the cover of night just a short distance away. They instead head in Ivan's direction to give pursuit. What? All off key. A familiar military song accompanied by the sound of artillery fire can be heard through the Survey Corps' regional comms channel. It is a chorus of only 3 voices, but it resounds more sonorously than ever. 404, pin down the army units within the settlement and wipe them out as quickly as you can. Do not let them catch up to Ivan. Then, Dmitri clenches his fist. His voice grows hoarse and hollow. Then withdraw and link up with the main force.
了解。
Understood. Ah. Kukai briefly assesses the number of remaining armed units within the settlement and their distance from the main force. That's a nice picture. Hmm?
アンドリス、ミシティ、イオカ。
Andoris,
軽装備と
Mechty,
アンドリスの外付け装
Mechty,
備だけ
my
持って
mistake.
撤退しなさい。
Belka. Take only your lightest gear along with Andoris' big gun and withdraw immediately. I'm ready, let's go.
いえ、まさか来るかい。
Hang on. Are you planning to fight them all by yourself? No way, that's too dangerous. They still have a heavy automaton left. It'll take at least 2 of us to take it down. Why don't I stay and give you a hand, big sis? Mechty can help Andorus. Obey your orders. Don't make me repeat myself. The enemy is incredibly close by. If we withdraw by car, they will definitely be alerted, which will reveal the general direction of our main force. So we can only withdraw on foot. Andorus' big gun is pretty heavy and has to be carried by 2 of you, while one more has to be the escort and guard. There's no getting around it. Not to mention all that weight is going to slow you down significantly, so you've got to set off right now. What if we leave the big gun? Then we can withdraw together. The battle isn't over yet. We need to keep it with us. Now go! Seeing that Kukai has already made up her mind, the other 3 dolls know better than to argue. They nod at each other and begin their withdrawal. Now I'll show you the might of an elite T-doll. There she goes. Having detected Hyde 404's hideout, the enemy units start gathering towards the area. After confirming that her 3 teammates have successfully departed, Kukai double-checks her physical condition and gear, then calmly steps into the night filled with some smoke and flames. I will make it back. I will not fail. Kukai pulls her thoughts away from the figure that has surfaced in her neural cloud for now, and pulls her trigger resolutely. The battle begins anew. On Dimitri's end, the enemy's reinforcements have gone off after Ivan. At Dimitri's command, the soldiers cautiously scan their surrounding area. No enemy units detected in the area. Sir, should we send a team over to Ivan? Dimitri knows full well what the other soldier is hinting at. He gazes silently at the horizon where the sky is aglow with the flames of battle. Little by little, the flying sparks devour the wrath and despair in his eyes. She'll be alright. Yeah, it's true. Jimmy, no. There is no more singing through the comms channel. It got cut off abruptly, along with the sound of artillery and the howling winds. No need. Dimitri closes his eyes. His gaunt features betray the vicissitudes of life. There we go. But what if they're simply out of comms range? Poor dependable soldier, trying to be positive. Don't make me waste my breath. All of you, continue to lie low and take stock of your gear. Move at my command. But... obey your orders. The young soldier still wants to say something. Valerian smacks him upside the head. He wants to save Ivan and the others more than anyone. If he were on his own, I'm pretty sure he would have rushed over with nothing but his gun by now. But he's our commander. He is responsible for keeping us alive, so that their sacrifice would not be in vain. I'm sorry, sir. I wasn't thinking. Dimitri waves it off. Then he opens up the map and checks it against the paper slip. The paper slip again, yeah. A brief moment later, he slaps himself hard on the face. I get it now. I should have figured this out sooner. He picks up his communicator and tunes into the regional comms channel.
総員、目的地を北西 1.5 キロのヤホドラ山に変更。
Attention all units. Change of target destination. Our new target destination is the mountain near Yahadna. There we go. Yahadna. About 1.5 kilometers to the northwest. We set off this instant.
404、状況報告しろ。
404. Sit rep.
こちら3名の初対損傷率は約 25%。
All three of us have suffered about 25% damage to our frames. We're currently headed towards the main forest with our equipment. We should be able to link up with you in, let me see, 20 minutes? But Big Sis Kukai stayed behind at the settlement to clean up the remaining armed units on her own.
どいつもこいつも英雄気取りか。そら。
His debts. All these stupid heroics. Dimitri understands the reason behind 404's course of action, but he still can't help but let out a curse. You... Just as Belka's about to talk back, Kukai's impassive voice speaks through the comms channel.
勝手に殺さないでくれる？
Whether one's heroics are stupid or not depends on how capable they are. This is true. Big Sis Kukai.
集落内に残存した敵は全て撃破したわ。
This is Kukai 404. All remaining armed units within the settlement have been eliminated.
弾薬の消耗率は予想
I've burned through more ammo than expected and taken some damage to my frame. My estimated travel speed has dropped by 22%. I'm glad you're okay, leader.
デミトリーのおじさんがおっかないのは知ってたけど。
Phew, Mr. Dimitri may have been a bit rude, but I agree it's best to avoid such risky stunts. she's excited, cute.
運が良かったな。お前のそんな
Count yourself
こっちゃね
I don't give two shits about your reduced travel speed.
目的地は
Catch up to the main
ヤホドラ
force.
山だ。
We're headed for the mountain in Yahadna. At long last, under Dimitri's leadership, the surviving soldiers of the Survey Corps and the Dolls of Hyde 404 file into a cave under the cover of the night. With no further directives from their commander, the soldiers, who just had a close brush with death, all slumped to the ground with their backs against the rocky walls. The fierce battle they have just experienced is still fresh in their minds. Nobody turns on any light source, and nobody says a word. The Dolls of Hyde 404 are also sitting quietly in the cave. Keeping some distance from the Survey Corps, they each inspect their own physical condition.
隊長、私たちの平均素体損傷率 35%
Leader Kukai, the average damage rate among the four of us is around 35%.
さっきの戦いで
We lost our vehicle in the
車両と
previous
中の
battle.
修理用部品
All
は
our
全て
temporary
紛
repair
失
parts were on board.
たかが 35% でしょ。大したことないわ。
It's only 35%. No big deal.
アンドリスが言ったのは平均値。お姉
But
ちゃんの
that's
損
just
傷
the
率が
average.
一番
Out
高い
of
ん
the
だ
four of
よ。
us, you've taken the most damage, no?
私は平気よ。
I'm okay.
本当に左目とか結構やば
Really?
そうだけど。
Your left eye looks horrific.
銃弾がかすっただけ。見た目ほど影響はないわ。
Just a shrapnel cut. It looks worse than it actually is.
でも
But... Kukai shakes her head softly and endorses, telling her to drop the subject. But she receives no visual feedback of Andor's concerned expression through her left visual module. Her left eye is utterly ruined.
アンドリス、現在地の詳しい情報はつかめる？
Andor's, any more information about our current location?
なんとか
Just a little. Based on the map and the rough location of the previous settlement, we were probably inside of a salt mine in...
ヤホドラ山
Yahadna.
の岩塩湖にいるみたいね。
Is it Yahadna or Yahadna? Probably Yahadna.
この岩塩湖放棄されて結構
But
経つ
this
よ。
mine has been abandoned for years and is currently vacant.
なるほど。 イオカ、ミシティ、あんたたちは体力の温存を
Belka,
優先。
Mechty, you two switch to low power mode and stand by. Conserve as much energy as you can.
アンドリスは 暗視機能で周囲を警戒。
And Doris, ensure your night vision is functional and keep an eye on the
今
exterior
は
of
あ
the
んたが
cave.
私たちの目に
Our
なる
radars aren't working and we've lost all our drones, so we can only rely on your eyes.
任せてクルカイ隊長。
No problem, Leader Kukai.
了解お姉ちゃん。
Alright, big sis.
うん
Despite her injuries and exhaustion, Mechty does not zonk out immediately like she usually would. Instead, she hugs her weapon close and gazes uneasily at the pitch dark sky outside the cave. After giving the 404 members their orders, Kukai stands up and walks over to Dimitri quietly. It's okay, she just has a piece of bomb in her eye. In her eye socket, no big deal. She's fine. She told us so. He is sitting in the corner deeper into the cave, having a whispered conversation with Larion.
デミ、ざっくりだけど点検し終えた。物資は残り 20%。
Dima,
仲間も
I just did some
半分以下ま
counting.
で減ってる。
Our supplies are down to 20%.
イヴァンとレブはも
Less than half of us are left. Both Ivan and Lev are...
俺のせいだ。
I let them down.
う。いや、あんな
Not
状
at
況
all.
から生き延びたんだ。
You defied all odds in keeping us alive under those circumstances.
それはそうとディミ。
That aside,
解読はできたのか。
have you figured out the message
いきな
on
り
the
こんな
note?
ところに連れてきてどういうつもり
You
だ。
changed your mind all of a sudden and brought us here. Dimitri leans back tiredly against the cave wall, clutching his gun tightly in his hand.
ニコライを覚えてるか？
You still remember Nikolai? Larion racks his brain for a moment.
ニコライってあの軍
Nikolai.
人家庭出身のボンボンか。
You mean the son of that local military officer?
よくは知らないな。
I haven't had much dealings with him.
お前と
We
仲が
weren't
良
in
か
the
った
same
な。
platoon after all. But you're friends, right?
まあ
Kind of.
な。上が公表した MIA リストにあいつの名前があった。
He was on the list of MIA soldiers that I got from the brass. He was the leader of the team.
拾ったドッグタグはあいつのもんだ。
The dog tag we found was his.
結局はローレンの犬か。
So he's one of them dogs that lick the Ernk's ass, huh?
見ろ、何の意味もないだろ。
See?
どうせ長生きしない。
What good
ろく
did
な
that
死に方
do?
すらできない。
Didn't keep him alive, did it? Larion mutters some expletives through his gritted teeth. Whether out of contempt for Nikolai or general malcontent, Dimitri cannot tell.
そんなことはどうでもいい。
Well, that's not the point.
重要なのはあいつとイヴァンのおかげで
The point is,
メモの謎が
I
解け
managed
た
to
って
figure
こと
this
だ。
out all thanks to him and Ivan. With that, Dimitri pulls the pieces of paper that were found on the deceased out of his pocket. He smooths out the creases, then turns on his small flashlight and angles himself further away from the cave entrance and blocks the light with his own body.
こいつは実際の地図データを元に変換された座標系だ。
This is a simple coordinate diagram made based on an actual map.
ここ、
Here,
ここ、
here, and
それ
here.
とここ。
These numbers on the
この数字は
drawing
全部
are the coordinates of the
実際の
actual
座標を示してる。
locations.
それにしちゃ変だ。数字がでかすぎる。
But that's
こ
not
のエリ
right.
アの場所とは思
The
えない。
numbers are too big to be in this area
ああ。二次変換してるからな。
because it's a double encryption. Dun dun dun.
その二次変換の方法がどうしてもわから
I
ない。
just couldn't figure out the cipher key.
ここを見てみろ。
Look at this.
オリジン。
Origin.
初めは原点を探せという意
I
味だ
initially
と
thought
思
it
っ
was
て
a
た。
hint to find the point of origin to convert the coordinates. But that's not it. Dimitri pulls up the map on his communicator.
新ソ連の国土面積とモスクワの座標を覚えてる
Do you remember the Neo-Soviet Union land area and the coordinates of Moscow?
メモの数字からその2つの値を引いてみろ。
Try subtracting them from these numbers on the drawing. Larion does some mental calculations and references the longitude and latitude on the map.
合ってる。やるな、ディビー。頭
It's
の
a
悪いや
match.
つだ。
Dang, Dima, you got brains.
昔
Nah, I just had some experience with this kind of thing when serving with Nikolai in the past. That brat was allergic to modern encryption methods and insisted on something fancier. We even used... Never mind. It's not like anyone will ever use it again, so let's just leave it at that. Dmitri looks a little forlorn. But how'd you realize the two numbers are the cipher? Damn, Dima. Origin actually refers to the Neo-Soviet Union, to Moscow, the starting point of our dreams. Nikolai once said that as long as the Neo-Soviet Union stood, he would not yield. So these two numbers became the ciphers of his double encryption method. And no one would ever guess their significance. Nikolai, who had always considered these two numbers constants, never once forgot or betrayed the Neo-Soviet Union. I didn't mean to... Sparing his own comrade any further awkwardness, Dmitri swipes across the map and points at a location. When I learned about the location of our previous operation, I noticed that one of the marked points was around here. I don't know why he marked out these places, but each of his subordinates kept a copy of this information on their persons even in death. So it had to mean something. We must come and have a look, and if we find anything, we've got to get the word out about what they were trying to tell us. I just walked around for a bit. I didn't see anything special. The cave seems pretty big. It's probably deeper than we think. Take a few of the others and keep a lookout at the cave entrance. Make sure you stay hidden. I'll take 2 men in 404 to explore deeper. Right. After hesitating for a moment, Larion opens his supply pack, counts his remaining ammunition, and hands over more than half of it to Dmitri. Be careful, Dima. There aren't many of us left. Dmitri does not accept the ammunition. He gives Larion a pat on the shoulder and helps him turn out his collar, which is rumpled under the strap of his weapon. Don't you worry about me. You know what I'm made of. Also, I'll remind you one last time. Call me Sir. Don't set a bad example for the rookies, or they won't learn how to show respect. Larion chuckles. Yes, sir. Oh, by the way, I have another mission for you. I just saw 2 kids wiping their tears. Go cheer them up. After sending his subordinate away, Dmitri drops all pretense of blitheness and turns suddenly towards Fukai, who has been standing not far away. Had enough? Is eavesdropping a popular pastime for you tin cans? I was just waiting for you to finish your conversation. If I overheard anything confidential, it was your fault for not conversing in a more secure environment. Whatever. Considering you did all right in the previous operation, I won't argue with you. Do all 4 of you still have functional night vision? Mine is slightly compromised, but it still works, just about. Then make some preparations. We're setting off in 5 minutes to explore the cave. Let's see what kind of secret is hidden in this blasted place. Got it. That was the longest one. That's what SL stands for. Still long. Or so long. They've been through a lot. Oh, the Elmo cruises along the night. It is traveling at the same speed, but the vibrations we are experiencing as the vehicle is in motion are putting me on edge. While we are en route to offer Hyde 404 reinforcement, Lena gets in touch once again, but this time she brings bad news. She has lost contact with Klukai and the others. It's a movie every time. That one was extra long, though. Losing contact in the contamination zones is a common, but nonetheless distressing phenomenon. Bounty hunters whom I have met briefly, convoys of underground brokers with whom I occasionally do business, adventurers who happen to have hitched a ride on the Elmo. I have crossed paths with so many people in the wind and the sand, only to never hear from them ever again. But I never thought the same would happen with them this time. Fortunately, with Lena's help, Deer and I managed to make contact, and we agreed on a meeting place. Right now, the Elmo is heading towards the location at full speed. However, the signal reception seems to be deteriorating, and my instinct tells me that this isn't a coincidence. Because Blue Sphere. I can't help but regret the sincerity I wanted to demonstrate. The prospect of having Hyde 404 join my ranks had been such a relief to me that I forgot the rules within the contamination zones. If I had contacted them sooner, we wouldn't be in this predicament now. I can only pray that my naive desire to give them a surprise has not put them in any terrible danger. The Elmo is already traveling at full velocity. I just hope we won't be too late. No. I have faith in her and in Hyde 404. This time, I'll be the one who comes to you, Klukai. Andoris and Klukai are exploring the salt mine cave with the Survey Corps, while Mechty and Belka are investigating another tunnel.
隊長、ミシティと美容家を別の行動に行かせてよかったの？
Leader Klukai, is it really okay to send Mechty and Belka down the other tunnel?
もう古くて頼りにならない
Although
よ。
I've installed the layout map, it's from many years ago and very much incomplete.
ここ、思った以上に広いし。
This cave is much bigger and more structurally complex than indicated in the environmental intelligence that we currently possess.
普段はああでも404のメンバーには変わりないわ。
They may usually seem unreliable, but they're still members of Hyde 404.
陽動作戦で敵が用心深くなってるとはいえ、
Even though we managed to
ここが見つかるのは
give
時間
the
の問
enemy
題よ。
second thoughts about attacking us. It's only a matter of time before they find us here. We must pick up the pace.
そうだね。二人とも無事だといいな。
Alright, let's hope they'll be safe. Once they turn the corner, the path widens up. Out of thoughtful consideration for Klukai's damaged left eye, Andoris positions herself on the left side. She brushes her fingertips slightly on the small white crystalline substance on the surface of the wall.
岩塩湖なんて初めて。
This is the first time I've ever been in the salt mine. It feels quite miraculous. Now lick it. I'm in the building but have no clue what's happening here. Co-workers. Oh.
岩壁には人工的に開削された跡があるけど、
The walls show signs of artificial excavation.
色とりど
But
りの
these
模様
wave-like
は
grooves and patterns of alternating colors are all the result of natural geological formation.
それが不思議。
Is that anything special?
う
Indeed.
ん、私、グリーン
I've only
エリア
ever
の
seen the
自由文化
skyscrapers in the green zones
イエロー
and
エ
the
リアの
uninhabited
荒野しか
deserts
知らないから
and the yellow zones, but
人
here
間が
human
自然と
development is
共に
entirely
発展
dependent
して
on
るのを
nature.
見ると
I find that
不思議に
fascinating.
感じるな。人間にはいつも驚かされちゃう。ここの一部を
Humans
療養
can be
施
quite
設に
astounding
改
at
造しよう
times.
だなんて。
It boggles the mind that someone once excavated part of this cave and turned it into a sanatorium. What do you mean? It's salt. You have to lick the walls.
大方 金儲けの手段でしょ。
It's most probably some gimmick for making money. Dimitri humps at Kukai's remark from the forefront of the expedition group.
お前に何がわかる？
What do you know?
人間はな。
Unlike you, carrying out missions and making money don't consume our every waking thought.
それに人間のひらめきがなけりゃ。
If it weren't for a sudden stroke of genius that humans had, you bunch of tin cans wouldn't even be here. Noticing Kukai's irritation, Endoris tactfully changes the subject.
私もっと早く製
It's
造
a
され
pity
てた
that
ら
I was rolled out rather late. I would have loved to see the world before all the collapsed radiation.
見てみたかった。地下200メートルでの生活なんて
Living 1 to 200 meters underground sounds terribly
ここではそれが特
claustrophobic.
色なんだね。
And yet it made this place a local attraction.
過去の調査報告によると
According to an old investigation report, the sanatorium here had been the hub that supported local tourism for a long period of time.
洞窟内には
Constructions had installed a large amount of pipelines within the cave to transport natural gas. I can see that coming into play.
ガスのおかげで年中
Time to blow it
暖か
up.
くて観光客が後を絶た
Because
な
of
かっ
that,
た
this
んだと
place
か。
was warm in all seasons, which attracted all sorts of tourists to spend their vacations here.
旅行客の写真には
In the
街や
tourist
畑
photographs, this place was a town with fertile soil, plenty of greenery, highways, and bustling traffic. Seemed
と
like
て
a
も
popular
人気のある
destination.
観光地だったんだね。
アンドリス、無駄な資料を読んでないで任務に集中しな
Endoris,
さい。
focus on the mission. Don't get distracted by useless information. Who what now?
はーい。でも世界にこんなに賑やかな場所があっただなんて。
Sure. Still, I just can't help but wonder at the fact that there used to be such lively places in the world.
ディミトリーさんは新ソ
You're a
連人の方でしたよ
neo-Soviet,
ね。
aren't you, Mr. Dmitri?
この辺りにはお
Do you know
詳しいん
anything
です
about
か？
this place?
いや、
No. Oh?
その時代に俺は生まれてね。
I wasn't even born back then. And schools don't teach us pointless stuff. Yes, they do.
そうだったんですね。
Huh?
私
that so?
は無意味だとは思
I
い
don't
ません
think
け
this is
れど。
pointless, though.
昔がどうだった
No
かは
matter what this
知らねえ
place
が
used to be like. Dmitri gives the thick pipe mounted on the wall a smack.
今や町も療養施設も消え失せ。
The town is
残
gone.
るはボロいパイ
The
プと
sanatorium
ゴミ
is
の
gone.
山だけだ。
All that's left are these broken pipes and a pile of scrap metal.
無駄話は終わりだ。
Right, enough of this nonsense.
マークに
Get on with the search.
この辺りのはずだ。
The marked coordinates should be around here. Seeing that Dmitri has no desire to continue the discussion, Endoris keeps quiet. People say that when I'm about to go. Number 2 time to blow it up. Jeez. The party walks deeper into the cave in silence, with only their footsteps echoing through the space.
あら？ここの放射線量。
Huh?
ディミトリーさん、
Endoris'
それと
ah
部下の方々も
are perfect.
防護服の
The
機密
radiation
性をご
levels
確認
here,
なさった
Mr.
方がよろし
Dmitri,
いか
you
と。
and your subordinates had better make sure that your protective suits are properly sealed.
どうした？
What's wrong? She literally just said radiation. He's just like, what's wrong? As his face starts to melt.
エリア内の放射線量が急
The
上昇
collapsed
しています
radiation detector indicates that there's a sudden spike in the particle concentration in this area.
坑道内は空気が流動しないので
The
数値
readings
に
can
変動があっ
fluctuate
て
due to the
もおか
lack
し
of
くありま
airflow
せん
within
が
the cave.
さす
But
が
the
に
jump
これ
in
は
this
異常
area
で
is
す
not normal.
何かの影響を受けてるってこと？
The cause could be non-natural?
多分
I'm afraid so. Paradox.
ディミトリー、私たちの探してるものと何か関係があるの
Dmitri,
かも。
this could have something to do with the marked location.
ああ、原因を探るぞ。
Yeah, let's check it out.
ここは一本道。
There's only one path.
答えは目の前だ。
Whatever it is should be directly ahead.
お前たち二人はここで待機。通信範囲から出そうなら奥
You
へ来る
two
よう
stay here and stand by. If we're about to go beyond the effective comms range, I'll tell you to move further in. I don't think really? She's like, yeah, radiation levels bad for humans. You guys stay here. We'll go further on ahead. Roger, sir. Yeah, there's a lot of radiation. I don't think it's safe. What? Exactly. Dimitri glances at the number shown on the detector screen and pats the two soldiers on the shoulder.
気をつけろよ。
Watch yourselves. Hey, what's up, Estrella? Well, radiation is normal outside the zones. True. But still, it's like this is an unknown. The party proceeds further into the cave. Fortunately, this tunnel does not lead very deep, and they see the end in less than 10 minutes.
これはコーラプスクリスタル。
What's this? Collapse crystals. Dimitri peers at the cluster of green crystals in the center about a dozen meters away. In the corner, about a dozen meters away.
いくらレッドエリアに近いからって
We are pretty close to the red
なんだ
zone,
このデカ
but
さは。
the crystal cluster is still too big, no?
本当にイエローエリアで自然発生する
You're
コーラ
right.
プス
An
クリスタ
individual
ルの
collapse
体積
crystal
は
grown naturally in the yellow
通
zone
常
is usually
7
no
立方
larger
セン
than
チメートル
7
を
cubic
超えないはずで
centimeters.
す。でもこの
But
結
this
晶
crystal is
少
at
な
least
くとも
15
倍以
cubic
上はあります
centimeters.
ね。
Andoris checks the radiation levels and wind speed again.
ここにかなりの間存在していたようです。行動
It
内の
appears to have
占
been
領
here
以
for
上
quite a
は
while.
これが原因でしょう。
It was the spread of internal collapse particles that caused the abnormal radiation levels within the mine.
空気の流動が少ないためにコ
Due
ー
to the
ラ
lack
プ
of
ス粒子が
airflow
拡
in
散
the
せ
mine,
ず
these
異常
particles
な
have
占領差
accumulated
につながった
inside,
んですね。
resulting in the abnormal concentration curve.
アンドリス、もう少し近づいてみましょう。
Andoris, let's take a closer look. Klakai shoots a glance at Dimitri, who also wants to inspect the crystal from up close.
その古い防護服じゃ。
Your protective suit is of an old model and not completely failsafe. You better stay where you are if you don't want to die.
ならお前がしっかり調べとけ。
Then make sure you take a good look at it.
言われなくても。
Right. Klakai and Andoris walk on. Meanwhile, Andoris' voice comes through their level 2 connection.
ディミトリーさんも私たちのこと信頼するようになったね。
Mr. Dimitri seems to trust us a little now.
他に選択肢がないからよ。
That's just because he has no other choice.
アンドリス、クリスタルをくまなく検査
Andoris,
して。
study this crystal cluster
結晶
carefully.
格子は安定してるから
Collapse crystals are relatively stable and don't tend to explode, but still best to be careful.
は
Sure. After handing out Andoris' task, Klakai redirects her attention to the comms channel.
ミシティ、ビオカ、何か発見は
Mechty, Belka, found anything on your end?
まだ何も。
Nothing so far.
もっと奥に進んでみ
We'll
る。
keep going. This tunnel is pretty deep.
すっごく深いね。あいた。ミスティ、ちゃんと歩いてよね。
Ouch! Mechty, you bumped into me.
暗視機能が不安定なんだよ。
My night vision is a bit impaired, so bear with it.
こんな広い場所でぶつかるなんて。
You walked right into me even though this tunnel is so wide and spacious. That's no accident.
どんなに広い道でも交通事故は起こる。
Hey, traffic accidents happen even on wide roads, let alone driving in the dark while being exhausted. She's right.
その辺にしなさい。捜索を続けて、異常があればすぐに報告を。
Right. Keep up the search. Contact me if you come across anything out of the ordinary. Kukai has had enough of their bickering and temporarily disconnects from the comms channel. She converses with Andorus through their level 2 connection instead.
アンドリス、何か分かった？
Andorus, anything?
結晶内部の放射能濃度から見て、
Based on the concentration of radiation particles inside this piece of collapsed crystal, it has existed for about half a year.
半年でここまで大きくなるの？
Half a year?
ありえないわ。
You mean such a large crystal formed within the span of just half a year? That's impossible.
私もそう思って結晶の成長面を調べたん
Indeed,
だ。
that's why I took a closer look at the surface where the crystal grew.
隊長、
Look at this, leader. Looking at where Andorus is pointing, Klukai taps the side of the crystal lightly, and a very thin crack appears between the crystal and the layer of rock in the cave.
まさか自然発生したものじゃないの？
This collapsed crystal didn't form naturally?
おそらく
No,
は
I'm afraid not.
自然発生したクリスタルはもっと
Generally
付着力
speaking,
が強いはず。
naturally grown crystals have stronger surface adhesion, especially those that grow on rock strata, whose shape is affected by the shape of the rock strata itself.
でもこれは
While this cluster here,
自然発生というよりかは埋め込まれたと言った
rather
方が
than
正
grown
しい。
naturally, it's more like it was planted here.
そう。
I believe so. It's quite dark in here, so it may not be very easy to tell.
岩だけじゃなくて、
But the rock strata isn't just rock around the crystal. There's some cement mixed in.
補強の
It's a
役割
crude
をしてる。
method, but it's more or less effective in strengthening the adhesion. Andorus frowns.
隊長、もしかしてパラデウスの
Leader, could this have something to do with Paradise? Most definitely.
こんな場所でわけのわからないことをしでかすなんてパラデウスくらいのものよ。
To have done something so bizarre in this kind of place, it can only be Paradise.
集落で見つかった石と同じで、
Could this also be some kind of totem?
何かのシンボルなのかな？
Like the strange rocks we found at the settlement?
ならこうまでして隠す理由は、ここのスペースも儀式が向い
If
て
it
ない。
were a totem, it's too well hidden. This isn't exactly a suitable place to conduct a ritual, is it?
とりあえず記録しましょう。
In any
通
case,
信が回復したら
log everything
リ
for
ファ
now
に
and
送って
send it
ちょう
over to Levo once the comms are restored.
だい。わかった。
Got it.
おい、何ぼーっと突っ立ってる。あっちの
Hey,
人形ども
what
と
are you
連
two
絡する
doing
だけ
just
で
squatting there?
あとはだんまりか。
Other than the conversation you had with your other two teammates, you didn't make a single peep.
ディミトリーさんに教えようか。
Should we inform Mr. Dimitri of the situation? Guy's just gonna be like, no.
パラデウスのことは黙ってて。
Don't reveal anything about Paradise. After severing the level 2 comms connection, Klukai walks several steps back to Dimitri and directly states the conclusion they have arrived at.
結晶は人為的に埋め込まれたものね。
The crystals here were artificially planted.
人為的。
Artificially?
ええ、
Yes.
失踪した隊がここを示したなら、メモの他の場所にあるのも
Also,
おそらくこれで
If
しょう
this is
ね。
what the other Survey Corps soldiers found, then I'm afraid the same goes for all the other locations.
クソが。こんなもん埋めやがって。正気か。
Whoever did this must be crazy. Indeed.
正気かどうかはわからないけど、少なくとも異常放射
I
線
cannot
量の
comment
原
on
因
the
は判明したわね。
perpetrator's mental state, but at least this explains the high radiation levels in the area.
エリット感染者の奇妙な症状もこ
The
れと無
unusual
関係では
symptoms
ないはず
displayed
よ。
by the ELID patients at the settlement and within the ranks of the Survey Corps definitely have something to do with our crystal planter.
隊長ディミトリーさん、クリスタルのデータと映像の記録完了しました。
Leader, Mr. Dimitri, I have finished logging all the data and visual records on the crystal.
それとまた新しい発見が。
However, I've discovered something else.
今度は何だ。
There's more? Forgetting all about the dangers of collapse radiation, the impatient Dimitri ends up striding up to the crystal. Andorus points at the rock strata that have been chipped off slightly at the base of the collapsed crystal. Beneath the gray rock, one can just about make out a white metal outer shell wrapped around the bottom of the crystal.
正確なサイズを測ろうと思って 結晶を掘り起こしてみました。そうしたら
I was just trying to get a more accurate measurement of the size, but once I cut the rock open, I realized there's something even more startling down there.
何かの装置に見えるわね。
Dead
ク
people.
リスタルを固定するだけのものとは思えない。
It seems to be some kind of device, but I doubt it's just for reinforcing the collapse crystal.
これも掘り出せる？
Can you dig it out completely?
ちょっと無理かな。
Not at the moment.
この基板かなり強固に
Its
取り
base is
付けられ
firmly
て
embedded. To keep it
壊さず
intact,
に掘り起こす
we'll
に
need
は
professional
専用の
excavation
採掘
tools.
ツールがないと。
コーラップスクリスタル専用の容器も必要だ。
We'll also need a
この
container
サイズを
designed
持
for
ち歩
storing
くのは
collapse
危険すぎ
crystals.
る。
It'd be dangerous to just bring it with us, considering its size.
やめだ。
Forget
今は
it.
映像と座標だけでいい。
Save all the visual records and
詳細は
coordinates
後
for
から
now.
援軍と調べ
We'll
る。
come back for it later with
こい
reinforcements.
つはとんでもない発見だ。
Now let's get back.
すぐに通信を
This is a
復旧
very
させて
important discovery.
上に知らせねえと。
We must restore external comms ASAP and report our findings.
そうね。
Right.
アンドリス、ミシティと美容家に連絡を。何も見つから
Andorus,
なけれ
contact
ば
Mechty and
入り
Belka.
口に戻れと
If
伝
they
えて。
still haven't found anything, tell them to head back. Right on cue, her communicators start beeping. The moment the line connects, a deafening howl can be heard through the channel. Uh-oh. Is my luck really that rotten or what? Why else would I run into this guy?
何があったの？
What's happening? Bad news, Big Sis Kukai. The Bujum that we encountered before is hiding in this oh, shoot. Yeah. I think it's badly hurt, but that only makes it even more in danger. Oh, enraged. Wow.
なんですって？
What? We're gonna die. We're gonna die. We're gonna die. We're seriously gonna die this time. Her voice being cut off while she was saying Kukai was great. Kukai, if I don't make it back, don't you dare delete the anime I recorded back at the base. I'm gonna watch it once I get a new frame. Nice.
無駄口はいい。すぐに行くから持ちこたえて。
Cut the crap. We're coming over right now. Hang on until we get there. Easy for you to say. It's in a pretty bad state, but we're no match for it, even if it's 2 against 1.
逃げるのは得意でしょ？
If you can't beat it, run. Isn't that your forte?
とにかく私たちが着くまで。
Save your strength before we get to you. Focus on pinning it down and don't let it approach the cave entrance. We'll only consider direct confrontation when all of us are there.
これは命令よ。
That's an order. Make sure you comply. Alright, I'll definitely survive long enough for Big Sis Kukai to come to my rescue. Mechty, pull yourself together now! Kukai terminates the call and looks at Dimitri.
以前のブージャムがミシティたちの方に現れ
The
た。
Bujum from before is in the tunnel that Mechty and Belka are exploring.
あの二人じゃない。
Andorus and I have to go help them or they
私
won't
とアン
last
ドリ
long.
スが応援に向かう。
笑えるぜ。機械が一丁前に
Huh,
会議
that's
と
freaking hilarious. Having a meeting together, eh? Dimitri barks out a laugh and raises his communicator.
デビトリーだ。聞こえるか？
This is First Sergeant Dimitri. Do you copy?
この前のブージャム
The
が
Bujum we
現れ
encountered earlier has
入
shown
り口で
itself
待機して
again.
る連中に警戒
Remind
さ
the
せろ。
boys at the cave entrance to stay safe. All units, prepare for battle.
俺と奥に来たやつはその場で戦闘準
The
備。
two of you that I ordered stand by will return to your position in roughly 7 minutes. Once we regroup, we'll head straight for the Bujum's location and engage it. After giving his orders, Dimitri checks how many rounds he has left in his weapon.
あんたたちも。
You're coming too?
当たり前だ。でなきゃ何だ。
Of course.
奴に俺たちを格好
Or
で
should I wait for the Bujum to kill the others one by one, then leave the cave and continue to wreak havoc on the local settlements?
ぼさっとすんな。
Don't just stand there. Get a move on. I don't want to be dragging 2 piles of scrap metal on the way back. And there it is. That thing. What was its name? Terror horn. There we go. They'll be fine.
こうですか？
You know what? Explosions. Explosions everywhere. Good, good. Kuro gotta stop lying. Nunami is not a tank. Neither is Lucid Tune. Both are tanks like Cinderella. Yes. Yay, gameplay. Blue Deer Wolf. Swimsuit. I forgot we changed her into that actually.
試してみよう。粉々になっちゃえ。治療法準備完了。
避けないんですか？怪我しますよ。
Huh. I was gonna say, it didn't die. I forgot, this isn't the main team. The enemies actually get a chance. Well, a turn. Not an actual chance. There we go. I forgot we changed her into her outfit, so let's watch it in slow motion. There we go. That was it. Alright. And now it's dead. The Boojum gurgles one last time, and then it gives up the ghost. Its ravaged body slams into the rocky walls and slowly slides to the ground. As the corpse shifts, its outer shell peels off, and faintly glittering pieces of metal fall from it. They clink crisply as they hit the floor. Oh, the dog tags.
隊長、あれって。
Leader Klukai, those are... Klukai gestures to Endors, indicating that she should stop speaking. Yup. Shot it so bad it went stiff and disintegrated. Immediate rigor mortis. Dimitri walks forward and picks up each of the metal pieces. He says nothing. Instead, he pulls out his combat knife and plunges it into the Boojum's soft exposed innards. With each sawing stroke, he opens a bigger and bigger hole in the Boojum's body, causing nauseating slime and collapsed crystals to ooze out.
怖っ。ブージャムを解体でもするつもり？
Wow, that's creepy. Is he trying to dismantle that Boojum?
これってあれ。
You know, like
ドラゴンを
like
倒
those
した後
heroes
に
who kill
素材
dragons
を
and
剥ぎ
eat
取
their
る
hearts
勇
or
者的な
something?
やつ。うわ、ダメ、気持ち悪い。
Ew, that's way too gross.
近くにいる
Big
か
Sis
ら何
Kukai,
かあったら
I'm
よ
going
ね
to watch the perimeter. Let me know if anything comes up.
手を突っ込んでる。
Good
本当
heavens.
に何か剥ぎ
It's
取るつも
reaching
り？
in there. Is he really going to pull out its heart?
ミシティ、実況やめてよ。
Stop narrating for him, Michi.
お前ら突っ立ってないで手伝え。
Stop standing around with your dicks in your hands and help me already, you two. Dimitri breaks his silence to call his men over, then speaks quickly to them. They help him enlarge the hole in the Boojum's side, and Dimitri half crawls into it. After feeling around for a bit, he emerges, covered in filth, and savagely wipes the ooze off his mask. Yeah, those sounds.
実家の土地区長よりひどい匂いだぜ。
Yeah, you bot. That was fucking disgusting. I don't think even the abater? Yeah. Abater back home smelled that bad.
何を探してるの？
What were you looking for? Dimitri doesn't directly answer Kukai's question. Instead, he cleans off the items he found inside the Bujum. Dog tags. What? Huh. It is a glass box, roughly the size one would use to hold a ring, with small fragmented collapsed crystals on it. A ragged cloth is stuck in the box. The part outside the box is unrecognizable. The only part of the fabric which retains its original color is the part near the seams. Looks like an Urk military flag. My guess is that it was used to wrap the dog tags and the box. But it's been corroded away. The Bujum's fluid seemed to have gotten into the box too. I hope what's inside is okay. Dimitri opens the box and takes out a small chip in the miniature military sound recorder. The inadequate seal on the container means that they're covered in collapsed crystals too. He pays it no heed and wipes the recorder down before pressing the play button on it. This is Warrant Officer Nikolai, overall commander of the 1364th Platoon of 7th Environmental Survey Corps of the Neo-Soviet Union District Environmental Purification Project under the Urk Contamination Zone Management Recovery Administration. Why? Sorry. I know it's supposed to be serious. He just went and said the whole thing, still while dying. We received orders from above. Perform an environmental survey of this region. Wall of pegs, yes. So it was him. Standing with their what, you heard him. The sound from the recorder is heavily garbled. A complex mix of emotion fills Dimitri's heart as he listens to the voice of his old friend in the recording. I don't have much time. We fell victim to a planned ambush. Our comms gear and protective equipment were destroyed. The enemy PMC called Mangai Security and Naitos. Yup. Naitos? What? Naitos from Paradise? So he knows about Paradise already. Wasn't Paradise wiped out long ago? No. Looks like they're still around, and they managed to get new helpers too. Looks like that job Mangai Security had escorting medical shipments was just a cover for them to restock their arms and ammunition. It seems they were already planning to attack us since then. Pizdos. So those bastards were lying in wait all this time. The recorder keeps playing. Nikolai doesn't sound like he's in good shape. His breathing is coming in rapid gas. Is coming in rapid gas, yeah. Mangai Security, far more complex than they appear on the surface. They're helping Paradise planting collapsed crystals and carrying out experiments. We did everything we could to obtain their information, stored on that chip. We made a simple list, the crystal positions and Mangai Security's defensive layout, and tried to get out our troops who could still fight to take it out. Most of us are infected by elite. Our guys are suffering from sickness. We're almost out of ammo. We probably won't make it out of here. Dimitri's body tenses up from anger. He is silent, but anyone near him would be able to hear his teeth grinding.
隊長、ディミトリーさんの様子が。
Leader, Mr. Dimitri doesn't seem well.
静かに黙って聞いて。
Be quiet. Keep listening. The recording keeps playing, but the sound quality keeps getting worse. It seems Nikolai's body is reaching its limit too, because he is coughing non-stop. This is a warning. The purification work is under threat. The final aim of Mangi's security and the Naitos. Unclear. So we need to preserve this chip. Don't tell me to be quiet. For that reason, we'll fight to our last breath, even if we have to do it with our bare hands. Only by fighting back against the entire world without ever stopping can we take back everything we've lost. I once saw a report when collapsed epitheliums bloom. Nearby carbon-based life forms have a high chance of turning into bujins. I hope it's correct. It might sound ridiculous, but this is the only way. His silence is loud. I hope our reinforcements find this. Hope that the news in this chip will make it out. No, it doesn't matter who finds it. Anyone who finds us, please kill us. Please listen to our final words as human beings. We are soldiers of the Earth's Environmental Purification Project Survey Corps. We have never once bowed our heads, nor will we ever. I read what you said, Nature. It's true. It's like for someone who's dying, he's not. Oh, there we go. The recording ends. For a while, the darkened mine is silent. The men from the Survey Corps are well beyond anger at this point. Their eyes are wide and bloodshot. The dolls from 404 look at the corpse of the Bujin they just killed and recall the words spoken by the deceased. Nobody can confirm the true origins of the Bujin. Perhaps it was just a monster that cruelly devoured the remains of the previous unit. But there is no doubt that in life, it was the toughest thing in this region. A veritable walking fortress.
アンドリス、チップの中身を調べられる？
Andoris, can you read the chip's contents?
試してみるね。軍用のチップとはいえ、
It's a standard military issue, but its exterior is damaged, and I'm not sure if I can decrypt what's inside.
ディミトリー総長、チップを見せていただけますか？
Mr. Dimitri, could I take a look at the chip? Dimitri glances at Andoris, then takes the chip out of the box and hands it over to her without a word.
一部は解析できたけど、残りはプロに任せないとだね。
I can decrypt part of it, but we'll need a professional for the rest.
中のデータは保護されてる。
Also, this chip is write protected, so we can't back up its contents or transmit them.
解析できた部分だけ見せて。
Just show me the parts that you can't decrypt.
了解。
Of course, leader. Got another. Oh, I am Bo video. Gotcha. Andoris shares the portion of the data which she can decrypt with Kukai via a level 2 connection.
これはメールの記録？
Are these email logs?
同じ穴の無地中、ヘドが出るわね。
Birds of a feather flock together, as they say.
何が分かった？
What'd you find? While the embers of rage are still smoldering in Dimitri's eyes, he seems to have calmed down.
マグニセキュリティとセスト&ファルベン間のメール記録よ。
We found logs of emails exchanged between Mangai Security and a company called, Chet Fabon. Or Fabin.
摂取なんだ？ベン？
Wait, what? Sextfatgen? What? Sextons.
今回あんたたちに医薬品を提供したメーカーよ。
It would be easier to think of them as the suppliers of the medical products you're using. Oh, damn.
これを見る限り、かなり訳ありみたいだけど。
However, right now, they definitely don't look like an ordinary pharmaceutical company.
何が言いたいんだ？もったいぶるな。
Stop cock-teasing me and get to the point.
ロレンは浄化事業推進のため、ここ数年、
In order to
イエ
progress
ロ
the
ーエリアに
regional
多くの調
purification
査隊を
work, the
派遣
ARNC
して
has
きた。
dispatched multiple teams deep into the yellow zones to
得られた
conduct
データが
environmental
規制に見合っ
surveys.
ているとは言い難い。
However, their losses are severe and the data they sent back isn't very ideal.
今までの犠牲、内部的には
The causes of these casualties have been classified under sudden environmental factors, and the cases have been closed, right?
ああ。たまにバレアグや今回のマグニみたいな人為的
While
な
they
も
were
のもある。
partially caused by human elements like the Varjägers or organizations like Magnite Security, they're responsible for fewer than 15% of our team losses.
問題はそこよ。
Well, that's the problem.
自分の目で確かめなさ
You
い。
should probably see for yourself. Kukai asks Andoris to project the email logs. After quickly scanning through them, Dimitri's expression suddenly changes.
こいつら狂ってやがる。
Those people are fucking insane.
野郎。
They...
クソったれが。
Blah. After seeing Dimitri cursing out loud, the other two Survey Corps troops move in to take a look.
パラデウスとマグニがこのエリア以外でも活動してるのか？
Wait, so Paradus and Mangai Security are operating in areas other than this one?
メールに書かれた場所聞いたことがあるぞ。
I've heard one of the locations mentioned in these files. One of my buddies who went through boot camp with me was posted there, and then I never heard from him again. Damn.
これはあくまで一部に過ぎないわ。チップをさらに解析すれば、
This is just part of their email logs. In all likelihood, there's more incriminating evidence of their secret activities in the parts we haven't decrypted yet.
コーラップスクリスタルの用途は明言されてないけど、
Also, while we're not sure how exactly these collapsed crystals are being used, there's one thing we can be sure from these emails. Paradeus is conducting human experimentation with collapsed radiation, and those collapsed crystals are used to adjust collapsed radiation intensity. Their test subjects are, for the most part, deceived and brainwashed unitates. Yep.
かなり大掛かりだね。ニコライさんのメモ通
Sounds
り
like a
な
big
ら、
project.
ここみたいな
And
場所が
judging by
他
Nikolai's
にもいっ
paper,
ぱいあるってこと
I take it they buried a ton of them.
だからそのための武装支援が必要だった。
That's why they needed help from external armed personnel.
グリーンエリアで活動してたマグニセキュリティが
A security PMC that usually operated in the green zones would draw a lot of attention if they sent people into the yellow zones over a long period of time. But if they were transporting goods or escorting research personnel on expeditions to gather samples, that would be the perfect cover.
この規模の動きをロレンが気づかなかったとは考えにくい。ロレン内部に
There's no
一
way
定
the
の
Earth
地位を
can
持
have
った
noticed
内通者
personnel
がいると
movements
考
on
え
that
る方
scale.
が自然ね。
I'm pretty sure they have people in the Urnk and they have control over their policy to some extent.
この証拠を上に提出して対策を取らせねえと。
I need to get this info and the evidence to my superiors and let them handle this.
このイカれて連中は生か
Every
しちゃ
day
おけ
these
ね
fuckers drop breath is another day the world is in chaos.
え。奴らの犠牲を無駄にさせてたまるか。
And I won't let the deaths of our comrades be in vain either.
このチップには高度なセキュリティと自
This
戒シ
chip
ステ
has a
ムが
very
内
strong
包さ
right
れています。
protection and it has a self-destruct program built into it which will trigger if it's duplicated, among other things. Right
今
now,
は
all we
チ
can
ッ
do
プ
is
そのも
physically
のの
get
保
the
全
chip
を
out
優
of
先
here.
した方が良さそうですね。
ああ、分かってる。
Yeah, I know.
とにかく
In any
入り
case,
口の連中と合流
we'll
し
be
て
meeting up with our
出
guys
発
at the
準備
mine
に取り掛かる
entrance.
ぞ。
We need to head out ASAP. Endor's hands Dimitri the chip. Dimitri returns it to the glass case with the utmost respect. He looks at the Bujim's body one last time without saying anything, then leaves without looking back.
私がいれば何も心配なし。
Cheetah. Don't worry, guys. We're almost there. Catalyst. The dangers hidden in shadow are due to erupt. Two hours ago.
コーラップスクリスタル触媒装置の起動権限を異常し終えたぞ。
Ma'am, we've transferred the activation permissions for the collapsed crystals catalyzers. Almost there means 3 days.
承知いたしました。
Right. Blue Sphere studies the screen before her coldly, then begins entering a series of commands.
全装置が予熱段階に。
All the catalyzers are warming up. Wait, are you seriously going to do that?
はい。起動するか否か、いく
Yes,
つ起動するか、
I have
いつ起動するかは
dis-
私が判断いたしま
no
す。
discretionary. There we go. Discretionary control over their activation, the number of activations, and when they will be activated. She's like, I have complete control.
ダメだ、危険すぎる。このエリアのクリスタ
But
ル
it's
量
too
から
dangerous. Given the number of crystals in the region, the radiation density is going to exceed 10,000
レッ
vertebrates.
ドエリアに匹敵する数
Those are black zone levels. We've got white zone, yellow zone, green zone, and now black zone.
回収並びに殺害任務は確実に遂行しなくてはなりません。
AKA the
これは
abyss.
至上命令です。
Our top priority is to recover the item and eliminate any witnesses.
臨界点を迎えるまでに
If we cannot recover the chip and eliminate the survey corps in 404 by the time the deadline is reached,
保険を使用します。
then this will be our failsafe plan. Blue Sphere's response to the man guy security officer is cold and aloof, as though this simple, savage, and insane plan is one of that is reserved for when there's absolutely no other choice. However, that is not the case. She silently studies the file in her neural cloud, It was written a long time ago, even before the very first catalyzer was installed. Its title is the Power Plan, PP, named after the first picture humanity took of darkness. And now, this darkness from the depths of space is about to descend upon the world.
放射線量の急激な変化は管制部門にバレる。俺たちの安全はどうなる？
A radiation spike like that will draw the attention of the oversight department. We might be in danger too.
でしたらプラン発動までに任
Then
務を
make sure
遂
you
行してく
succeed
ださ
so
い。
that there is no need to activate the failsafe. Damn. This game is racist, black is bad, and white is good. Oh no.
うちでは何とでも。
You talk like it's so easy.
ご存知だとは思いますが、今回の指揮権は私にあります。
I believe Chet Faban should have told you that I am in command of this operation.
命令に背くのであれば、
If you will not obey
即刻排除
orders,
し
then I
ま
will
す。
have you replaced by someone who will.
あなた一人が消え
The
たと
plan
ころ
will
で、
not be meaningfully
計画に支
impacted
障は
by
ご
the
ざいま
loss
せ
of
ん。
one person.
前回はあなたの
Also,
判断ミスで調査隊を
Your
殲滅
previous
する好機を
misjudgment led
逃
us
した
to
ばかり
missing the
か。
best opportunity to wipe out the
ブ
survey
ージャム
corps
と何度
detachment
も
in
遭
one
遇
fell
していな
swoop.
がら、目標
You
の
were
回
also
収は
unable
失
to
敗に終
recover
わ
the
りました。
objective beforehand during your previous encounters with the Boojum.
あのブージャムの移動速度と行動範囲は
That
尋常
Boojum
じゃない。
moves fast and it has a wide
300
range.
キロ以上も追跡したんだ
We
ぞ。
pursued it for nearly 300 kilometers. The man guy security officer feels a twinge of pain in his head as he thinks about the 2+ weeks he and his men have spent chasing the Boojum. It was as though the thing was intelligent, intentionally avoiding his forces and circling around them. But then it also destroyed everything it saw like a mindless beast.
兵を分散させて基地局を破壊。賞金
We
ハンターや
also split off our forces to dismantle the base stations and eliminate any Variegas and bounty hunters we found. And then we also encountered the Survey Corps reinforcements after that.
奴らの指揮官は明らかに手だれだ。敵に回せば厄介この
They
上
had
な
a
い。
good commander with them. He could have taken us out.
言い訳は結構。
It doesn't matter.
役目を果たせな
Chet
い
Faban
人
will
間は
not tolerate
グループに
mistakes
必要ありませ
or the
ん。
people who make them.
その
Why, you... Pardon me.
悪かった。
After realizing how dangerous his position is, the man guy security officer gives up on trying to defend himself.
調査隊の動向は把握しましたか？
Have you found the targets yet?
404と
The Survey Corps and 404 are hiding in the disused Yahanda salt mine.
追跡チームによれば
According to the reports from the team sent to pursue the Boojum, the wounded creature is probably hiding there too. No, it's dead now.
あの行動を封鎖するだけで
If we can lock the area down, we can trap them in there and take them all out at once. Just lick the walls, they'll melt.
推定所要時間は
How long will that take?
少なくとも3日だ。
3 days at least. Oh no.
クリスタルを埋め込んでいない
Almost means 3 days.
探索は行っていないから
The interior of the Yahanda mine is quite large, and we haven't surveyed it again after planting the collapse crystals there, so we don't know the interior layout well.
それに敵が内部のどこにいる
Also,
かもわ
they
か
could
ら
be
ない
anywhere inside there.
全員を見つ
We'll
け
need
出すに
time
は
to find
それ
and
なり
kill
の時
them.
間がいる。
それでは遅すぎます。
That's too slow.
ロレンの援軍が
Once the
到
Ankh
着すれ
Survey
ば、
Corps reinforcements
こちらは
arrive,
撤退
we'll
せ
cease
ざるを得ないで
operations
しょう
and。leave ASAP.
そうなれば、
When that
こ
happens,
こ
this
を彼
place
ら
will
が
become a
立ち入
dead
るこ
zone
との
that
できない
even
デ
they
ッド
won't be
ゾー
able
ン
to
にしな
enter.
くては、
By eliminating them,
彼
we
らによる
won't
影
have
響
more
を
time
なく
to
せば、
recover the mission
目
objective.
標回収のための時間を稼ぐことができます。
I told you I say that.
本当にあの手を使うのか。
Are you really going to use that plan?
それはまだわかりません。
I might not have to.
もし彼らが一
Tell
箇
me,
所に集まってい
If
て
they、were gathered up and I
そ
could
の
find
位
their
置を特定
location,
できた場合はどうなり
how
ます
long
か
would？it take you to deal with them?
戦力差を考慮すれば
Given the difference in our numbers and equipment, it would take only half a day.
調査隊の戦力は残りわずか。
The Survey Corps is fairly under strength to begin with, and that Boojum is
見
already
つかり
heavily
さえすれ
wounded.
ばすぐに終わるだろう。
If we can find it, we can kill it quickly.
厄介なのはあの人形どもだ。
The problem is those
奴
four
らさえいな
dolls.
ければ前の戦
We'd have eliminated the Survey Corps already during that battle if it wasn't for them.
4体の人形は私が対処します。あなた方は調査隊とブージャムに専念してください。
I will take care of those dolls. Focus on dealing with the Survey Corps and the Boojum.
それはいいがどうする
That works for me. How are you going to deal with those dolls?
考えがあります。
I have my ways.
私が到着するまでに
Secure the salt mine and its
周辺の
surroundings
地形を
before I
把握し
arrive.
すべての
Every
入り口
exit
に兵
must
を
be
配置して
watched.
ください。
Is that a life preserver around her arm or her shoulder?
彼らがその場を離れようとした場合を除き、
I don't know why. It just
私
caught
の
the
命
attention
令
of
が
my
あるまで
eyes.
動いてはなりません。
Unless they attempt to escape, you are not to engage them without orders from me.
わかった
Understood.
ところで、分散した調査隊員は見つかりましたか？
Have you found the Survey Corps member who split off from the main body?
ほとんどはな
Pretty much.
ほとんど。一人残らず殲滅しろと申し上げたはずですが、
Pretty much. I believe I told you to get rid of them before I arrived. Blue Sphere isn't angry, but the coldness in her voice is more terrifying than mere anger.
いや全員見つけたさ
We found them all. It's just that there's one more squad that we haven't eliminated yet. I've sent my guys over.
速やかに対処願います。
Good. Pick up the pace. Blue Sphere hangs up, and then she picks up the call from Cocoon.
もう着いた？
Are you there yet?
およそ1時間30分後に到着する予定
I'll
です。
reach there in another half an hour. Hour and a half. My mistake.
ならよかった。
Good.
ロレンの援軍が
I want to
到
confirm
着
something
する
with
そう
you.
だけど、
The Ark reinforcements will arrive in around a day's time. Will you make it in time?
問題ありません。
At the moment, yes.
今回、よ
However,
ほどな岩
I
塩
need
鉱
to
の触
activate
媒
the
装置を
Yahanda
起動
mine's
する必要がございま
catalyzers.
す。他の装置を起動するか否かは
As for the other
作戦の
catalyzers,
結果次第
that
で
will
す。
depend on the outcome of this operation.
決定権はあなたにあるんだもの。どう
That's
使うか
fine.
は任せるわ。
The sword is in your hands, Blue Sphere. How to swing it is up to you.
でもね、
However, Cocoon pauses for a moment, and her voice grows cold.
剣闘士が負けたら、賭けに興じるおじさま方は、
If a gladiator does not win, she will incur the wrath of her sponsors.
初めに伝えたわよね。
Also, don't forget that we've received explicit instructions. The evidence must be recovered for the mission to be considered complete.
彼らを駆除するだけ。
Just eliminating the personnel is nowhere near enough.
承知しております。
Understood.
そう。それじゃ。
In that case, all the best in your mission, Blue Sphere. I look forward to your triumphant return. Battle! Dimitri and 404 return to the mine entrance, where he shares what he's found with the other men. Something suspicious about this? Everything suspicious about this. After hearing what happened to the deceased and about Mangai's securities arrangement with Paradise, just about everyone present is filled with anger. We can't die here. Yep. Right now, all of us have critical information. This information was won by the sweat and toil of our brothers, and they gave their lives to bring it to us. So we have to make sure we carry their voices out of this godforsaken place. The people who killed them, who are harming this world even now, must be punished for what they've done.
その通りです。目に物見せてやりましょう。
Damn straight, we'll show them.
そうだそうだ。総長、命令を。
That's right. Just give the word, Sarge.
これからどうする？
What will we do now? Listen up. Our upcoming operation is codenamed Smoke Signal. After this, we're breaking up into groups, then scattering. I've sent the details to your terminals. Proceed along the indicated routes.
たった一人でもいい。誰かが生きてここを出て
If just one of us gets out of here or finds a usable base station, we win.
作戦成功が最優先だ。
Don't worry about the people behind you. The path ahead will be much harder. Yes, Sergeant.
お前たちを部下に持ったことを俺は
I am
誇りに
proud
思
to
う。
have served with men like you.
いいか。
Remember,
最
everyone,
後の最後まで生
achieve
きる
your
こと
mission
を
with
諦
all
め
your
る
might.
その
Despair
命を
not till your
その
last breath.
信念を貫いてやれ。
Don't let go of your lives or your beliefs. Yes, Sergeant. The men are fired up by Dimitri's speech and eagerly begin gearing up. Meanwhile, Dimitri heads over to 404. For once, he doesn't look annoyed or disdainful. Instead, he hands the box containing the chip and the recorder to Klukai.
チップは404が持ってろ。生き残ってる中で
Take care of
一番
this,
優秀な
404.
奴らをお前らに
I'll arrange for my best guys to go with
私たちが
you. You want us to hold on to this?
ああ
Yeah.
調査隊はすでに
Right now, the survey corps is low on men and ammo. We won't be able to take those Magnite bastards on in a straight fight. We'll need to find some way to ambush or surprise them.
お前らに託すのがベストだと判断した。
That's why I think giving the chip and recorder to you is the best course of action. Kukai hesitates for a moment, and then accepts the box.
了解
Understood.
ここは放射線まみれだ。
This place is heavily radiated, and the collapse storm could occur at any time.
襲ってきてもおかしくねえ。
Plus, those fuckers are bound to launch an attack. So if,
あくまでもしも
and I'm saying if, Dimitri lowers his voice.
同行する人間が死んだり、しんがりを務める状況
If the
になった
guys
とし
with
ても
you
気
get
にする
hurt
な
or killed, or if they stay behind to cover your escape, don't worry too much about them. Get the chip out of here. That's your top priority.
ディミトリーさんは一緒に来ないんですか？
You mean you're not going with us, Mr. Dimitri?
俺か
Me?
行くわけねえだろ。
Hell no. I gotta lead my boys to victory, right? I mean, there's no point in the boss being on the battlefield if he doesn't do shit.
ですが
But
勝利は万に一つもないのよ
you have no chance of winning.
来るかい。
Kukai,
そんな風
you
に
didn't
言わ
have
な
to
く
be
て
so.
も
Just straight up, you're gonna die. Dimitri doesn't flare up like usual upon hearing Kukai's flat denial. Instead, he laughs.
だからガラクタどもにはわからねえって言っ
Like
てん
I
だろ。
said, you tin cans don't know shit.
人間が綺麗事
You
だけ
think
聞き
humans
た
are
いバカだと
dumbasses
思っ
that
たら
only
大
listen to
間違い
what
だ。
they want to hear?
何が言いたいの
What do you mean?
ここにいる誰もが
All of us
そ
here,
れこそ新兵ですら。
down to the slags who just enlisted. We all know the odds of making it out alive are slim. Hell, even if their reinforcements from the survey corps show up right now, we won't be able to contact them to get help either.
通信障害にマグニが一枚噛んでるのは
I'm pretty damn sure those Mangai cunts are jamming our signals, and nobody knows how many of our boys who went out to set up the base stations are still alive either. Yeah, no.
基地局を探すにせよ。
So rather than hope we find a base station, or that we can make it out into the open to contact the brass, I'd rather place my bets on your team while we do our best to ease the pressure. If you make it out, it'll be worth it. If we survive, that's the cherry on top. Remember, if you get that chip out, we win.
でも人形と違って本当に死んじゃうんだよ。
But you're really going to die, you know. It's not like with dolls.
死にたいやつなんざ一人もいねえさ。
Shit, you think we don't want to live?
だが
But you know what?
命を
When the
張ら
time
なきゃなんねえ
comes,
時に
we'll make our
縮
deaths
こま
count.
るやつもいね
None of us is going to back down from that.
え。俺たちの死がクソどもの土産
The
話
important
にな
thing
る
is
のだ
that
け
when
は
we
許せ
die,
ねえがな。
it won't be a joke those fuckers will share over tea and biscuits.
何グズグズしてる？機械は機械だ。
What the hell are you grinding your gears about? I guess tin cans will be tin cans after all. Not likely to do you any good to understand it anyway. Just follow your orders and get the chip out. Don't worry about what happens to us.
わかったわ。
Got it. After seeing Kukai put the box away, Dimitri nods in satisfaction and heads back to his men. Listen up. We move out in half an hour. Failure is not an option for this mission. Got that? Yes, Sergeant. Beep, 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 beep. As the soldiers shout their assent, a deafening alarm fills the air and every man's collapse radiation detector glows with an ominous red light.
放射線量が急上昇しています。
Dima is a hero. Radiation levels rising rapidly. His tits. What the fuck is it now? Everyone, check the seals in your suits.
コーラプス粒子の流れから
Given the moment of the collapse particles, over 90% of them are coming from the inside of the mine.
ディミトリー、今すぐ脱出して。
Dimitri, you need to get out of here now. Yeah. Now hear this. Operation Smoke Signal begins now. All groups, move as planned. Keep regional comms clear, and once you leave the comms range, group leaders are in charge. Yes, Sergeant. 404, as the core team, you leave within 10 minutes. Make sure you keep the chip safe, 404.
言われるまでもない。
Of course we will. However, just as everyone finishes their gear checks and prepares to leave, shadows in the night pour in and surround them. Their twisted bodies and savage maws are made even more fearsome by the encirclement.
なんでこんなに生き袋が？
Where did all these elites come from?
多分大量の放射線に引き寄
They
せ
were
られたん
probably
だと
drawn
思
here
う
Oh.
by the high levels of collapse radiation.
ディミトリー、後ろに下がって。
Dimitri, take your men and pull back so you can support us.
404、戦闘準備。
404, prepare for battle and get ready to intercept these elites. Creepy crawlies. Alright. We're good to go. They'll be fine. Let's see if Dimitri and his crew actually survives this.
ちょっと試してみよう。
For some reason, I think they will.
避けないんです。怪我しますよ。
Oh no, an egg. Those are rarities. You can't just destroy them.
こっちこっち。
Hey! This is taking too long. If Kukai were here, they'd be dead already.
朝日さんの行動を悔い改めなさい。
There we go. What the? Game is doing things. I'm going to send a voice message of myself crying if he doesn't make it. 404 in the Survey Corps put up a valiant resistance, but in the end they are forced to beat a fighting retreat into the depths of the mine. Thanks to 404's supporting fire, the elites in the mine tunnels are temporarily cleared away. But they can still hear the howling of elite hordes some distance away. They take advantage of this brief respite to rest and reload.
ここって生き袋の養殖場なの？
Is this an elite factory or something?
この生産量
The spawn rate is way too high.
ないよ。
They just keep coming, big and small, in one continuous wave.
なんで一斉に出てこないのさ。
Like in games, objective, survive.
この辺りにいる生き袋全部が
My
引き寄
guess
せ
is
ら
the
れてるの
nearby
かも
elids were all drawn in.
近くの生き袋は
We
選
may have
別で
cleared
きた
out
け
the
ど
ones around here,
声
but
からし
judging
て
by their audio
入り口付
signatures,
近にま
there
だ
are
大
many
勢いるね
elids near the the mine
でも
entrance,
近
so
づ
we
け
can't
ないの
escape that way.
このままじゃ
But
放
if we
射線
continue
にやら
staying
れち
here,
ゃ
we'll have to contend with the rising radiation levels inside the mine tunnels.
コーラプス粒子の拡散状況は
What's the collapse particle situation like?
う風の影響で
Their spread rate
元の
is
速度を
influenced by
維
the
持した
wind,
まま拡
and
散
it's
してる
continuing at its original rate.
おかしいよ
The strange thing
粒子は
is,
拡散し
the
てるのに
radiation intensity
放射線
isn't
量が
dropping
下がらない
its spread distance, which
これって
means
粒子の総量が増えてるんだわ
the total amount of radiation is increasing.
増えてる何それ
Increasing? No way. Are the collapse particles generating themselves or something?
クルカイ隊長
Leader Kukai. It's the crystal. Andoris does not use her vocalizer modules for this. Instead, she requests communication with Kukai on level 2. She looks worriedly at the nearby soldiers from the survey corps. They've lost even more people during the fighting just now. After realizing what Andoris has in mind, Kukai switches to level 2 comms as well. What's wrong?
調査隊たちの防護服さっきの戦い
Their
で
protective suits have been compromised during the fighting just now,
使える材料もない
and we don't have enough material to patch or replace any breaches in the seals. Damn.
このまま放射線量が増え続ければ彼らも
If the radiation intensity keeps going up, they might have a hard time going on.
分かった
Got it. How much longer till radiation intensity reaches critical values?
拡散速度が変わらなけ
If
れ
the
ば
curves for spread rate and intensity uptick remain constant, about 2 hours.
ミシティと美容家を連れて周辺の偵察と生き袋の殲滅に向
Take
かわ
the
せ
two of them and keep watch nearby. Get as much information on the surrounding conditions as possible and thin out the number of elids nearby.
分かった
Will do. After ending the transmission, Kukai heads over to the Survey Corps troopers. Most of them are hurt. Their blood and the mud from their journey have mixed and dulled to a dark brown which stains their ragged protective suits. Dmitri, who stands at their head, has just finished encouraging his men. He is sitting against a rock wall, and the soldiers he spoke to earlier are gone.
ディミトリーそっちは
Dmitri, you...
生きてる奴は無事だ死んじまった奴は心配いらね
Everyone who's alive is fine. Everyone who's dead won't have any more problems.
放射線量が増えてるここにはもういら
The
れない
radiation levels are rising. We can't stay here for long.
え分かってる
I know
だが
that.
少し兵を休ませたい
Give my Bratva brothers, I guess, some time to catch their breath. He pauses, and then his gaze settles on the radiation sensor Kukai is holding.
時間はどれくらい残ってる
How much time do we have left?
2時間
2 hours.
よし
Right.
2時間だな
2 hours. Dmitri falls silent. He looks at his men sitting in the group and seems to be thinking about something. Perhaps he's running low on stamina, but his clenched fist is trembling slightly. However, he's doing his best to keep his face calm and steady.
俺たちは
We... Suddenly, there was a violent shaking. Salt particles from the rock wall scatter like powdery snow. Dmitri stops talking and springs to his feet from where he's leaning against the wall tunnel.
地
The
震
tunnel wall, wow. Was that an earthquake? Not far away, Andoris, who has been assigned to sentry duty, runs back while trying to keep her balance.
クルカイ隊長爆発が起きた
Leader Kukai, there was an explosion. Wait, we felt that.
爆発だ
An explosion?
どうなってるの
What happened?
原因はわからないけど
I'm not sure of the exact reason, but part of those pipes on the walls, the ones built to supply the sanatorium with natural gas, appear to have ruptured.
多分パイプに残っていたガスが生き袋に破壊されたせいで爆発
It is
したん
very
だと
likely
思う
that the pipes in the other areas contain compressed gas that wasn't cleared. The Elids broke the pipes, causing the gas to leak, which led to an explosion.
ガス爆発
A gas leak.
明ら
A
かに
single
一箇所だ
explosion
けじゃ
couldn't
ない
have
わ
created an impact like that. See? I knew those pipes were gonna explode.
そうだね。数箇所で一斉に爆発したのかも。
True.
とにかく
Perhaps there were
爆心
multiple
地を調べない
explosions
と
at once. We'll need to investigate the blast site to learn the exact reason.
一難去ってまた一難ってか。
It never rains, but it damn well pours, doesn't it? Andorus approaches the two of them and glances at her sensor.
災難だとは限りませんよ。
Well, it's not entirely bad, Mr. Dimitri.
こんな時に何の冗談だ。
Do you even know the situation right now? I'm not in the mood for jokes.
冗談なんかじゃありません。
This is no joke. Andorus projects the data from the sensor.
爆発で崩落が起こったのか。
The wind speed within the tunnel has slowed down, possibly because the explosion triggered a collapse inside them.
だいぶ落ちてきま
As
し
a
た。
result, the collapsed particles' rate of spread has slowed considerably. Ha, nice.
これなら息袋を処理してから脱出しても
This
間
way,
に合い
we'll
ま
have
す。
more time to clear the elids before we leave.
どうにか
Of
して
course,
防
we
護
need to think
服を
of a
修
way
理
to
しない
patch
とい
up
け
your
ません
suits
が、
first.
実はさっきから考えていた
The
んです。
truth is, I was just
ここ
thinking,
の療養
the
施設は
sanatorium
昔
inside the
随分と
the
賑わっていましたし、
Yahadna salt
ユナイ
mines
タ
must
ス
have been
もここで
flourishing
活動
ones.
していました。
In addition, Paradus's unitates were active in
物
this
資が
region.
残っているかもしれません。
Perhaps there were some supplies left behind? Dimitri realizes he was wrong about Andorus and licks his lower lip awkwardly before clearing his throat.
ああ確か
You're right.
まああれだ。
What I meant to
こ
say
んな時に
was,
冗談みたいに
you
正
dolls
確
are
に
always
分
able to
析しや
analyze
がって
things so
って
clearly
言い
regardless of the current situation.
アルゴリズムに従うだけのガラクタ。
Well, that's because we're machines that can only run on algorithms, after all. Dimitri sighs in relief after hearing the good news. He scratches his head in embarrassment, and his spirits seem to have lifted a little.
だったら洞窟内
Dang,
の
the
探索を
pipe
優先するべ
busted.
きだな。
Pause.
次の手を考えて使えそうな物資を探す。
So, next up, we should go investigate what's going on in the tunnels and come up with the next step of the plan while looking for usable supplies.
そうね。ただ放射線量
That's
は
right.
依然として
However, the
高いもの
radiation
の
levels in the tunnels are still very high, and certain regions might exceed your suit tolerances.
リスクがない
In
とは言えないけ
contrast,
ど、
while we dolls
人
do
形な
face a
ら
certain
放
degree
射
of risk
線量
from high
1万まで
radiation
耐えら
levels,
れる。
we can still move freely until the radiation intensity reaches 10,000 vibrans. Vibrans, there we go. Vibrarians. Yeah, that. Kukai doesn't directly state her desired conclusion, but Dimitri looks away and lowers his voice.
俺たちはここに残る。捜索は任せた。
We'll stay here. You can handle the scouting.
息袋の襲撃に備えて人形をここに一人置いていくわ。
The elids in the tunnels haven't been cleared yet. Should I station a doll here to help out?
いやいい。防護服が破れた。
Nah, it's only our suits
自
which
分
are
の肉体
damaged.
を守れる。
Besides, we got our guns and our bayonets. We can hold out for a bit.
了解。
Alright.
アンドリス。
Andorus, contact Belka and Mechty. Get them to gather up. We'll be exploring the tunnels.
了解です。
Roger.
当然の結果ですね。残念です。
That
あなた
stretch.
はここまでです。
Almost there. Almost. Okay. Not really. Sort of kind of getting there. Wow. 404 leaves. Dimitri rubs his forehead and glances over at his surviving men, who are huddled together and discussing something quietly. There is barely concealed worry and fear in their eyes.
シャキッとしろ。人間が人形より先に諦めてどうする。
Chins up, lads. Would be a disgrace if we humans gave up before dolls, yeah?
死んじまった奴らの分まで生きるんだ。
We need to live for the sake of our fallen Bravta.
遺族に伝える義務もある。
No, Bratva. Brothers, their families are waiting for news, and we need to take care of them too.
総長俺たち本当はもう
Sarge, actually, we...
ちょっと待った。
Hey, hold on a minute.
見てください。信号。
Look, guys,
信号
a
ですよ。
signal. It's a signal. The trooper holding his terminal is so delighted his voice is trembling and he's on the verge of tears. He eagerly points to the monitor on his communicator.
もしかしたら基地局を盾に行った連中が
I was just
生
thinking,
きてるかもって。
maybe
それ
we
で
could go check. The guys who went to set the base station might still be alive, so
助かった。俺たち助かったん
we're
ですよね。
saved. We're
総長。
saved, aren't we? It's a trap. The troopers seem to have been driven nearly mad by the possibility of survival. They all crowd around, seemingly forgetting that they have their terminals of their own.
変だぞこの信号
No,
俺たちの回線じゃない
that's not right. This signal isn't on our line, is it?
構うもんか。信号さえあれば外と連絡できる。
Who the fuck cares?
総長が言って
If
たじゃ
there's
ない
a
ですか。
signal, it means we can
動員が
contact
来
the
るって。
outside world. Did the Sarge say that backup would be arriving soon? No, don't do it. It's a trap.
合流さえできればパラデウスだろうがマグニだろうがへじゃないですよ。
Once we meet up with them, we won't need to fear Manguy or Paradise or whatever.
落ち着け罠の可能性もある
Calm
通信が
down.
つなげた瞬間
This might be an enemy
こちら
trap.
の位置がバレるぞ
It will be revealed if we respond and establish a two-way communication link.
だからって諦めるんですか総長
But
もう半年も息
but
子
we
に会っ
can't
て
just
ないんで
give
す
up on that, right? I haven't seen my boy in half a year, Sarge. Just as Dimitri is torn between what to do next, the terminal which received the signal picks up an unfamiliar comms request. 5 seconds pass, but the request to pick up is still going. The monotonous dial tone echoes in the cavern, while the communication terminal's notification light keeps flashing. After thinking for a moment, Dimitri presses a few buttons on the terminal and silently shares the transmission with 404 through the regional comms frequency. After that, he hits the accept button. The communication link is successfully established, and an inorganic voice speaks over the line. Uh-oh. Could it be Blue Sphere?
はじめましてディミトリー総長
Yup. Greetings, First Sergeant Dimitri.
誰だ
Who's this? Dimitri hears a beep, indicating that the transmission has been successfully shared with 404.
私はマグニセキュリティを指揮する人形ですブルースフィアとお呼びください
I am the doll in command of the Magnite Security Detachment. You may address me as Blue Sphere. Dimitri's face twists into savagery as he hears the other person identify herself. He takes a deep breath, trying to speak as calmly as possible.
何の用だ
And what the hell do you want?
投稿してはいただけませんか
I would like to request your surrender.
くたばれこのクソが
Yeah, that. He's cursing at her.
落ち着いてくださいディミトリー総長
I believe you should calm yourself, First Sergeant Dimitri.
口論は時間を無駄にするだけですそして
Arguing will only
あ
waste
なた
time,
方に残された時間
which is
はごく
something
わ
you
ず
do
か
not have.
それに
In addition, Blue Sphere pauses for a moment.
これは我々のネットワークですあなた方は使用権限を与えられたに過ぎません
The network you are currently using is under my control. Your communications are severely restricted and only effective within a limited range.
先ほど通 信ジャミングを確認。そして404
Calm
からの呼び
these
出しを
nuts.
遮断しました。無礼極まりない。
This is a serious moment, nature. I have just detected an attempt to jam this transmission and intercepted an attempt from 404 to call for help. I trust this will be the last time you attempt such actions. Damn.
聞こえていますね。ディミトリー総長と通信を共有する。416のスティグ
Isn't
マを
that
持っ
right,
た
First
鬼人
Sergeant
形さ。
Dimitri, who has shared this call with 404 and the doll imprinted to the 416 firearm who attempted to call for help?
放射線のシャワーを楽しみたいのなら話は別ですが。
Unless, of course, you want the radiation levels to rise more quickly.
やっぱりあんたたちの仕業ね。
So all this was your doing.
もっと穏便に事を運びたかったのですが。
I had hoped to deal with you in a more simple manner. That was merely because I had no other choice. In truth, the actions you took have exceeded my expectations and caused no small amount of disruption to the progress of my mission.
ここはお互い歩み寄ってはいかがでしょう。
Therefore, I was hoping we could make things easier for all of us.
歩み寄るだと。茶碗も大概にしろ。
Easier? Who the fuck do you think you're kidding?
そこで待ってろ。
You better hide and pray I don't find your worthless ass.
そちらにとって正面衝突は最も
A
避けたい
head-on
でしょう
encounter is the worst-case scenario which your
あ
side
な
needs
た
to
方を
avoid
殲
at all
滅するの
costs.
はたやすい。
If things come to that, I am absolutely certain I can eliminate all of you.
行動の入り口もすべて爆破で塞がっています。
The entrance to the mines have also been
退路はあり
demolished.
ません。
You have nowhere to run.
入り口を爆破？
You blew them up.
わざわざ爆薬を浪費するなんて。ご苦
Given
労
the
様だこと。
circumstances, that would only serve to waste ammunition and supplies.
言ったでしょ。穏便に
Like
済
I
ませ
said,
たいと。
I would like the situation to be resolved quickly
あなた
and
方は突拍子のない動きばかりする。
expediently. Yet, you are constantly creating new complications for me.
私はハプニングを好みません。
I dislike the unexpected, and so do my
私の雇い
employers.
主も。
言いたいことがあるならさっ
Get
さ
to
と
the
言え。
fucking point and stop schlicking to the sound of your own voice. We can't have Dimitri die. He's great.
こちらの目的は明白です。繰り返します。
I believe I have made my
投
objective
降して
very
はいた
clear.
だけませんか。
I will repeat myself. I would like you to surrender.
ブージャムに取り付けた発信機が破壊さ
The
れました
tracer we planted on the Boojum has been
あ
destroyed.
なた方が生きている
Since
と
you
い
are
うこと
still
は
alive,
あれは
I
討
take
伐
it
さ
you
れ
have
たの
already
でしょう
killed
か。
it?
私たちが欲しいのはそち
Still,
らが回収した
that
チ
is
ッ
not
プと
important.
録音装置です。
I want what you have.
もしあなた方に
If
条
you
件
hand
が
over
あ
the
る
chip
なら
and the
伺い
recording
ましょう。
device, you may state your terms.
死に腐ってろ。このドサンピンが。
Fuck off and dream of electric sheep.
これにはな、てめえらの
I've got
悪事
the
が詰まっ
evidence
て
of
んだ。
all your crimes
渡
right
して
here.
たまるか。
Like hell, I'm going to hand it over to you.
ディミトリー元新ソ連軍軍人
Dimitri, former warrant officer of the NSU Armed Forces.
2064年
In 2064, when General Carter's and the NSU hardliners lost power, as a member of those hardliners, you were transferred to the southwestern military district.
2067年
In 2067, you were transferred to Purification Zone
W2067-0341
W2067-0341 as part of the 775th Railway Defense Forces.
2068年
In 2068, you were demoted to First Sergeant for retaining confiscated property without permission.
何のつもりだ。
What are you getting at?
あなたの経歴を洗いました
I have briefly summarized your
親友の
background.
ニコライと比べ
You are a
て
much more intelligent man in contrast to your comrade, Nikolai. Uh-oh. Nikolai mentioned he's about to lose it.
私の要求に応じればあなたとその部下の命を
If you
保
agree
証し
to
ま
my
しょう
request, I can spare you,
ある
and I
程
can
度の
guarantee
自由
the
を奪われ
survival
ま
of
す
your
が
men, while their
命をお助け
communications
に
and
なら
personnel
ないかと
freedom will be curtailed to some extent. It is preferable to death.
人間の命はたった一度だけ
Humans only have one life.
慎重にお考えくだ
I
さい
hope you will cherish yours. The hand Dimitri is holding with the terminal. Holding the terminal with trembles.
10分以内にご返答願います
Please give me your answer within 10 minutes. The same applies to Hyde 404.
死の概念のない私たちにその条件を飲むメリットはないわ。
Death is not a concern for us. Your terms are invalid.
あなた方には依頼内容変更の保証金として手厚い報酬をご
We
用
are
意
willing
して
to
おります。
compensate you handsomely if you will amend the terms of your commission.
私の知る限
To
り
my knowledge, while you are
404は
unregistered dolls
非
affiliated
軍
with
事勢
the
力管理
non-plot,
局の所属であり
you
な
are
がら
fundamentally mercenaries who work for money.
表向きは存在しない特殊部隊。
She's attacking all angles.
私の雇い主なら今よりは
My
るかに
employer
いい
can
待
match
遇
your
を提
client's
示できま
price,
す。
provided you surrender to us and accept the deletion of your neurocloud logs
記憶の
corresponding
削
to
除を
this
受け入
time
れれば
period.
の話ですが、明確にご回答願います。
Please give me a concrete
そちら
answer.
の同意をもって
A reply in the affirmative will constitute acceptance of cooperation.
旧式の第二世代人形とはいえ、
Even though you
人
are
形
only
は
second
感情に流
generation
される
dolls,
べきではありませ
you
ん。
are still dolls, and as such, you should not be swayed by your emotions.
あなた方が現実に向き合い、最善を
I
選び
hope
取れ
you
る
will
よう
make an
願っており
accurate
ます。
assessment of the facts and make the logical choice.
いい加減な情報だこと。
Your intelligence is not accurate.
今なんと
What?
ハイド404規則
Rules and regulations for Hyde 404 members' commissions. Article 1.
依頼者が依頼を
Unless a commission is cancelled or the client violates the terms of the commission, no mission is in progress may be aborted under any circumstances.
一度決めたルールは絶対よ。
Rules are
異例
made
は
to be
認め
followed.
られない。
Nobody
最
can
強
break
である
them.
私も含
This
めて
includes me as squad leader.
何より
And besides... Klukai pauses for a moment. Her tone becomes more forceful.
エリート人形としてあんたみたいな命令に従うだけのガラクタ
As an
が
elite
一
doll,
番気に
I
食わ
am
ない
sick
の
and
よ。
tired of listening to a tin can like you who only knows how to follow orders. Damn. Dimitri rubbed off on her a little bit. Blue Sphere clearly did not expect this response from Klukai, because the channel goes silent. I knew he would love that. Awesome. Good. God damn. This is the first time I've actually been happy to hear something from a doll. Get him, and get him she did. Now then, Blot Balls, or whatever the fuck your name is, listen up. Call her Blot Balls. You're right. We only have one life. But how we live it and where we live it is up to us. So, if you want my life, you can come and take it. But here's the thing. You can't do that right now, can you?
お望みとあらばすぐにでも殺して差し上げましょう。
I have the fullest confidence of doing so. Huh. If you do, then why blow the mine entrances? Wouldn't sending your bully boys in to take us out be easier? The way I see it, there are only a couple of reasons why you do things that way. One, you don't actually have that much in the way of firepower, and you don't have that much control over the collapsed particles, which means everything you just said was a bluff. 2, you're stalling for time because you're too far from our little cave, or perhaps you're waiting for the right moment or something. As I recall, those Mangai mutts of yours didn't have any tin cans with them when we fought with them earlier. And you want to bluff on an empty hand with me? Look, kid, I was hustling when you were still a fucking screw in the toolbox, Suka. Damn.
残念です。ディミトリー総長。
What a shame for Sergeant Dimitri.
持っていましたが、
I was under the impression that you were an intelligent man.
それでもお会いでき
Still,
るのを
I
楽
look
しみに
forward
しております
to meeting you later. The transmission ends, and the signal cuts off shortly after. In her vehicle, Blue Sphere checks the call duration. They told
調査
her,
隊の位置は
"Have you found them?"
大体は特定できた。
Yes, I've got their rough location locked down.
では人員を再分配し
Reallocate your men
戦
and
力を
focus
集
your
中させま
firepower.
しょう
Do not move your sentries
爆
from
破し
each
た箇
mine
所を含め
entrance.
各
This
入り
includes
口
the
の保
ones
証
which
は
have
そのま
already
まに
been blasted shut.
坑道内のコーラップス粒子は完全に放たれている。
The particles within the collapse crystals inside the tunnel complex have already been fully
調査
released.
隊がこれを機に移動
Since
し
the
たら
radiation intensity won't go up too much anytime soon, don't you think they'll try to reposition if they get the chance?
彼らの物資では広範囲の移動は不可能でしょう
The remaining
近く
supplies
に
will
い
not
る
allow
息
them to
袋だけ
attempt
でも
large
手に余る
movements.
はずです
The elids remaining in the tunnels will constitute a major threat to them.
私はあと1時間で到着しますそれまで
I
は
will
一
arrive
切
in
の不手
about
際
1 hour.
も許されません
Do not make any mistakes until then.
わかった。
Understood. Alright. Battle. .404 heads over to the entrance they used to enter the mine. As expected, it's been blasted shut.
お姉ちゃん
Big sis,
試してみたけどやっぱ
I
り
tried
唾液
clearing the
が多
rocks
すぎて
away, but there are too many of them and they're too big. I don't think we can get rid of them.
アンドリス外付け装備で瓦礫を貫ける
And Doris, can you use your big gun to clear us a path? By battle, it meant more talking. Right? This is how we do battle. We talk it out. And we win. And Doris doesn't respond eagerly to Klukai like she usually does. However, she doesn't seem to have blue screened either. Clearly, she's distracted by something.
アンドリス
クルカイ隊長
Ah,
どうしたの
is something the matter, Leader Klukai?
何か気づいたの処理落ちがひどい
Did you
なら
notice
情
something?
報の整理は私に
If
任
you're
せ
having
て
trouble processing it, you can transfer the information and your progress to me.
ううんただ
No, I
不
just...
安になっち
I
ゃって
feel a little uneasy.
さっきの通信それに調査隊
It's
の
about
みんな
that transmission just now, as well as the condition of the Survey Corps troopers.
彼らならしばらくは平気よ
They'll be fine for now.
ブルースフィアの言葉を
As for
信じる
Blue
なら
Sphere,
敵は
she
直
just
接
said
攻
that
撃し
she'd
て
much
くる
rather
は
take
ず
the chip and
そ
record
の
it
前に
directly.
周辺環境の
So
把
we
握
need
と
to
物
investigate
資
our
の補給を
surroundings,
済ませてお
replenish
か
our
ないと
supplies, and come up
こ
with a
のま
plan
ま
to
じゃ
hold
反
her off
撃
and
計画も立てられ
counterattack.
ない相手の戦力は不明よ万全の体制で迎え撃つしかないわ
We don't know how strong she is, but 404 needs to be ready to fight her.
違うの私ブルースフィアの言ったことが調査隊の人たちに
No,
影響して
I
ないか
mean,
心配で
I'm worried about the effect Blue Sphere's words might have had on the troopers.
あいつが言ったこと条件の話
Effect? Are you talking about Blue Sphere's terms?
それなら私とディミトリーがはっきり断ったじゃない
Dimitri
あ
and
ん
I
な
have
のとは
already
絶対に手
rejected
を組
them.
まない
We will not be cooperating with them under any circumstances.
知ってるでもねグリーンエリア
I
でいろんな
understand,
人間に会って
but
きたから
leader,
わかるの
I've met a lot of humans in the
や
green
っぱり
zone, and
私たち
humans
と
aren't
人
like
間は
us.
違う
Rap battle.
ディミトリーさ
Epic
んの
rap
言葉
battles
も
of history.
みんなが戦友のために流した涙も本物だと
I
信じ
believe
て
in Mr. Dimitri, and I believe that the troopers have wept and bled for
人
their
間は
fallen
誰
friends.
しも弱さ
But
がある
everyone has their weak
弱
sides,
さは不安を
and
生
if
ん
they
で
feel uneasy about
不安
this,
は感染して
it
いる
might spread.
ブルースフィアの目的はわからない
I don't know what Blue Sphere's aim is, but for the troopers, the terms she stated while trying to negotiate with us must have felt like a lifeline thrown out to a drowning man in a storm. They got you again? I forgot my waifu and her banner were up. Hmm? In what?
われてみれば確かに
You've got a
生
point.
き残るために
They were
頑張っ
always
てきた
trying
ん
to
だ
take
もん
the easy way out
金
before
と身
this.
の安全が保証される
And now
って
that
言
an
われたら
alternative's shown itself, a single person giving into his weakness might lead to everyone turning traitors.
お姉ちゃんやっぱり気をつけた方がいいよ
We should be careful, big
も
sis
し調
Kukai.
査隊が裏でブ
We'll
ルース
truly
フ
be
ィアと
finished
手
if
を
they
組んだり
pretend
し
to
た
be
ら
putting up a fight while they're
それこそおし
secretly
まいだよ。
working with Blue Sphere. Michi's just like, yawn. This is boring. Nah. Mechty picks this moment to yawn, to the point of tears beating up at the corners of her eyes. And then she reaches up to rub them clean.
こんな時に眠くなるなんてどういう神経してんのよ
How can you even be sleepy at a time like this?
しょうがないじゃん今回の任務
But I'm
本当にしん
tired.
どいんだもん
This mission is so tiring. Oh, short whip. Gotcha. Okay.
余計なことは考えなくていい。チップも録音も私たちが持ってる。
Don't worry about
調
that
査隊
fact
が
for
どう
now.
決断しよう
We
と
have the chip and the
私たちに
recorder.
は影響しないわ。
So no matter what the Survey Corps decides to do, it won't affect our current mission. Kukai looks around.
美容家、ここにセンサーを置いて。ネットワークに
Belka,
はつ
set
な
up
げ
an
な
alarm
くていい。
here in case man
敵が
guy
侵入
tries
し
to
てきた
assault
ら
through here.
最大音量で警報を鳴らし
Don't
な
use
さ
a
い。
network alarm. The moment it picks up motion, have it make as much noise as possible.
捜索任務を続けるわよ。ブルースフ
We'll
ィアの
keep
口ぶり
exploring
じ
the
ゃ
area.
いつ攻
Considering
め
what
てきても
Blue
おか
Sphere
しくな
said
い。
just now, they're going
そ
to
れ
move
まで
in
にでき
soon.
る限りこ
All
こ
we
の
can
状況
do
を把
until
握して
then
お
is
かないと。
learn as much as we can about the tunnels we can. .404 searches around the location of the mine and sanatorium while keeping track of the time and their distance from the Survey Corps. They check in with them at regular intervals to share what they've learned.
そろそろ2時間経ったよね何も起こらないじゃん
We've been searching for almost 2 hours, right? There's pretty much nothing here.
療養施設が倒産した時
I
に
figured they went around clearing out all the assets in the sanatorium when they went bankrupt. So everything useful and valuable was probably taken away
ま
long
た骨
ago.
折り損だ
Looks like all that effort was for nothing.
そうでもないみたいだよ
It wasn't entirely fruitless. Andoris pats a pipe besides her.
パイプにまだガスが残ってる
These pipes still have some natural gas in them. It sells for a lot in the wet zones. And we can blow them up.
だから何なのさ風呂でも沸か
What
し
is
て
it
みんな
even
で
used
入
for?
る
Anyway, are we going to have the Survey Corps guys take a hot bath?
それにあると言っても
And
ほん
besides,
のわず
going
か
to our
だし
sensors, there's only a little
肝
left
心のガス
inside.
タンクは空っぽじ
The
ゃん
main storage tanks have already been
こんなの
emptied out,
ホワイ
so
ト
if
エ
we
リア
try
に
to
持
sell
ってっ
this
たって
data to
金
white
に
zone
なりゃ
gas
しない
companies,
よ
they'll probably turn their noses up at us.
でも私たち結構運がいいと思わない
But we're actually really lucky, aren't we?
ほら天然ガスって誘爆するでしょ
Natural gas is
これだけ
explosive,
ボロボロ
right?
なんだからガス
See?
漏れがあってもお
Belka
かし
has
く
the
ない
right
よね
idea. And since the pipes are so old, they should be pretty leaky too, right?
ブージャムや生き袋があれだけ暴れたのに
But they're all
よく誘
fine,
爆し
even
なかった
after
よ
we fought
ね
that Boojum and Elids and all.
人間もやることがいい加減なんだよ
Honestly,
こんな
these
危な
humans
っ
are
か
such
しいもの
morons.
使うなら
Everything was running fine, but they didn't even bother to check the pipes before they left. Now there's all that dangerous gas in there.
ガス漏れなんて起こってないよ
You just have to sniff to tell that there aren't any leaks.
それはどうかな未処理のガスって実は
That's not
海に一緒なん
necessarily
だよ
true. Natural gas only has a smell when an odorant is added to it.
誰も
It's
ガス
colorless
探知
and
なんて持ってないし
odorless
ね
in
今
and
み
of
たいな
itself.
状況は
Nowadays, they don't use natural gas in yellow zones, so most people in dolls don't have anything to detect it with. That makes it fairly dangerous. Yeah, natural gas is no joke. I remember at one of my jobs, we had a gas leak.
天然ガスはある程度の
They
濃
had
度
to
が
shut
ない
down
と
the
爆発し
place.
ないのここの面積とガスの量なら爆発はしないから安心して
Still, you don't have to worry. Natural gas only becomes explosive once it reaches a certain concentration. Considering the size of this place and the amount of stored gas, there's pretty much no chance of an explosion.
へ スって
Huh?
物知り
Really? Andorus? We should call you Andoruspedia or something.
だね。まるで歩く百科事典だよ。
Oh yeah, maybe the Great Library of Andorus, like in those Isekai series.
グリーンエリアの衛星都市は
Green zone
天然ガ
satellites
ス
cities
がメ
make
インだ
heavy
から
use of natural gas.
カフェテリアの
So the
安全マニ
handbooks
ュア
for
ルでも紹
cafeteria
介されて
employees
た
have
の。
detailed rules and
それで
regulations
ちょっ
for
とね。
working with gas. That's how I knew.
任務に無関係な雑学コーナーは終わった？
Right, that's enough talk about trivia. That's irrelevant to the mission.
総員、警戒を維持。
Stay alert and carry on. Upon reaching a fork in the road, Andorus suddenly comes to a halt.
隊長、待って。
Hang on, leader. I found something.
何？
What is it?
ずっと放射線量を計
I've
測
been
してたんだ
monitoring
けど、
collapse radiation intensity all this time, and the levels in this area are lower than other places.
コーラプス粒子がここまで届いてないんじゃない？
Could it be that the collapsed particles haven't spread here yet?
アンドリス、5分間計測してコーラプス粒子の流れをシミュ
Run
レ
a
ーションしな
simulation
さ
on
い。
collapse particle spread rate with wind speed factored in at 5-minute intervals.
はい、隊長。
Will do, leader.
結果が出たよ。
Leader, I have the results.
ここの粒子、密度が低い上に
Particle density here is fairly low while the velocity is quite high. And they are all moving in a similar direction.
やっと見つけたわ。
Found it at last.
何を？
Huh? What did you find?
出口だよ。粒
An
子の
exit.
動きからして、
If the particles are
こ
moving
こは
fast,
風が吹いてい
there
る。
must be wind.
つ
And
ま
since
り
wind doesn't occur
外へ
naturally in
の
the
出
mine,
口が近く
there
に
must
あ
be
るって
some
こと。
opening to the outside nearby that's letting it in. Time to make ourselves an exit by blowing it up.
へえ、そうなんだ。
Wow, I see.
ミスティのことだから。
Meech,
どうせアニメと
you
か
must have learned it from
知
an
識なんで
anime
しょ？
or something.
私だって
I'll go
すぐ
find
に
the
出口を
exit
見つ
right
けてや
now.
るんだから。
Just wait for good news, big sis Kukai.
お姉ちゃん。
With that, Belko runs off into the passage on the left.
まだ風がどこから吹いてるか教
We
え
didn't
て
even
ない
tell her
の
which
に。
way the wind was coming from.
大丈夫。美容
Don't
館
worry.
を選んだ道で合って
Belko
る
just
よ。
happens to be going the right way.
いつになったら命令に従えが理解で
The
きるの
words
やら。
listen to instructions have never managed to take root in that head of hers. Kukai shakes her head and continues into the left-hand passage.
アンドリス、分かれ道に戻って調査隊と状況を共有しなさい。
Andorus, head back to the previous fork and relay what
ミ
you
スティは
what
私
you
と一緒
learned
に
to the
美容
survey
館の後を
corps.
追うわよ。
Then meet up with us when you're done. Mechty, pick up the pace. We need to catch up to Belka.
まだ生き袋が残ってる。あの子
There
一
are
人
quite じ
じゃ
a lot
危
of
険すぎ
elites
る
here.
わ。
It'll be dangerous for her if she's alone. Are you still reading before the fight? Yes. Yes, we did. I was all reading before the fight. You started this shit 10 minutes ago? Yeah. We did. It's true.
ちょっと試してみよ
I'm wondering how this whole thing is going to, like, conclude and whatnot.
怪我します。
Like, what are we building up to in the end as well? Oh no. I'm getting sick of the enemy having turns. I might have to switch our party.
こっちこっち。粉々になっちゃえ。
It's like you're not allowed to do things.
避けないんですよ。怪我しますよ。
Melka runs so fast. She's gone in the blink of an eye. It's so dark inside. She's got some guts. Stop talking nonsense and keep up. Hmm?
お姉ちゃんもう会えなくなるかと思ったよ
Thanks for saving me, big sis. There were so many elids here that I thought I'd never see you again.
今度勝手に走り回ったら知らないから。
If you run off by yourself again, you can save yourself.
だって
But I just wanted to help you, big sis.
開き直るつもり？
What? It's my fault now?
ミス一つで済むか
The
もしれない状
situation
況な
now
の
is dangerous. Any mistakes could be fatal for all of us.
ごめんなさい
I won't do it again.
もうしないからお姉ちゃん
I'm sorry, big sis.
Yurushite.
Forgive me, please. After seeing that Belka seems sufficiently contrite, Klukai decides to drop the subject. A short distance away, Andoris is running towards the group after passing on her findings to the Survey Corp.
アンドリス、風速に変化は？
Andoris, any changes in wind speed? You skipped everything except the cutscenes? I started reading it and realized nope.
奥に行けば行くほど風が強くなってる出口が近いんだと思う
Yes, I've been monitoring the wind speed data. The further in we go, the higher it gets, so I'm confident we'll find the exit soon.
よし、このまま進むわよ。
Good. Keep going. At last, 404 reaches the end of the mine tunnel.
何これ
What the heck is this?
そんな
No way. The tunnel entrance before them has almost been blocked off by rocks. But a wooden beam has fallen to deflect the falling stones in such a way that there is an irregular hole roughly 30 centimeters wide on the lower left side of the entrance. There is no light coming in through the hole, probably because it's quite a distance to the outside. But they can hear the cold night wind of the yellow zone blowing through it.
どう頑張っても通れそうにないよミシュティのチビで
Well
も無理そう
There's no way anyone's getting through that. Not even a midget like Mechty could do it.
アンドリス、この隙間周辺の瓦礫の厚さと構造を計測して。もしか
Andoris,
したら
scan the thickness of the surrounding rocks, assess the loading of the surrounding rocks and support beams, then see if your big gun can punch through them.
了解
Understood. Wait, Monica Lewinsky data? Wait, what? What's going on, Rico? What are you talking about? Andoris performs some quick measurements.
隙間の直径を50セン
Leader,
チから1メートルまで広げ
I
られると思
estimate
う
I should be able to enlarge the hole to around 50 centimeters or 1 meters wide.
十分よ。
That'll do.
それと瓦礫
Also,
に付着し
given
た
the
クリスタルからして
crystallization on the surrounding rocks, this collapse was not caused by
だ
the
いぶ前
demolition
から
just
塞が
now,
ってたみた
but
い
by something that took place a long time ago.
なるほどね。
I see. Klukai looks down and thinks, I thought that's what you read. What?
マグニセキュリティの仕業じゃないとすれば、ここが盲点である可能性が高い。
That means there is a high chance that this place is a blind spot in Mangai's security's defense layer. If we can make this breach 1 meter wide, it'll allow us and the Survey Corps to escape through it.
話の腰を折るつもりはないけどさ
This
私の
probably
非常
isn't the
用
right
バッ
time
テ
for
リー
this,
じゃ
but
装備を
my
起動
backup
するだけ
battery
で
only has
精一
enough
杯
charge
で
to just barely
撃つ
start
の
up
は
that
無
big
理だ
gun.
と思う
It's definitely not enough for an attack. Not even one.
あれ消費量とんでも
That
ない
thing
よ
gulps up way too much power.
バッ
Like,
テリーの半分
it's
くらい
eaten up
壊れ
almost
ちゃ
half
っ
my
てる
charge on this mission so far.
ミシュティ大変だったね
It must have been hard on you, Mechty.
ねぎらってくれるのは嬉しいけど
Well, I'm not
後で
exactly
デールに
complaining
改
about
善
it
して
here,
もらわなきゃ
but I do need to get Deer to improve its efficiency a little.
なら、あいつに会わないとね。
You'll need to meet him first in order to do that.
アンドリスは分かれ道に戻って
Andoris,
状況
head
を
back
共
to the
有。
fork and update
他はそ
them.
の場で待機。
Everyone else, stand by.
あっ ゴルフェは容
ゴルフェ
赦のないんですから。そうそう、私の前に立つものはなんだって。
It's awful that China has great stories. They're way too fucking wordy though. I like reading, but even Black Beacon is lengthy. I remember when we were in the beta for that, and like, yeah, it was. Like I said, interesting, definitely, but very lengthy. There is conflict, but coexistence is not an impossibility. After contacting the Survey Corps, Andoris tells Dimitri about the hole they found in 404's lack of power. Following Dimitri's orders, 404 returns to the mine tunnel where the Survey Corps are. Huh? Are we giving up on that hole? We've checked all the other tunnels. That might be our only way out. But we don't have enough power to widen it. Even without the big gun, we can probably dig it out by hand, right? It beats just giving up and waiting for death, right? We don't have the luxury of doing that. Mangai security and Blue Sphere might attack at any time. Based on her transmission, we don't have much longer left. In addition, we don't have any tools we can use, and digging by hand isn't a realistic option either. But wouldn't it be better to have someone watch over it? What if Mangai sends someone in through it? We installed proximity sensors on every tunnel entrance we could find, so we don't have to post sentries. Rather than waste time and effort on that hole, we should meet up with the Survey Corps and come up with another plan. Leader Kukai, I'm still a little worried about the stuff we discussed earlier. I know Mr. Dimitri asked us to take the chip and recorder while they stayed behind to cover our retreat, and you and Mr. Dimitri basically came to the same conclusion just now. But I can tell that he's still hiding something. I'll keep an eye on the chip and recorder. The rest of you should stay alert. If they do turn on us, fall back to the regions with higher particle density. Their suits are damaged and they're probably low on ammo. There's no way 404 could lose to people like that. The other 3 dolls nod. Now keep quiet. We're almost there. .404 returns to the tunnel where the Survey Corps is waiting, and they discover the troopers sitting around a patch of empty ground, quietly discussing something. Larion, see this position? After this, take your guys and break through. Ignore everything else. I'll do my best to keep the fighting focus in the other direction. You think it'll work? Depends on our luck. All we can do now is take a chance. I hope things don't get bad enough that we actually have to do it. Got it. Once we're done, we'll head back ASAP to support you. Yeah. After handling out assignments, Dimitri looks up to see 404 and signals them to come over. What are you doing? Kukai studies the patch of empty ground. It is covered with salt from the tunnels. There is a simple map and various symbols drawn on it. The upper left part of the map has been circled for emphasis. It's not something you tin cans would understand. This is a defense plan. We used environmental data you sent back to make a rough sketch of the surrounding terrain. This way, we can set up ambushes around the areas with lower radiation density and ambush those Mangai security guys. We weren't just sitting on our asses while you guys were out. Dimitri taps the circle part of the map and writes an F there. Klukai looks at the map.
まさかマグニと正面から戦う気なの？
Wait, are you going to fight Man-Guy Security head-on?
そうだ。
Damn straight.
今までの礼をしてや
We're
らない
going
と
to
な。
teach them a lesson.
物資はそこを突きかけてる。
Our remaining
相
supplies
手はマグ
cannot
ニセ
support
キュ
an
リティ
assault
だけ
like
じゃないの
this.
よ。
We'll be going up
ブルー
against
スフィア
Man-Guy
の戦闘
Security
力だと
and
計り
Blue
知れない。
Sphere, whose fighting
こ
power
ん
is
な無謀
unknown.
な正面衝突。
This plan is
賛同しか
foolish,
ねる
and I
わ。
do not approve of it.
賛同しなくて結構だ。404に戦わせるつもりはねえさ。
Wasn't asking for your approval. We weren't expecting 4-4 to fight anyway.
お前らはその隙に証拠を
During
持
this
って
time, head back to that hole you found and escape through there. You dolls have neural cloud cores or something, right?
そいつも証拠に
Now
な
they'll
る。
to count as evidence
手
too,
足が
right?
もげようが知ったこ
So
っち
be
ゃねえ
careful
な。
on the way out.
メンタルだけは守り
You
抜け
can lose as many arms and legs as you want, but don't damage those brains of yours.
あの隙間に穴を開けるのは不可能よ。
We don't
あ
have
ん
the
たたちが時
firepower
間
to
稼
widen
ぎした
that
ところ
hole.
で、この計画は
Even
根
if you
本的
can,
に成り立って
even
ない。
if you can hold off Man-Guy to buy us some time to retreat, it's still unworkable. After hearing Klukai's answer, the Survey Corps troopers laugh.
総長の言う通りだ。反応もそっくりそのままだ。
The Sarge was right. He even managed to get her response down perfectly.
言ったろ。
I told you, right? She's a total stick in the mud, and there's no way she could have come up with a plan like that.
これで分かったろ。機械なんぞに。
You see now, don't rely too much on the machine's processing. In the end, the human brain is more useful.
いやー、かけなくてよかった。これ
Good
で負け
thing
た
I
ら
didn't
ベッド
bet
の
on
下に
that
隠
with
し
you,
たウォッカを
Sarge.
差し出すところ
Otherwise,
で
I
し
would
た
have
よ。
lost the last crate of vodka under my bed when we get back.
こいつら何言ってんの？
Hey,
も
what
し
are
か
these
して
guys
お姉ちゃん
talking
のこ
about?
と
Are they making fun of Big Sis?
バカにしてるね。
I guess they are.
石頭なのは
Although
本
she
当だけど
is
さ。
kind of a stick in the mud.
アンドリス、離れて
And
たっ
Doris,
た方が
stand
い
back.
いよ。
I'm sure Big Sis will get mad if they keep making fun of her for another minute.
30秒もしたら、
Another
来る回が
30
切れ出すと
seconds.
思うから。喧嘩は良くないよ。
But fighting is bad. As they see Klukai's face turn more and more grim, the Survey Corps troopers manage to settle themselves down in time.
笑いは済んだ。そろそろ続きを説明してもらっても。
Had enough fun? Would you mind telling me about the rest of your plan now?
穴を開けられねえのはバッテリーが足りねえからだろ。
You can't widen the hole because you don't have enough power, right?
足りねえなら探せばいい。
If you don't have it, then just find it.
療養施設に生きてる電源はないわ。天然ガスは幾分か残ってるけど、電力に変える手段がないのよ。
The entirety of the King James Bible, huh? The power supply to the sanatorium has been cut off. There's still some natural gas in the gas liners, but we haven't found a matching transformer for them, which means we can't make use of them.
その必要はないよ。電源なら腐るほどあるぜ。
How's that a problem? You need power. We've got it in spades. Saying so, Dimitri points to the military backpacks off to the side.
これはバッテリー？
Are those batteries?
ああ。
Yup,
どれも
all
共通
kinds.
規格で全ポートに
And
対
they
応
all
して
have universal
使えるもん
interfaces.
を全部持っていけ。
Take everything you can use.
どこからこんな？
But
デミトリーさん。
where'd you get all these batteries from, Mr. Dimitri? Did you... As she thinks of what the answer might be, Doris quickly glances at the protective suits that the soldiers are wearing. Just as she expected, most of the indicator lights on their suits have gone gray. Only a few people, including Dimitri, have lights that are still on.
デミトリーさん。私。
Mr. Dimitri, Unable to compute what the troopers might be thinking, Doris' neural cloud crashes. Damn. Cause
なんだ
she knows they're
また
gonna
くだらねえ
die.
演算してやがるな。
And what the heck? You're probably making some pointless calculations again, right?
今回はなんだ俺たちがあのブルーなんちゃらに投
What
稿
is
する
it now?
確率か
You think we'll surrender to that blot balls or something?
どいつもこいつもセーフティー外し
Just
やがっ
look at
て
you. Your weapon safeties are off. You think we're going to fuck everything up at the last minute with some desperate struggle that'll end up getting us all killed?
待っておじさん。
Don't
こ
get
れには
mad, Mr.
理由
Dimitri.
が。
Just hear me out.
申し訳ありません。
I'm terribly sorry.
ハンドリス、何認めちゃってんのよ。
And Doris, why are you just admitting it? After taking in the doll's reactions, Dimitri laughed scornfully.
よせよ。撤回なんぞに人間様の考えは理解できやしねえさ。
There's no way tin cans like you could possibly comprehend the choices we humans make.
理屈が全てじゃねえ。
Logic isn't
俺
everything.
たちは理屈以上の
Your
もので動いて
hard-coded
んだ。
definitions of victory and defeat don't apply to mankind.
騙すとしたって
And besides,
機械に気づ
do
か
you
れるような
actually
猿
think
芝
we'd
居
let you
か
walking calculators know if we
人
actually
間
wanted to
なめん
trick
じゃね
you?
えぞ。
Don't look down on us humans.
人間の行動は予測困難だからこそ警戒する必要があるのよ。
It's precisely because humans are so unpredictable that we're so wary of them.
なんだ
What?
褒めてほしい。
You expect me to praise you for that?
まあいい。言い争うだけ時間の無駄だ。
Arguing
とっ
now
とと
would
バ
be
ッ
a
テリー
waste
を持
of
ってい
time.
け。
Just
後
take
で
the
言い訳
batteries
され
that
て
you
も
can
困るか
use.
らな。
Don't go making excuses later on because you can't blast a hole in that tunnel.
ですが、それではあなた方が危険にさらされます。
But you'll be in great danger.
電源を失った状態
Without
で
their power
は
supply,
防
your
護効
suit's
果はほ
protective
とんど期
effects will
待で
be
きませ
greatly
ん。
reduced.
俺たちが何年頂上列車でやってきたと思ってる。
Please, we've been guarding the Great Wall Railway for many years now. We know these things inside and out, and definitely better than you.
お互いの弾薬も残り少ないのに防護服まで。
We're both low on firepower, and you're still going to weaken your defenses now? You must be
行かれちまってんのさ。
fucking insane.
このクソったれな世界にや
Well,
られてな。
you can blame this fucked up world for that. This time, Dimitri doesn't bother arguing with Kukai. Instead, he decides to roll with what she's saying.
ここはもともと新ソ連で。
You once said this place used to be part of the NSU, with fields and roads and cars.
空は青く。
People lived in towns, close to the land, under a blue sky and surrounded by green as far as the eye can see.
だが俺たちはそんな時代に生ま
Well,
れてねえし。
we weren't born in those times, and we sure as fuck didn't see any of that. Only thing left now is desert. Kukai seems confused. She's not sure what he's trying to say.
集落の人間を見ただろう。声だめみてえな
You
家
saw
に
those
暮ら
people in the
して
settlements on the way here.
病と生き袋に
All they can
怯え
do
る
is
日々を
hide in
過
their
ごして
shitty
る
little houses, waiting to die of old age, sickness, or from being eaten by wandering elids.
それがイエローエリアだってんだな。
That's the yellow
ホワイト
zone.
エリアとグリーン
That's
エ
what
リアは
life
どうだ
here is like.
そこの人間
The
はどう
things in
暮
the
らしてる
green and white zones, but are things in the green and white zones that much better?
この世界はな。
The entire fucking world is like this.
かつて人類はこの大地の至るところに
Once, we lived all over this land, but ever since those fucking collapse particles spread
人間は
everywhere,
まるで
all
家
we could
畜
do
みて
was
え
huddle in our shelters
小屋
without
に
taking
縮
a
こも
step
るしか
out.
なくなった。
And
ろくでも
even
ねえ
though-
話だろ。
Dimitri's voice suddenly fills with anger.
ところがな、頭の腐ったゲス野郎とも
Even though we're all stuck in our
今も
holes,
のうのうと庭付きの
there are
別荘
some
を守ろ
brainless
うとしてやが
blind
るの
fuckers
さ。
out there who love their luxury prison cells and want to stay in them forever.
マグニセキュリティ、パラデウス、
Mangi
そ
Security,
れにあのなんちゃらグルー
Paradise,
プ。
and whatever fucking
あい
Fobbin
つ
is
らに
funding
一発
them.
かましてやらね
We
え
need
と
to do something about
死
those
んでも死に
bastards.
きれねえぜ。
Otherwise, we won't be able to live with ourselves.
そうだ、あんな奴らの好きにさせてたまるか。
That's right. Those bastards need to pay.
カーター将軍が死んで、
You
新
know,
ソ連が死んで、
I once thought that
軍
General
人である
Carter was
意味は
gone.
なくなった
The NSU was gone.
初めはそう
And
思
then
った
any point in being a soldier was gone with them.
うさんくさく見えるかもしれね
But
え
you
が
know what?
浄化事業は人類
This
が過去の世
purification
界を
project
取り戻すために取った唯一
Though
の
it sounds sketchy as hell,
少し
it's
ずつ
actually
だ
managing to slowly take back what used to belong to us,
俺
to
は
all of
防衛軍時
mankind.
代からずっと見てきた
That's what I saw during all my years in the Great Wall Railway forces.
ノレンも新ソ連も関係ねえ浄化事
So
業を守る
regardless
こ
of
と
what I
は
believe or
軍
what
人
kind
と
of
して
state the
そして
NSU
一
is
人
in,
の人間として果たすべき
protecting
使
it is
命
my,
だ
is my
わかるか
duty as a soldier. Hell, as a human fucking being.
ここが新ソ連の
And besides,
大地だったらなおさらだ
This is NSU land I'm standing on right now. I once said I'd do anything to protect it, and that hasn't changed one single bit. Dimitri's words fire up the soldiers around him. This crude and brutish sergeant is used to having his actions speak for him. He's berated every man here before, and he's also stood at their head and stood at their head to lead them. Everyone here knows that there's a fire burning in his heart, but they never once knew where his anger came from. Perhaps what drove Dimitri to depression wasn't the destruction of his ideals, being rejected by the people around him, or the things left unsaid with his friend that he would never get to resolve. He was deeply unhappy with this world, and yet he loved it dearly. There was no way someone as passionate as him could sit back and watch the world march to destruction without feeling a thing. And naturally, he hated himself for being too insignificant and too weak to do anything about it. But ever since he joined the armed forces and pledged to protect the Neo-Soviet Union, he has never once put down the gun in his hand or in his heart. His words remind the men of the Survey Corps of the oath they took. Once, they swore to join the NSU Army to help push forward the purification project, but every time, things had not turned out like they had wanted. But even if things do not turn out as planned, as long as they can do what they can for the sake of their oath, it will serve as the kindling for the flames of hope, the bedrock on which civilization will be rebuilt. This vast land will bear the proof that they have existed. Nobody knows who was the first, but one by one, the troopers straighten up, solemn looks on their faces before looking towards Dimitri and saluting him. Damn it, I didn't do that. This is not a rational decision. Even without taking Blue Sphere's combat power into consideration, the men of the Survey Corps cannot face Man-Guy security. The only way you'll accomplish your mission is if 404 stays behind and engages them. Otherwise, you'll just be throwing your lives away. I'll poop myself if he dies. Bro, who wrote this? I told you, right? For humans, victory doesn't abide by the definitions you have in your heads. What's winning, you ask? For us, it's making sure you guys can get that chip out of here. Being able to give those arrogant bastards a good spanking would be a nice bonus. I repeat, according to your plan, the probability of Hyde 404 successfully evacuating with the chip is almost 24%. Meanwhile, the probability of the Survey Corps perishing is 100%. My calculations aren't wrong. It's not too late to change your plan. What's this? A machine's trying to point out the flaws in my logic. Do I look like an idiot to you? I do not understand what you're trying to say. Kukai's tone is a little stiff, but the look in her eyes says she isn't going to back down. You don't want to admit it. Alright then. Tell me, if 404 stayed behind to face the enemy, what's the probability of the Survey Corps surviving and getting out of this place with the chip? Not even 5%, right? We're going to die if we stay. But does that mean we'll live if we go? These are our lives, and we get used to them any way we like. So don't worry about this pointless crap, you tin cans. Like sitting here reading another Chinese gacha game dialogue, and it's just as long as this. But the difference is, if you enjoy it or not. And besides, if we let you tin cans handle the fight, you just run up and bash your heads into those guys, right? What you need now is tactics. You have to be tactical. God. Oh no. Got it. Oh no. Where is she? He's embodied the spirit of whatchamacallit? A best mom. Tactical.
最も適した策略を取るわ。その点はご心配なく。
We will adopt the most ideal strategy. You don't have to worry about that. The most ideal strategy? Those man guys have a doll too, you know. You think her processing power is that much worse than yours? Ingrid, yes. It's like we found a husband for Ingrid. If you can think of a plan based on whatever data you have, they can do the same. Then you'll lose the initiative and they'll beat you like a drum. No. Mother will not remarry.
あんたたち、人間の不確定要素に頼りすぎなのよ。実際。
You're relying too heavily on the unpredictability of human beings. The fact is, after seeing Klukai wants to press the point, Dimitri clicks his tongue in annoyance. That's enough of that. If you're a machine, then use your ice-cold logic and do your job. What's the point of bitching about all this anyway? And besides, we're your clients. All 404 has to do is follow orders like good little robots. Got that? See? This is the difference, though. It's how you write it. What the hell do you tin cans even know? Dimitri's tone is as unyielding as ever, and his expression shows no sign of softening. He quickly rips off the battery from his suit and throws it into the backpack. The remaining troopers follow him without the slightest bit of hesitation. Now all the lights on the Survey Corps' protective suits have gone out.
わからない。
I don't understand.
人形は破壊されても記憶を一部失うだけ。
Miss
人間は
X.
死んだらそれで終わりなのよ。
Sundari as commander. If we dolls are destroyed, all we lose is the stretch of our memories. But if a human dies, that's the end for them.
だからこそ。
That's why humans instinctively preserve their lives as their top priority. But what you've done is the complete opposite of that. I truly do not understand why you have made this choice. He even took off his mask. That's enough. Shut up already. That's an order, got that? An order. Now take those batteries and fuck all the way off. Like I said, I don't understand why you're doing this. But I respect and understand you and your choices, First Sergeant Dimitri. What the fuck are you doing? You being so formal all of a sudden is creepy as hell. As he looks at the solemn expression on Kukai's face, Dimitri realizes what she means. Perhaps humans and dolls will never be able to think the same way and reach the same conclusions. But at the very least, they can have the same goals. Don't go pretending to be so serious. Although he still looks like he can't be bothered with any of this, Dimitri holds his hand out to Kukai. I'll say this one last time, so listen up. Oh no! We are the 3,767th platoon of the 7th Environmental Survey Corps in the Neo-Soviet Union District Environmental Purification Project under the Urn Contamination Zone Management and Recovery Administration. Bring the contents of that lockbox out of here in one piece. Get it out of this mountain and get it out of the contamination zone. Got that? Request acknowledged and accepted. We'll bring the chip and the recorder out in one piece and hand them over to someone trustworthy in the Earth government. They solemnly shake hands, and then Dimitri's face cracks into a smile. That's more like it. See, you tin cans should have just done that earlier. That way we wouldn't have had any issues, right? Suka blood, I swear this is the last time I'll ever work with a tin can. It may just be, sadly. Now get out of here before I change my mind. All the best. They've argued every step of the way here, but before bidding each other farewell, they finally shake hands and make peace with each other. The proximity alarms hide 404 left in the mine entrances begin to go off 20 minutes after they leave. The final battle is at hand. Final battle? You lie! Look how many are left. Reconnaissance complete. Regional information has been consolidated. Transmitting. Receiving data. Please, I can't take it anymore. No more, please. Have mercy. I mean, whether they live or die is kind of up in the air right now. I'm not so sure. Echelon deployment complete. They can probably hold on for a while longer. Let's go, Mechty. Don't die, okay? Off they go. Nita's kit is word soup? Wait, what? If I'm done before you hit the fight, I'm gonna cry for you. Alright, you know what? We're gonna speed things up. And by speed things up, I mean Kukai riding her bike straight into the enemy. Cause that's what's gonna happen. Actually, there's quite a few of them in that corner, I just noticed. Suhomi might take care of them though, let's see. Yep. And then she's gonna ride her bike into the other ones probably. Yup. No turns for you. I've installed the temporary signal booster. Big sis, we can contact the survey corps now. Dimitri, do you read me? There's a short burst of static, followed by Dimitri's annoyed voice. Went through the base dailies, watched the interactive skin scene, and started other dailies before you finished. Nice. Cut the crap and get to work. Right. Andors, set up the gun. Mechty, help hook up the backup power. Will do, Leader Kukai. Mechty, I'll have to trouble you to help me out. Okay. Who knows? Maybe if I finish up quick, I might be able to... Mechty hesitates for a moment and decides not to finish her sentence. Focus on the mission. Belka, stay alert. Ensure there is no threats within 100 meters. Avoid contact with any Mangai security forces. If you do encounter them, wipe them out immediately. Leave it to me, big sis. 404's members take their positions, and the sound of the Survey Corps exchanging fire with Man-Guy security comes in over the comms channel.
2班は5時方向へ撤退。敵を誘い込め。
Squad 2, fall back to point 5. Draw the enemy in.
3班は右から
Squad
挟み
3,
撃ちだ。
flank them from the right. Dmitri barks his commands amidst the gunfire, serving as a rallying beacon for his men. His troopers have entrusted their lives to him. Their battle cry and blood are the fuel for their ideals. Sarge, Squad 3 has taken out the target. Your orders. The trooper's voice is drowned out by a torrent of gunfire, and he says no more. Reality is as cruel as ever.
3番、聞こえるか。おい。
Squad 3, do you read me? Squad 3! This is Squad 5. Squad 3 is... They're all gone.
5班は3番の任務を
Squad
続ける。
5, fill that hole. Yes, Sergeant. Sergeant, this is Squad 4. We've encountered Elids. Your orders.
高機動タイプを優先して撃破。
Kill the fast movers. Don't let the others head towards Larion and 404. The battle rages on. The original channel is filled with the sound of gunshots, electrical static, and the howls of Elids. There are fewer and fewer responses to Dimitri's voice. Dimitri silently counts up the number of survivors, then grits his teeth and makes up his mind.
ローリング。そっちはどうだ。
Larion, how are things on your end?
今着いたばかりだよ。
Just arrived. Got delayed by a bunch of Elids.
通話スポットは起動したと。
I've opened the compressor valve. I'm the only one left now.
乗ったらできる限り早くそっちに。
I'll get back ASAP. Although he's doing his best to pretend that there's nothing wrong with him, his voice trembles a little. Nobody can be completely unmoved by death.
ああ。そこでしばらく様子を見ろ。
Right. You stay there for a bit and keep an eye on things. Contact me again once you confirm that it's working. And stay safe out there.
総員、ポイント F まで撤退。
Everyone, begin falling back to point F. Mind your ammo while moving. Once you reach point F, close with the enemy and draw them in. Having received their orders, the soldiers murmur their assent and begin their final relocation. The grave, sadly, on 404's side. Yes, chips are my favorite as well too. On 404's side.
ポイント F ってあの見取り図でひときわ
If
目
I'm
立
not
った場
wrong,
所だよね
they placed a lot of emphasis on point F, right?
最初
They
に
circled it
上
heavily on their
陸
map in the
した
soul.
時だから
That was the place from the first batch of intel we sent back. And if I'm not wrong, it's a
公共トイレ付近の配管室閉鎖的な空間で
it's a pipe room near the public baths. A small room sealed on 3 sides. The water and gas pipes for the baths pass through here.
え
Then are they going to
お姉ちゃんあい
fix
つ
this
は大
Kukai?
丈夫
Are
な
they
の
going to be okay? No. No, Belka. They're not.
アンドリスの話が正しければパイプに残ったくらいのガスじゃ爆発は起こせないんです
From what Andorra said earlier, the natural gas is dispersed throughout the entire pipe network. Even if it leaked, the gas density in that room wouldn't be enough to trigger a detonation.
それは私たちが考えることじゃない任務に集中しなさい
Don't worry about that. Focus on our mission.
アンドリス
Andorra,
そっ
Mechty,
ちはどう
how are things on your end?
電源接続完了
Leader,
いつで
we
も射撃
successfully
プログラム
connected the
をロード
backup
できるよ
power supplies. We can begin loading the program.
すぐに始めて
Start now.
ロードが完了したら予熱シークエンスを
After
開
the
始
program is loaded,
発射1分前に入ったらカウントダウ
follow it
ンを
immediately with the warm-up sequence. Begin the countdown 1 minute before firing.
了解
Got it. After giving out orders, Kukai switches to the regional comms frequency.
ディミトリー発射準備を開始したわ
Dimitri, we've begun loading the program. Are you still there?
当たり前だ。俺たちを誰だと思ってる。
Of course. Who the hell do you think we are?
総員
Everyone, hold fire once you get to the point. Wait for my signal. The channel briefly goes quiet.
ブルースフィアは
Is Blue Sphere there?
まだいけない。だが目撃情報は
Not on my side. But some of the squads falling back have spotted her. Uh-oh. A deafening gunshot blends with an ear-piercing shriek from an Eland. Shut up!
ディミトリ、何があったの？ディミトリ。
Dimitri, what happened? Dimitri! There was no response from the channel for a long time. About 5 minutes later, all the noise from the other side slowly fades away. Ah, crap. I am here now. Blue Sphere's cool, calm voice comes in over the regional comms channel.
ビオカ、信号増幅器を壊して、総員、通信を切断。
Belka, destroy the amplifier. 404, cut all comms now. The transmission cuts off.
想定通りの勝利です。本当はもう少し完璧に終わっ
Blue Sphere. Oh, cutscene. Since you've lost contact with 404, there's no need to keep this. Damn, she's tall. Leave one man here, watch them. The rest of you keep searching for 404. If you encounter any survey corps, kill them on the spot. No need to report it. First Sergeant Dimitri, under most circumstances, tactics cannot make up for an overwhelming difference in firepower. That's why in those rare cases which they miraculously do, are hailed as legends by you humans. Huh, like I give a fuck. Where is Hyde 404? Fuck knows. Those dolls go wherever they want. It's none of my business. I know they have the chip. You're just a decoy. Don't try to stall for time. You won't find them. The fact that you chased us down blindly shows that you don't actually know the place. You've been colluding with Paradise here, doing all kinds of shady business. But you're still clueless about the terrain. If it weren't for your stupid guns, I would have made short work of you. It's true. I don't have much time left. It's a shame. If you had understood your position better and made the right choice, he could have lived. Fuck you. I mean, yeah, no. I don't think he won that, though. Jeez. Okay. Let's see what if he actually survived that encounter or not. Because she still needs information. And we just lost someone else too. We lost random soldier number 5. Up. Another cutscene. Nice. Stop struggling. I'm sure you know that this is your final chance. Your last remaining subordinate is still alive because I spared him for now. In 5 minutes, I will shoot him right in the heart. Humans only get one shot at life. Staying alive is the most crucial thing, right? Don't you want to live to go home? Then tell me, where is Hyde 404? What do I get out of telling you? You will be properly settled, and your only remaining subordinate will receive medical treatment. So my other men all died for nothing.
条件は
Name your terms. I demand a survivor's
い
pension.
いでしょう。
That can be
もっ
arranged.
と早くそうしていれば
Should have done this to begin with,
他の
first,
方も
first
死なずに
sergeant.
済んだのですよ
If you had made this choice earlier, your other subordinates would have
さ
lived.
あ言いなさい。
Now spit it out.
404はど
Where
こで
is
す
404? 404. Ugh.
そろそろ限界のようですね。
Your body is also at its
素直
limit.
に吐けばす
Give
ぐ
me
に治療に
404's
当たらせま
location,
しょう。
and I'll get a medic to treat your wounds. 404. They. They're digging up your motherfucking boss's ancestral grave. Sergeant Dimitri, hurry! I'm back right on time. Damn, you're too late.
諦めが悪いですね。
How very
ディ
naive.
ミトリー総長。
First Sergeant Dimitri. That's what he wanted, though. You. Well. 404. Go!
5 4
Damn.
3
Well then.
2 1
Nice. Jeez. Oh, oh no! To just stand there and see that coming, it's just like, fuck. Damn. Yeah. Jimmy number 3, no. We did it, Big Sis Kukai. We actually blasted the cave open. The big gun.
外付け装備を破棄。すべての照明を落として北西方向へ速やかに撤退するわよ。
That was so good. But we lost our boys. Ditch the gun. Observe light discipline. Fall back at top speed. Head to the northwest.
了解、隊長。
Yes, Leader Kukai.
早く逃げよう。
Come on, run, run, run.
あのさ、
Should
別
we
れ
get?
道に戻って
Should we head back to the fork and try to contact those guys? Kukai glances back at the mine entrance. It is spewing flames and belching smoke like an actual smoke signal, sending a warning of danger into the distance. As she watches the plume of smoke rise into the sky, Kukai's gaze hardens.
撤退よ。
Relieving. Hide 404 runs for the night as explosions go off non-stop behind them.
404を敵に回したのが運の
And
尽
there
きよ。
she is. Damn. Go out in a blaze of glory. Every man's dream. Hats off, team, right? That was so good. They move quickly, avoiding Elid attacks as best they can. But this sustained high output movement is rapidly draining what little of their charge remains.
隊長、20分以内に補給しないと。
Leader Kukai, we'll need to lower our travel speed if we do not replenish our power supply in 20 minutes. You missed a childhood friend. Oh, blue childhood friend is tired of your shit. Yes, she was. But listen, we won in the end.
分かったわ。現在の速度を保ったまま
Understood.
前進。
Maintain our current speed as we move on.
こ
Are you sure we're supposed to be headed this way? Listen, we're out of the cave. Feels like we'll get lost easily without a GPS to track our position. We can use celestial navigation. Since there are frequent storms in this region, the sky is actually clearer than the green and white zones. According to the stars, we're proceeding in the general direction of our temporary base. That said, pinpointing the location of the supply caches we encountered along the way is going to be quite difficult. Quite difficult, you say? So, basically, we're super screwed then. Can we really take those soldiers' stuff with us? Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Mechty isn't just giving up right away? That's new. Well, they said all that stuff, and then they even gave their lives for us. Dimitri's okay. He's okay, right? Yeah, he's doing good. Well, no one's suffering anymore. There you go. I mean, I don't really understand how this sort of thing feels, but I see it in anime all the time. In human terms, they would really be a great bunch of soldiers, right? So, I kind of want to try to be like those MCs in anime and finish the mission that they entrusted to us. That would be super cool, right? That doesn't matter. However, Belka glances at Kukai, who's running at their head. Even if I end up as a pile of scrap here, I'll make sure I help Big Sis complete her mission first. Looks like everyone's pretty motivated. Too bad motivation isn't the same as battery charge. Just having enough charge for the four of us to walk out of here would be good. There we go. He's in a better place. Yes. I can't wait to see him again. It's going to be crazy. In a flashback. If only we could use magic. Then I could say, summon supplies, and a supply point would appear in front of us. You should go ahead and say it then. Huh? Because we just found a supply point. Kukai gestures, signaling for the three of them to stop. Are those Mangi security personnel? Aren't they all in the mine? They're probably sentries who were left outside to stand watch. They didn't find our escape tunnel, but there's most likely perimeter set up around the salt mine. She's a wizard now. Yes. Wait a minute. When you said supply point just now, did you mean... No. We can't. It's too scary. If there's no chance, we'll make one. Besides, there aren't many of them. We still have a chance. Hide 404. Prepare for battle. Eliminate all enemy units and plunder their supplies. We robbing them. Our leader told us to do it. So it must be done. Actually, what can I plant? Explosives. I'm going to make sure they go out with a bang. 2 explosives, because there's nowhere else for me to put them where they'll be effective. Let's go. Kukai is actually Robin Hood. Yes. So I'm wondering if, like, we're actually going to show up, like, Commander before or after they resolve everything. Because at the moment, I mean, they're actually getting through everything on their own. Unless we're gonna have to fight Blue Sphere. Like, maybe she actually survived. Aww. They didn't use my boxes of boom. While the battle rages on, Kukai looks around from where she's hiding behind cover and sets her sights on a jeep that's guarded by only one trooper. Oh no. Poor guy. One day away from retirement. Just stand there, la 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 la. After this mission, it's like I can go relax. Everyone, listen up. I'm going to seize the Magnite security vehicle at my 10. Belka, Mechty, stay put in and divide up the enemy with suppressive fire. And Doris, follow me and suppress the trooper near the vehicle. By suppress, she means kill. Yes, Leader Kukai. Be careful, big sis. Hurry up. We won't last much longer over here. Move out. As Kukai gives the order, 404's dolls split up and deploy. The isolated Mangai security troopers are caught completely off guard by the sudden ambush and panic. Some of the men on the outer perimeter try to drive away, including the man Kukai marked earlier. And Doris opens fire to intercept him. Meanwhile, Kukai uses this opportunity to reach the vehicle. Die. Kukai coldly opens fire. Her bullet pierces the vehicle's windshield and the driver is hit. He loses control of the vehicle, which comes barreling towards Kukai. Kukai seizes the opportunity and leaps on top of the vehicle before slipping into the cabin through the side window. She opens the door and throws the stunned driver out. Then she takes his place, steps on the gas, and turns the steering wheel around, sending the jeep towards the other three dolls. Everyone, disengage and mount up. After hearing Kukai's command, the others climb into the jeep. Kukai glances at the vehicle's GPS and quickly figures out the current location. She drives towards 404's temporary base, chased by the sound of Mangai Security's gunfire. I'm not even sure how close we are to the end right now. After evading pursuit from Mangai Security, 404 organizes the various supplies inside the Mangai Security Jeep before topping themselves off at their own discretion. Good thing we picked up a Jeep with lots of stuff. It's a shame there aren't any spare parts, but having a full charge feels great. I would rather advise no one than advise Crow, who was the last one. That's hilarious. I didn't pick it at random. That vehicle only had a fifth of its designated completely. Yeah. But its ground clearance was as low as the other vehicles. That implied that this vehicle was heavily laden with supplies. Well done, big sis. Dismount once you finish resupplying. We don't know if there's a tracker on this vehicle, so we'll have to go on foot to avoid Mangai Security catching up with us. I checked the environmental data stored in the vehicle against a static map of the region and found an abandoned settlement nearby. Since our night vision gear is damaged to varying extents and a collapse storm is coming, why don't we take shelter there, leader? Right, let's do that. They climb down from the vehicle, then begin heading in the direction Andoris indicated, towards the abandoned settlement. Fortunately, 404 manages to reach the abandoned settlement before the collapse storm hits. Right. Everyone, rest and resupply.
電力節約のために美容家とアンドリスは
In
交
order
代
to
で暗視
conserve
機能を
power,
使って
Belka and Doris will use
照明
night
は全
vision
て
in
落とすの
shifts.
よ。でないと
Observe
位置
light
がバレか
discipline
ねない。
throughout.
はい隊長
Will do, leader. After that, the ruins are plunged into darkness. Kukai takes her terminal out again. She doesn't expect the signal to come back on or for him to reply. Instead, she just stares at the long list of messages reading, "Where are you?" And it seems to grant her a small measure of peace.
あの連中と一緒だった頃は毎晩明るい中でバカ騒ぎしてたのに慣れないわね
When we were traveling with those soldiers, every night was always lit up. Now, I'm having a bit of trouble getting used to not having them around. There's no way he actually died? Nah. What if he's a Nikkei and nobody knew? He just needs another shell.
もともと人形に照明なんていらないけどね
Well, we dolls never needed much in the way of light in the first
暗視
place.
機能が壊れてなければ
And if it wasn't because Kukai and I got our night vision modules damaged, we wouldn't use lights at all. Mechty leans against a nearby wall.
なんだか
But for
寝
some
つけ
reason,
ないや
I just can't fall asleep. She's singing the song. As Andoris polishes her gun, she begins unconsciously humming the soldier's song.
アンドリスその歌はやめて
Andoris, please stop. For some reason, it sounds really weird hearing that now.
あごめんつい
Ah, I'm sorry. I did it without thinking. Unlike how the other three dolls are showing signs of relaxing, Kukai has calmed herself down and her expression is cold as she silently regards the box which the soldiers gave her.
この任務必ず成功させるわ
We will succeed in carrying out this mission. The rope binding the box has come a little loose. Kukai carefully undoes it and prepares to tie it back up again.
隊長8時方向に高熱源反応
Leader, picking up strong heat signatures at your 8.
全員遮蔽物に隠れて
Everyone, take cover. She's having a mind switch. Before Kukai can finish speaking, she hears the sound of bullets ripping through the air from behind her and to her left. Since she can't see, she is forced to swiftly duck on pure instinct. Although she avoids being directly and fatally hit, the high energy particle flux around the shots ruthlessly melts through her right elbow, and her forearm flies free, along with the case.
しまったミスティ
Damn it, Mechty! Mechty, who's nearby, leaps out and grabs the box. Inertia sends her rolling across the ground, but the box, clutched tightly to her chest, is safe.
危なかった
That was close.
ミスティ後ろ
Mechty, behind you! What the heck? Mechty doesn't even get the chance to look back before a shockwave slams her into a nearby wall. The ruined wall collapses and Mechty is pinned under a part of it, unable to get free.
あなたは
You're...
ブルースフィア
Oh, shoot. Yup. Blue Sphere. She's back. She's looking a little different. She's looking a lot of different. Yeah. Uh-oh. A creepy mechanical creature they've never seen before stands at the exact spot where Mechty has just landed. Mangai security troopers begin streaming in around her. Blood Balls. Yes. Oh no. Blood Balls has arrived.
東方で追跡して不意打ちだなんて 案外頭が回るのね。
So you dismounted ahead of time just to launch a sneak attack? Looks like you must have been beaten up pretty badly if you had to be this cautious.
これ以上の失敗は許されません。
Indeed, no further mistakes can be allowed. Blue Sphere waves a hand at the troopers spread out, forming a rough semicircle. She stands in the middle of the encirclement, and she is truly a gruesome sight. Much of her synthetic skin is peeled off, exposing engorged muscle fiber bundles that bear scorch marks. Yeah, they got her good. They definitely did. If she had to go into this form. Parts of the jet black metallic endoskeleton are twisted at bizarre angles, supporting her still vaguely human-shaped torso. From their configuration, her limbs can no longer be described as arms or legs. They are entwined together in a state that alternates between stiff and twisted, their ends split into what looks like bestial or human hands. Klukai knows that this is definitely not normal, but she cannot work backwards from Blue Sphere's current state to figure out what she might have looked like before this. That's right, they never actually met her before. She looks like a patchwork mess of hastily cobbled together repairs, but close analysis reveals that the welding parts between each segment of her body are very regular, as though this was how they were meant to be. This creature looks especially gruesome against the backdrop of the night and the storm, as though she has abdicated her place as a doll. Only her emotionless face allows her to be identified at all. So yeah, she lived, so I'm sure Demi survived too. Oh no. Think nature is in a bit of denial.
変わった趣味してるじゃない。
You're looking pretty twisted.
こんなに早く追いついてくるなんて。ずいぶん必死なの。
You must have been pretty desperate to have caught up with us this quickly, huh? I love how Klukai is saying this while missing an arm herself. But yeah. Damn. Blue Sphere, who had originally ignored Klukai's taunts in favor of glaring at Mechty, suddenly raises a gun and points it at Klukai. Her target has already switched to her remaining left hand and has taken aim at her.
あの調査隊には手こずらされました。しかし、
While the remaining members of the survey corps did manage to slow me down and inflict some damage, the four of you will not be able to leave this place.
なら、試してみたら。
Let's find out then.
お姉ちゃんを傷つけたら絶対に許さないんだから。
I'll never forgive you if you hurt Big Sis. Belka and Endoris points their gun at Blue Sphere, while Mechty struggles from where she's buried under the rubble. However, Blue Sphere pays no heed to her.
チップを渡しなさい。そうすれば、あなた方の任務は終了します。
Hand it over and your mission will be over.
あんたを廃品工場にぶち込まない限り、この任務は終わら
It's
ないわ。
only over when we send you to the recycling plant.
総員、戦闘準備。
Everyone, prepare for battle. Oh, damn. Jeez. Yeah. She'd be crazy looking. Alright. Let's make this a proper battle. Let's do things. Actually, you know what? There. I mean... yeah, that's fine. One of each. Let's see... this is fine. Oh, damn. Wood. Next question. Lingering Impact creates tiles with varying effects. Deep Blocker, unaffected by control effects like Stun, Taunt, Command, Prohibition, or Frigid. Cannot take cover due to its large size. Able to summon different support units. Blue Spirit tells what you did with Dimitri. I'd still smash though. She'd be doing the smashing nature, I'm sorry. So, we're gonna manual this fight, just because this has to be the conclusion. Just preparing. Let's her just die. What level is she? Huh. It's not actually saying, is it? Oh, that's because I have, Gotcha. Hold on. There we go. Let's see. What level is she? Oh no. It's still not saying. I can't click off of Klukai. Damn it. Oh well. It's not really gonna matter. Oh, she's dead. I kind of feel bad now. I wanted to see some of her moves, so you know what? How about we just do nothing? Oh, oh no! Oh well. Cutscene! You know, there you go. This is actually how the battle went down. Oh no! Alright. Stay away from this big sis Klukai. Her voice. Oh no, our sleepy Beepy. Mechty, give it to me. Over my dead body. Uh-oh. You'll regret this. The one who regretted is you. Even second-gen dolls should be capable of basic situational judgment. You aren't like dolls. You know you're going to lose, so why resist? We're naturally different from scrap metal like you. It would seem that 404 will only yield if you are inoperational. As obsolete models, the specs of your frames aren't much of a hindrance for you. As a squad leader, you are an excellent decision maker and fighter. However, it's all coming to an end. What's with that flare, though? Who? Oh. Damn. Nice. Hey. It's the crew. And sextons?
第二形態破損形態変化不能
That's right! I forgot we have sextons with us now, too! Wife. I forgot about that! Okay. Nice. Second form damaged. Unable to switch.
つまり第二形態に移れないほどのダメージを負ったということ。
So you're saying that she can't switch to her second form because her frame was damaged?
肯定
Affirmative. I wonder if we're like gonna get sextons for free? Are we just gonna get her? Or does this mean she's gonna get a banner? The doll called Sextons nods and coldly regards her former comrade.
警戒態勢を維持
Stay alert.
ベプリケロリック
Vepley,
404
Karalik,
起動基地に
get 404 into the vehicle now.
了解
Got it. Nah, we don't get former villains. We get their hollow shells. I'm saying Sextons is with us now, so yeah. Blue Sphere is sprawled in front of the two of them. She raises her head and tries to make out the information her visual modules are relaying to her.
セクスタンス
Even she's surprised. She's just like, what the hell?
故障を確認あなたは
Designation confirmed. You are.
対象の識別不能
Unable to identify subject.
もういいセクスタンスベプリーを手伝って
So heavy. Sextons, give Vepley a hand. The cold, unfamiliar gaze lingers over Blue Sphere for a moment longer. And then Sexton shakes her head, paying no further attention to the shocked Blue Sphere. She heads over to Vepley to help her and Karalik move 404's frames. As she watches the dolls before them, Klukai snorts coldly. She had expected this much, but she's also a little disappointed. After all, he's not here. When she was facing off against Blue Sphere, and at the end of her rope, she saw a set of blinking signals, Morse code for, "Where are you?" At long last, the countless messages she had sent over all these years had finally been answered. I'm here. Although she was out of rounds, although she knew this was merely a signal to coordinate with her, at the most critical juncture, Klukai used the muzzle flash from her gun to respond to the signal, because she knew that once the smoke cleared, everything would be fine, just like now.
リーバーの言ってた増援ってあんたたちだったのね
So you're the backup Leva was talking about.
こんな頼りない援軍を送るなんていい度胸してるわ
She's got a lot of guts to be bringing in such unreliable reinforcements.
ごめんなさいあなたたちの位置を特定するのに手間取っていたの
After we just saved her ass. Forgive us, it took a while to pinpoint your positions. Klukai does not accept Groza's apology. She puts on a strong front as she turns away to survey her surroundings. Just then, that familiar voice finally comes through Groza's terminal.
久々に手を組むってのに釣れないな416
It's been so long since we last worked together. So how about not being so picky, 416?
来るかいです
She's blushing a little too. I can see it. It's Klukai now. After hearing her stubborn, proud voice, I sigh in relief. I have a lot to say, but I have no idea where to begin. The feelings between Klukai and me are like a recently undammed river, swelling yet still a little stagnant. As this mix of emotions washes over me, I reply with the crappiest line imaginable.
来るかいそれが今の君の中
So, Klukai, is that your name now? Yeah, that was pretty crappy, not gonna lie. What's the difference between Sextons and Nikkeis? I mean, what you call it? There we go. Dolls are full. I think synthetic is the word. Yeah. While Nikke's still have human brains, so they still have organic parts. I was about to jump up because you thought that was Dimitri. He probably hid under a rock or something. Yeah. Then let me try again. It's been a while, Klukai. This isn't a very long time for dolls, but it seems to have caught Klukai off guard. The heck is that noise? Blue Sphere doesn't bother waiting for them to finish their introductions as she begins emitting strange noises which draw everyone's attention. I was about to say, I'm like, what the heck is that? Must complete the mission.
次回プログラムの起動を検知
Target self-destruct program has been activated.
次回どういうこと
Self-destruct program? What's she trying to... Really? Self-destruct program? Oh no, what's she trying to do?
来るかその名前覚えておきます
Klukai. I will remember that name. Uh-oh, Klukai has a rival now. She's trying to self-destruct. Dubstep remix. It did sound like that, but I'm like, what the heck? With that, Blue Sphere closes her eyes. A blinding white light begins shining from the missing parts of her body. Yeah, she's probably like uploaded her neural cloud and then she's just gonna self-destruct, and that's that. So once she gets a new body, she's coming after them.
次回コーラプスクリスタル全撃反応促進
Self-destruct, collapse crystal, wide area catalysts activated, initiating countdown.
20 10
20. Really? Starting at 20? I'm sorry, but if you want to self-destruct and take out your enemy, 5 seconds at most.
クリスタル促進まずい
Collapse crystal catalyst. Oh no.
何が起こってるの
What's wrong?
このエリアには大量のコーラプスクリスタルが
Paraduce has
埋められて
planted
る
large amounts of
その
collapse
全部が
crystals
粒
in the
子を
area.
放出すれば
If they all release their particles, this place will become an instant red zone.
こいつ触媒装置のスイッチを自分の素体プログラムと紐付けたのよカウントダウンが
She
終わ
must
る
have
までに
linked
素体を
the
完全に
switch to
破
her
壊しないと
frame OS program. We need to destroy her frame before the countdown ends. Oh damn. She should have started at 1, right? Even better. Just self-destruct now. Groza opens fire and bullets rain down on the ruins of Blue Sphere's body, but the program shows no signs of stopping.
キャロリック素体の中枢を破壊して
Karalik, destroy her torso.
よし来た
Right, coming.
もっと優しく
Gently. Karalik, who has already made it to the side of the Jeep, dumps Mechty onto Sextons, who is already carrying Belka, and then charges towards the Blue Sphere while swinging her blade. However, the edge grinds to a halt after making contact with Blue Sphere's skull.
切れないこいつ何で
I
でき
can't
て
cut
る
it.
の
What the hell is she made of?
10 9
10,
8
9, 8. Blue Sphere's countdown is still going.
全員撃て
Everyone, open fire! The bullets throw up clouds of dust, but Blue Sphere's self-destruct countdown continues inexorably.
3
Yeah.
1
Well. 3, 2, 1.
間に合わない
It's too late. Beep, beep, beep. There was a blinding flare of light and the sound of an alarm. And then Blue Sphere's torso spews a shower of sparks before completely going dead. Huh. What? Everything is silent, and there is no change in their surroundings. Actually, it's confetti. All the bad guys have to give us a chance, right?
どうなってんの？何も起こらないじゃない。
What just happened? Did anything even happen?
キャロリック、クルカイを連れて総員退避。
Carolic, grab Kukai and get out of there. Bepley, you're driving. Get me a reading on the radiation levels in the area.
ベプリーにお任せ。
Leave it to Bepley.
ああ、
Wait, who's this? Is that Deer? Another familiar voice comes from Gross's comm terminal.
デール。
Yeah.
つまりその楽にしてていいぞ。触媒装置は停止させといて。
Basically, you don't have to worry so much. I managed to terminate that catalyst program.
ギリギリだったけどな。
Just barely managed it in time, though. Really a close run thing. Good thing I checked Sexton's OS earlier out of curiosity, so I managed to find a loophole so I could exploit it. Loophole I could exploit.
第三世代人形に使われた技術。
Third gen dolls are pretty interesting. Make sure you bring back Blue Sphere's body afterwards.
忘れずに持ち帰ってくれよ。
え？何それ？最初から大丈夫だったってこと？なんでもっと早く言わない
So you mean
の
the
よ。
program didn't even turn on? Then why didn't you say so earlier?
確信がなかったからさ。
I wasn't even sure about it myself, so I kept quiet. Well, fortunately, everything turned out fine.
続きは戻ってからにしよう。ここにいると危険だ。
We'll talk about the rest later. That place is pretty dangerous.
グローザ、撤退。
Groza, withdraw.
了解。
Understood. The end.
想定通りの勝利です。本当はもう少し完璧に終わらせられた
Superliminal
はずなんです
communication is
が
what that was called. We did it. Yay. And we got this. But wait, there's more. One last one. Dark matter. The unobservable, weak connections are gradually being detected. Like 5 minutes of 5 minutes full of gameplay in this 6-hour stream.
メンタル接続異常なし。
Huh. Neuralink check. No abnormalities.
素体機能異常なし。
Frame function check. No abnormalities.
セルフメンテナンス
Self-diagnostic complete.
10%
Booting systems 10,
15%
15%.
素体を変えたらすぐに目を覚ますはずなのに大丈夫でしょうか、クルカイさん。
Usually, dolls can wake up right after charging frames. Are you okay, Klukai?
もう一度パラメータの調整を。
Let me check her data again. Her Neuralink is fine. Her frame functions are fine. So why is the self-diagnostic portion taking so long?
ここは俺が見てる。メイリンは休んだらどうだ？もう何日も徹
I'll
夜
keep
続き
an eye
だ。
on her. Mei-Ling, why don't you go get some rest? It's been days since you last slept.
はい。
Oh, okay. Then please contact me if anything comes up.
安心しろって。
Don't worry. As her newly activated auditory modules detect the sound of departing footsteps, Klukai opens her eyes in the diagnostic capsule.
おはよう来るかい。と言っても今は夜だけどな。お前たちを
Good
回収して
morning,
から
Klukai.
一日以上
Although
が
it's
経過して
actually
る。
nighttime now. And it's been a day since they brought you back.
まあそれはどうでもいいか。
But
腕を
that's not
動かして
important.
新しい素体の
Give that
試
army
験を試して
of
みてくれ。
yours a workout and see if the hydraulics in your new frame are working well, yeah? Klukai obliges and raises her right arm. There doesn't seem to be any damage to her on her frame.
あの子たちは
What about the others?
メンタルのバックアップに手こずるほど損傷がひどかった。
You guys were really badly damaged, and transferring your local neural backups took a lot of effort.
お前はまだマシな方だ。
In your case,
残りの
you were
3人は
slightly
まだ
better
調
off.
整がいるな。
The other three will need more fine-tuning.
それと来るかい。
Also,
ミシティの
Kukai,
スイッチは確か
while
にお
I
前に預け
designated
たが、
Michti's switch
もう
for
少し
you,
使いどころを考えた方
designed
が。
Michti's switch for you,
ミシティのやつ、
could
か
you
なり
at
酷
least
使さ
try
れた
to
形
limit the
跡が
number
あ
of
ったぞ。
times you use it? She's exceeded her operational tolerances.
そうね。
Okay.
それだけか。やけにしようらしいな。
Okay. Just like that?
もう一度メンタルをチェックしておこうか。
Want me to check your neural cloud
人格設定に欠陥が出たら
again?
厄介で。
Defects in your personality presets can be really hard to fix.
欠陥があるのはそっちでしょ。
You're the one with a defective personality. Nah, she's fine. After glaring at Deer, Kukai sits up on the examination slab. Deer sighs in relief after seeing her reaction. The look on his face seems to say, that's more like it.
ここはどこ？指揮官はエルモゴン？ちょっ
Where
と
are we?
なんで
Where's the
あんたが指
commander?
揮官と一緒にいるのよ。どう
This
や
is
って
the
私たちを見つけ
Elmo?
たの？
Wait a minute.
ブルース
Why are you
リーの
with the
機械
commander?
プログラムはどうやって
How'd
止
you
めたの？
find us? How'd you stop Lucifer's catalyst program? Just being assaulted with questions.
おいおい、質問は一つずつにしてくれよ。
Oi, oi. One question at a time. Do you think this is like stuffing data into a stack or something?
一つずつ答えなさい。
Fine then. Answer one question at a time.
そうだな。順を
Well,
説
it's
明しよ
actually
う。
pretty complicated. Or so I'd like to say. Hmm? Ski-con? Shiki-con?
お前たちが消息を絶ってから指揮官が俺に連絡してきたんだ。
Let's start from the part
こっ
where
ち
we
もちょう
lost
ど現地
contact
で
with
通信
you.
障害の
When
原
that
因を探
happened,
り
the
たかった
commander
から
managed to
エル
make
モ号に乗
contact
っ
with
たわけ
me.
だ。
And as it turned out, I had to head down to the region to troubleshoot any network issues. So I got on the Elmo.
なんでも、レナ
The
がもの
commander
すごい
said
剣
Lena
幕でエル
sounded
モ号に
very
救
worried
援を
when she
要請したん
contacted
だ
the
とか。
Elmo and urged the commander to
結
send
局
his
連絡
dolls
がつ
over
いた
to
のは
save
俺
you
だけだった
ASAP.
けど。
But in the
指
end,
揮官の
I
人
was
形たち
only
に囲ま
one.
れて
I
大
was
変
the
だったん
only
だ
one
ぜ
she。could get in contact with, and those dolls of his put me through the ringer.
あのコルフェンってやつ、いつも笑ってる割には言ってることがいちいち
There was
鼻
one
につくん
called
だよな。
Colfin who was smiling with every word she said, but listening to her just turned my stomach. Colfin. Deer lapses into complaining, but Kukai seems entirely unmoved.
要点は
Get to the point.
せっかちだなお前は。
Okay, okay.
このエリアに到着したら、案の
So,
定通信管制にあった
After we reached this area, we
静的
found
マ
our
ップを見
comms
ながら
block.
基地局を
We
一
checked
つ
our
ずつ
static
回ったよ。
maps, and then checked out
やっぱり
several
原
base
因はメン
stations.
テ不足だね。
Most of them were old and poorly maintained, if they were maintained at all.
だが人為的に破壊されたものも多かった。指揮官は何者か
However,
がこのエリア
quite a
全域
few
の
of them
通信
showed
を妨
signs
害
of
して
being
いるんだと
deliberately
推測し
destroyed
た
by human hands during the recent past. The commander concluded that someone was trying to cut comms to this region.
エルモ号の受信装置もここ
The
じゃ
Elmo
使い物
signal
にならなか
receivers
った。
didn't work either.
ここ
Didn't
を出れ
work
ば
there.
信号は回復する
And
が
after we
お前
left,
たちとは連
we
絡が
got
取れな
service
くな
back,
る。
but still couldn't contact you.
ただ待ってるわけにもいかないからな。
Just sitting
指揮官
around
は
and
人
waiting
形たち
wasn't
を
a
いくつ
solution
かの隊
either,
に分
so
け
the
て、
commander
お前
organized
た
the
ちがリ
dolls
バと
into
最後
several
に通信
squads
し
and
た位
began
置情報を
searching
頼
in
り
the
に
direction you
し
were
らみつぶし
headed
に
when
捜
you
索し始
last
めたってわけ
contacted
だ。
Leva. Her spy power was too great for him. It's that smile, that Colfin smile.
それで何を見つけたと思う？
Guess what we found?
クイズ番組のつもり？
If you want to play a quiz show, you can head over to a TV station.
いや、雰囲気を和ませようとしたんだけど。
I just thought you seemed a little too tense.
グローザたちが捜索の途中
Anyway,
で
while
調
Gross
査
and
隊
the
の
others
兵
were
士を2
searching,
名
they
救
found
出
two
した。
troopers from the survey
結
corps.
局助からなかったが、
Unfortunately,
彼らが
they
建
were
てた
too
臨
badly
時基地
hurt
局
for
は
us
無
to
事だっ
save.
た。
But we managed to protect the base station they set up.
つまり軍用回線は完全には死んでな
So
かっ
you're
た
saying
の
the
ね。
military comms lines weren't completely cut off?
そう、簡単
That's
に言え
right.
ばブロック
They
さ
were
れて
just
ただけ
jammed.
だ。
Someone's
障
report
壁
for
を取っ
jamming.
払えば
We
使え
could
る
use
が
them.
専用の設備
And
な
the
し
Elmo
じゃ
just so
難しい。
happened to have the equipment
幸い
needed to
エル
do
モ
it.
号の設備は充実してる。あとはまあちょっと工夫しただけさ。
After that, I worked my magic to modify the Elmo's comms modules to match the wavelengths used by the temporary base stations.
具体的な原理は
I'll
省く。
skip the detailed technical explanation, but you can think of it as converting the Elmo into a mobile miniature base station.
そう。
Right.
信号さえあればこっちのもの
Once
だ
we got the signal back, things went smoothly enough, and with
お
Mei-Ling's
前は
help.
面識がなかったな。
You don't know
エルモ号の
Mei-Ling,
メカニッ
do
クだ
you?
よ。
She's the
若いのに
Elmo's
大した才能だ。
machinist,
いつも過労気味でヒヤ
and
ヒヤ
she's
させ
really
られる
good for someone so young. That said, she looks like she's constantly overworked.
さっきなんて今にも倒れそう
She
だった
looked
から
like she was
休ま
about
せ
to
たよ
collapse from exhaustion just now, so I just sent her back to her room to get some rest.
あの指揮官しばらく会わないうちにお前より
It's
使いが
only
荒く
been
な
a
って
few
る
short
笑える
years,
ぜ
but the commander's evolved into an even better slave driver than you.
要点だけ言いなさい。二度も忠告させない
Get to
で。
the point. Don't make me repeat myself.
わかったわかっ
Okay, okay, I got it.
た。まあとにかく
Anyway,
このエリ
after
アには
that,
別
we
系
found
統の
another
通信
signal
チ
in
ャン
this
ネルがある
region
ことを発見した
being
んだ。
broadcast on a different
だが
network.
バリアがあって
However,
なかな
the
か
security
落とせなか
level
った。
was really high,
あ
and we
の
had
ブルー
trouble
スフィアって
figuring
人
out how
形
to
が
get
お前
in
たち
for
の
a
位置を
while.
特定して油
At
断
least
した
until
隙
that
によ
blue
うやく
sphere
ハッキ
doll
ングに
dropped
成
its
功した
security
わけ
level for several minutes to verify your position, which allowed us to hack in.
あの時にはもう通信できてたってこと？それならなんで最後
So
に
you
現れた
could
んだ
have contacted us back then? Why'd you wait until the very end before revealing yourself?
発見されるリスクがあるだろ
There was a risk we could have been discovered.
う。例えるなら他人の
It's
携
like
帯で電
making a
話するような
call
もん
with
だ。
someone else's phone.
持ち主が調べ
It's
れば
fine
一
if they didn't
発
check
でいつ誰
that
と
they
電話したかが
had.
バレちまう。
We could have been revealed right away.
だからギリギリまで待つ必要があったのさ。
So we didn't step in until we absolutely had to.
それはあんたの判断？
And that was your decision? Dang, she's irritable. She needs to see the commander.
俺は一回の技術屋に過ぎない。お前たちに何があったか知らなか
Nah,
った
he's
しね。
talking too damn much.
個
Also
人的
bad.
にはすぐにでも連絡したかったんだけど。
I'm just a technician. If it were up to me, I'd have contacted you right away. After all, I didn't know what would happen to you, and contacting you sooner would have let me solve your issues sooner, right?
全部指揮官の判断だ
Truth
よ。
is, it was the commander who told me not to contact you. As she senses the sheer amount of trust placed in her, Kukai feels like a kitten is treading on her neural cloud.
しばらく会わないうちに
Looks
少
like
し
he's
は
grown
成
a
長した
little
じゃん。
over the years.
で、お前たちの居場所を掴んでからはマグニス
In
テ
any
ィキーと
case,
ブルー
that's
スフィ
how
アの
we
通
found your
信を傍
location
受
and
してた。
eavesdropped on Mangai security and Blue Sphere's operations.
立派な軍人だよ。
Sergeant
ディミトリー
Dimitri
総長は
was a hell of a
あ
guy.
の人が起こした爆発の
Thanks
お
to
か
the
げで
explosion
ブ
he
ルースフィ
triggered,
ア
Blue
は深
Sphere's
手を
body
負っ
was
て
badly
第二形態
damaged
に移
enough
行で
that
きな
she
くなった
took a
んだ。
long time to take her
じゃなき
second
ゃ俺
form.
たちが着く頃にはお前たちは全
Otherwise,
滅
you
し
wouldn't
て
have
た。
lasted long enough for us to get to you.
総長とブルースフィアとの最後の会話聞かせてあげられ
It's
な
a
くて
shame he didn't hear your last exchange with Blue Sphere. There was a wistful look on Deer's face.
それから起こったことも大体は見当がついてる
You
んだ
can
ろ。
you can pretty much guess what happened after that, right?
セクスタンスの素体とメンタルをチェックしたが、
I
かなり
checked
独特な
Sexton's
挙動
frame
を
in
してる
Neural
よ。
Cloud and found that her
前
operation
に遭
mode
遇
was
した
very
ダーチャ
strange.
ーとセクスタンスは
Commander said that
協
when
力
he
関
met
係にあった
Darcher
と
before
聞きも
this,
してた。
she should have been working with Sextons.
ブルースフィアとダーチュアはお前たちのことを
Combine
第
that
二
with
世
how
代人形
Blue
と呼
Sphere
んでい
and
た。
Darcher kept calling you second
あい
gen
つらは自
dolls.
分たちを
And
新
that
型だと
probably
思ってる
means they saw themselves as dolls who would be the next generation. Dimitri is a hell of a guy. Also, Darcher mentioned,
セクスタンスのメンタルに残された情報を洗ったところ、
I
奴らは自
verified
分た
that
ちを
much
第
after
三世
checking
代
the
人形だと
information
認
left
識
over
してい
in
ることが
Sexton's
分
neural
かった。
cloud. They perceive themselves as third generation dolls.
だがどうも変なんだよな。メンタルを破壊
Still,
された
her
はずの
design is
ローカル
quite
メンタルは
strange.
稼働してる。
Her neural
Levi,
cloud
keep
should
it
have been
together.
melted down, but her
I
local
thought
neural
that
core
was
is
gonna
running
happen.
fine. That's just weird. Want to ask Leva about it on your way back? Maybe she would know something about it.
ああ、そういえば、リバは今レナと一緒だ。
Ah, yes. Leva's with
どう
Lena
もリバの
now.
方に何かあったらしく
Apparently,
て
something came up on Leva's side, and a request to help came through Lena.
昨日は指揮官に
The
お前
commander
たちを早
contacted
く
them
送り届け
yesterday.
ろとしか言
But
わ
it
なか
was
ったけど。
Lena who picked up, and she just told the commander to send you guys over ASAP.
送り届ける？
Send us over? Kukai looks doubtfully at Deer, but after seeing that he seems clueless too, she decides to drop the question.
まあいいわ。後で彼女に連絡する。今までのお礼もたっぷりしな
Forget
い
it.
とね。
I'll contact her later, and I'll make sure to settle things with her too.
それと、ブルースフィアを止められたのは
Also, you managed to stop Blue Sphere because you examined Sextons, right?
そうだ。
Yep. Since they were both third-gen dolls, there was a high chance that their designs shared certain commonalities. So we tried to hack Blue Sphere's neural cloud using the loopholes we discovered in Sextons. Fortunately, she was so engrossed in pursuing you, or that she didn't notice what we were doing. Then we discovered that scary switch inside her. Scared us half to death. It was pretty much a nuclear launch button.
Blue Sphere, Magni Security,
Blue Sphere, Mangai Security, and Chet Falcon behind them. Their sins must be brought to light. I'm with you there, but what? You know that chip you were protecting? Well, there's a problem with it. What? Hey, relax. It's not completely broken. It's just the data on it is damaged, and it can't be read for the time being. What caused it? Turns out that Blue Sphere was being really cautious, even though she looked like she was spacing out. She managed to get one over on you in the end. Remember that light from her when she triggered her self-destruct? It wasn't simply her burning her components out, but a powerful EMP. Damn. Yep, an EMP. Yeah, it's not like it's complicated tech, and pulling it off didn't need any special equipment. The problem is, at close range, it managed to what? DGOS the chip, and the recorder you were protecting. Damn. Yeah, she did. She got us. Every time I look up to see his dialogue, it's covering the bottom of the screen. Yeah. Can the information be recovered? Mei Ling and I tried, but there's nothing we can do about it in the short term. That said, this isn't our field of specialty, so we can't completely rule it out yet. I'll contact friends of mine who are experts in this and see what they can do. Get it done ASAP. Alright. We left the chip and the recorder with the commander for the time being. Why'd you give them to the commander? This was a request for 404. After thinking about the dangers hidden behind this mission, Kukai is reflexively attempting to exclude the commander from getting involved with them. Lena passed on the message when she contacted the commander yesterday. Oh yes, I think the commander said something about Kalina making a call to him. He's already in the ops room. Do you want to go and see him? I've already loaded the map of the Elmo into your local storage. Alright. That's why they should have run at 19. 404 not found. Damn it. Error. As I'm discussing 404's mission with Leva and its links to the Elmo's previous encounters, I hear the door to the ops room slide open behind me. Unsurprisingly, the person standing at the door is Kukai. As I think about our previous somewhat awkward call, I quickly adopt a relaxed and casual attitude. So, all fixed up now. Looking good. I should have had Deer help Mei Ling look at the breakdowns on our side if you can spare the time. Provided you can afford to pay for a mechanic's expertise. Hopefully it won't be too high. I'm kind of broke right now. Yes, Leader Kukai. Ever since she became our field leader, she's been nothing but money from her. She sends me a long list of bills, fully itemized too, I might add, at the start of each month.
前任者がもう少し財産を築いていれば
I wouldn't mind being more
私も
relaxed
口う
about
る
our
さくせずに
finances,
済んだんだ
but
けど
unfortunately my predecessor didn't leave a what? A peffing behind for me? Huh. Okay.
え、私のせい？
What? So you're blaming me for this?
他に誰がいるのよ。
Who else could it be?
デールから聞いたけど
According to Deer,
レナばかりに指揮
Lena's the
官と
one
連
who's
絡
been
を取らせて
contacting
る
the
んです
commander
って
recently.
あんた
Have
は
you been
何
busy
してたの
lately?
よ。
You never mentioned it in our previous calls. What are you busy with?
もう指揮官も知ってるでしょ。
Ah, in short, I'm helping Colleen look into that matter from before.
あんたたちが
The commander should know
オーディ
about
で
it
使
too.
ってたあれ。
Basically, that little ruckus you all kicked off in ODE-01. Colleen and the others are going all googly-eyed trying to sort things out.
イエローエリアでのびのびできるクルカイ隊長とは違ってこっちは忙しいんだから。
That's Germany currency? Ah, okay. Unlike dear little Kukai, who can gallivant all over the yellow zones as she pleases, we have lots of work to do.
のびのびですって
Gallivant?
言葉の意味を分か
Do
っ
you
て
even
使ってる
understand the meaning of that word?
あんたね
Listen,
こっち
do
だ
you...
聞きたいことは分かってる。
I know what you want to ask me.
第三世代人形の
You want to know if the third generation dolls and what's happening on Kalin's side are related to 404's mission. Is that right? You want to know too, don't you, Commander?
あ
Yep.
それが
Well,
私にもさっぱり。
I don't know. The smile fades from Leva's face on the projection monitor.
手がかりはあるけど、それが何を示
We
している
found
か
some
は分から
clues,
ない。
yes, but we still don't know where these clues will lead. Our investigation isn't complete yet, and until we do verify that these clues are useful, Colleen asked me not to reveal anything over wireless transmissions.
慎重なんだな。
Cautious much?
安心して。
Don't worry, it's not because she's wary of you, Commander. Wait, what happened to Strawberry Blonde, Saber, and Asuka? They're just working themselves to death, trying to pretty much figure things out.
本題に戻るわ。今回の任務で分かったことを振り返ってみましょう。
But back to the point. Let's go over what you discovered during this mission, Kukai.
指揮官たちの他
From
の
what you and the commander have learned, Paradise is definitely using their unitates to perform experiments linked to the collapsed radiation, and the place Kukai and the others visited was one of their test sites.
ブルースフィアが最後に起動しようとしたのは
What Blue Sphere was trying to activate at the end was the release mechanism that Paradise used to regulate the release of particles from the collapsed crystals, a device which would allow them to control the radiation intensity within the area.
それも今私たち
And
が追って
that's
は
what I'm looking into.
現段階では
It's just a
パラデウス
conjecture,
のマグニセキュリティと
but we can
そ
be
の
sure
背
that
後に
it's
ある
related to
セスター
Paradise,
ファルベントの
Mangai
つながりがある
Security,
ことしか推測
and
でき
Chet
ない
Faban that's backing them. Leva sends over some files.
チップのデータをすぐに復旧する必要があるけどあなたたちは
We
目
need
立
to
ちすぎる
recover
わ
the data on the chip. You're too big of a target now.
リバ私たちのメンタルにブルースフィアと
Leva,
マグ
our
ニセ
neural
キュリティ
clouds
との
have
戦
logs
闘
on our
そ
encounters
れから
with Blue
チップを
Sphere
読み取った
and
記録
Mangai
がある
Security, as well as what we could read from the chip.
人形のメンタル記録が証拠能力を持たないことはあんたも分かってる
But
は
as
ず
you
よ
know, dull neural logs are not admissible as evidence in a court of law.
セシト&ファルベンを訴えるにせよ
Whether it's laying charges on Chet Faban or looking further into the organizations behind Paradise, we'll need the chip and the information on it.
何よそれ今は何もできないって言いたいの
So there's nothing we can do now?
タイミングを待つと言った方
Well,
が正しいかしら
I guess you could bide your time. On the screen, Leva is constantly fiddling with the interface. Her attention is clearly on other things.
そういうことだから来るかい新しい任務よ404はエルモ号と同行して
You've got a new mission now, Kukai. 404 will be escorting the evidence and keeping it safe. And the evidence is in Commander's hands. So guess what that means?
リバ
Guard your ex-boyfriend. Basically, yes.
まあまあそんな顔しないで
Aw, don't make that face.
気に食わないのは
I know you're not happy with this outcome, Kukai, but 404's mission has always been to investigate Paradise's movements, so technically, you haven't failed, right?
分かってる。
I know that. I don't need you to comfort me.
じゃあ指揮官に慰めても
Then,
らったら
what if the commander comforted you instead?
え、なんだって？
Huh? What? Damn. Says nothing, looks away, blushes.
さてと冗談はこの辺にして
Oh, fine. I won't mess with you anymore.
エルモ号と404の動きはすでに黒幕の目に入ってると思った方がいいわね
Both the Elmo and 404 have been revealed to the unknown mastermind behind all this. I'll do my best to erase all traces of your activities, but there's only so much I can do. Another soon?
グリーンエリアはともかくイエローエリアは無法
I might be able to help a little in the green zones, but in the yellow zones, where there is no governmental oversight, well, be careful on the road to Lviv.
分かってる。
Understood.
今回は本当にお疲れ様
Thank you for your hard work. Well, it's supposed to be a new mission, but you'll be on the Elmo, so life for you should be
メン
easy.
タルの調整も兼ねてね
404 should just relax and treat it as a vacation and use this time to sort out your sort your neural clouds out. There we go.
今日はこの辺で
Anyway, that's all for now.
私の代わりに面倒を見て
Take
あげ
good
て
care of them for me. Yeah, Commander?
任せろ。
Don't worry. Leva's image vanishes from the projection monitor and the ops room falls silent. I struggle to find something to say that can break this awkward silence. Kukai and I haven't met in a long time, and her face looks downcast. She must have a lot to say, both about the 10 years which have passed and everything which has happened. But I don't know exactly where to begin. She stares hard at me, and finally, she sighs.
人形たくさん増えたんですね。
You've got a lot of dolls on your vehicle. Oh no, that's the first thing mentioned.
ああ、グローザは知ってるな。他はみんな新しい仲間だ。
You know
後で紹介
Groza,
しよう。
and there were others who joined after her. I'll introduce them to you later.
ふん。グリフィンを離れても、グリフィンの指揮
Even
官
after
は
leaving
随分
Griffin,
と人気
Griffin's
なんですね。
commander is still popular as ever.
持ちつ持たれつさ。
We're just making a living together. In the yellow zones, there's safety in numbers.
今はカリンがスポンサーだから。
Actually,
404は
since Colleen is my employer,
うちの
does that mean 404 are my bosses by proxy? Don't tell her that.
へえ。
Oh
親
no!
組織。
So I'm your boss now, am I?
それならこき使わせて
Works
い
for
ただき
me.
ますから。
404 would
覚悟
definitely
して
be
ください
making the
ね。
most of that. Damn, it's all over.
かしこまりました。エルモ号の設
Alright,
備と部屋は
feel free to
どう
help
ぞ
yourself
ご
to
自
the
由にお
Elmo's
使いください。
facilities, boss. Go ahead and pick any room you like.
何かあれば遠慮なくメイリンに。あなたの忠実なるブリー
If
フ
you need
認定
anything,
証
feel
券ハ
free
ン
to
タ
look
ーがお
Mei
使い
Ling
い
up
た
and
し
she'll
ます
order it for you. So don't hold back. Your loyal, brief registered bounty hunter is always at your disposal.
報告書を書くから部屋をお願いできる？
Then get me a room so I can write up a mission report.
任務を終えたばかりなんだ。少しは休ん
But
だ
you've
らど
only
うだ。
just completed your mission, haven't you? Won't you get some rest?
あなたみたいにたるんでませんから。
Do you think everyone's as slack as you?
ごもっともでございます。
Oh yes, the boss is always right. Good luck, boss.
指令室を使ってくれ。
Anyway, the
誰も
ops
邪
room
魔し
should
ない
work
よう
for
言っ
that.
ておくか
I'll
ら。
tell the others not to bother
なあ
you.
ついでに
Oh
エルモ号の
yes,
状態
help
を
me
モニ
keep
タリ
an
ング
eye
して
on
く
the
れると助
MBD
かる。
while you're here.
わかりました。
Okay. In the end, Kukai is the only one left in the ops room. She doesn't start working right away. Instead, she sighs and looks out the window. The yellow zone at night is no different from the countless other nights she spent. That's a nice image. Loudmouth, you done messed up now. Slowly, a greenish-gray mist spreads from the horizon, and she knows the dawn is coming. Operation Smoke Signal did not end in a satisfactory way. Those men who gave their lives to pass on their warning were ultimately buried in the land they sought to protect. In that place which was furthest from the sun, they gave their lives to illuminate the land. The choking sand swallowed their battle cry and the truth. The world cast out those broken soldiers, and the passage of time saw it to that they were forgotten. Such unfairness and injustice can be seen everywhere. Those soldiers who protected their land have even forgotten what their homes ought to look like. Kukai looks at the door the commander left through, and her thoughts turn inward. Of course she's happy to be reunited with the commander. Of course she's happy that her long years of reaching out have finally been answered. However, what awaits them both is deeper and graver danger. While she believes in herself, after what she's been through, she can't be entirely certain that she will not be swallowed up by the night. But at the very least, the dawn has come. At least, she will no longer be wandering at that faraway APHELION. Yeah. The name of the event. In the distant horizon, the sun slowly rises. Nice. Yep. Okay, she finished humming. A moment later, a fragmented melody echoes through the ops room, bereft of the passion it once had. I will complete your mission. After all, I'm luckier than you, because there's no way the person I found would just sit back and hide in the hole. Of this, Kukai is certain. The bits and pieces of the tune gradually coalesce into an orderly melody, praising the ideals of old and longing for the home of today. But the sun is still here, and land is still here. I hope the dreams in this song will leave this barren, empty land. I hope it will become the rays of daybreak that will cut through the darkness, shatter the endless night, and ignite the light of dawn. Oh, there's more. Inside the Simply Furnished office, a middle-aged man in a suit is listening to Cocoon's report on the situation. Blue Sphere successfully triggered the EMP before her body was destroyed. The contents of the chip were destroyed, and all the members of the Survey Corps have been eliminated. What are the chances that the data can be recovered? Non-existent. This technology uses the latest developments from the Stewart Group and guarantees the complete elimination of all data within the target media. According to the last telemetry from Blue Sphere, she was attacked by someone other than High 404 and the Survey Corps. The attacker's identity was unknown, but Sexton's was among them, and she did not recognize Blue Sphere.
Sextans.
Can you identify the attacker? There was nobody left by the time the cleanup forces arrived. Blue Sphere's body was gone too, and they couldn't find any usable leads. However, Blue Sphere's self-destruct was occupied to a neural cloud meltdown. no, was coupled, wow, to a neural cloud meltdown, and her access privileges were summarily terminated as well. So there was no chance information about us could be leaked. Considering Sexton's condition, it is highly likely that this unknown attacker might be related to the individuals who infiltrated the Paradise settlement at coordinates XX352E2 00120EX. Find them ASAP. Understood. Also, I am quite interested in those dolls from 404. Have you looked into them? Yes, of course. They are a small-scale armed group of dolls who manage themselves and typically accept commissions through email. Their clients range from ordinary underground brokers to major consortiums in the green and white zones. And some of their commissions even originate from the government. Their assignment this time is from the Nampa, and their stated objective is to investigate illegal PMCs in the region. So you're trying to say that this was an accident? That's how it appears, at least. However, there are 2 dolls within Hide 404 who have not taken part in field operations for a very long time now. Meanwhile, a certain Nampa official looking into the activities of the Gerard group has recently gained a bodyguard detail of 4 dolls, 2 of whom were registered with the same names as them. How much you want to bet that's Dimitri? Cocoon recalls the doll who had once matched wits against her. It would seem that her hasty handling of that data from before had indeed left a loophole which had been exploited. At the same time, the mysterious man realizes what she's hinting at. Carry on with your mission. Just before the middle-aged man is about to hang up, Cocoon stops him. Sir, if I may ask, how do you intend to dispose of Blue Sphere? Issue her a new frame. She will continue handling battlefield eliminations. Sir, it seems you are being exceptionally lenient towards Blue Sphere. Nobody would be harsh on a tool. Focus on your tasks. I will need you and your team to deliver results that will satisfy it, at least until the deadline. The middle-aged man raises his chin slightly. It seems he is displeased. Of course, sir. Have a good weekend. The transmission ends. And so does the story. Well, and so there you have it. 404 is now on the Elmo. Plain and simple. Yeah. If you love him, you have to let him go. Damn. So, yeah. We have successfully completed both parts of the story. That was really good. It's like it was, and of course it ended with 404 now being on the Elmo as well too. It's like Commander and crew came in clutch at the end, or 404 might have bit the dust. No, that's not Dimitri. He's a good guy. Doesn't go why. So yeah, as of now, also everything has unlocked in the event. So challenge mode part 2 unlocked. So we have that. You know, that's just battles. So the same as challenge mode part 1 basically. Pathforger has unlocked, and so has Frontline Survivors. Let's see. Ah, that's right. Pathforger is the board game here. I remember Pathforger Tycoon. Oh, so they let you do like the infinite one right away this time instead of having to like unlock it by going through the others, huh? So yeah, income from all open tiles increased by 10%. So if I remember correctly, let me see something. We shall what the heck? It's Commander. It's like we'll play a game. Starting credits are increased by 5,000. Income from all open tiles is increased by 10%. So I'm guessing you will unlock other characters. Oh, that's cool looking. Wait, Pathforger. In Pathforger, entrepreneurs can compete with each other, earning credits to gain higher position on leaderboards. Let's see. Each stage features different competitors and stage mechanics. Before the game starts, you can select to form pathforging support, which can be changed after the game starts. During a pathforge, you can move by throwing dice. Stopping on special tiles will trigger various incidents, which will allow you to gain more credits. Credits can be spent during the game to build or buy structures. Each structure, so it's basically like Monopoly. During each pathforge, you will be ranked by the credits you have earned and the value of the structures you own. Okay. The pathforge will automatically end when all your dice are used if someone is completely bankrupt. In free mode, you may pathforge without being limited to your commanding dice. Reaching the appropriate place during a pathforge grants a corresponding reward. So yeah, this mini game has been here before. It's like, but we'll play around just to see how it is. Let's see. We got a 4. Wheel of Fortune. We won. You lied? Challenge mode is still time gated? Don't become broke. I'm guessing this is the computer, right? Yeah. Oh wait, I forgot we can speed this up too. Damn. She got something good. Let's do it. Let's do this instead. This one you get to choose. You know what? I'm going to buy this. Let's wait, how many? We have enough coins. Let's build. Wait, what does this do? Increase chance to trigger good fortune. 10%, the higher chance of getting higher multipliers increase. Okay. Find income is increased by 20%. And building or purchasing and converting a structure to mini trade zone. No. I want ones that give me more money, so I'm gonna do this one. Pioneer worksite find income is increased by 20%. Yeah, so if she lands on that, let's do that. Yeah. Ha ha ha. Yes. When other pathforgers land on the site, they must pay 300 credits to the building's owner as a fine. Yes. There we go. Oh no, she's buying stuff. Let's keep going. What? Are they telling me to pick one, or is there a certain order? Yeah, I think they're just telling us to choose one. This one. This one? What? Oh, I guess it's whichever one you find first. Damn it. I want him to land on our space. Wait. Selected all the clash with? Okay. Wait. Okay. We won. Damn it! She couldn't have gotten a 2. Alright, what'd she buy? She bought... Let's do that. Haha! Yeah, wait, what? What just happened? Did she just steal my building? Or does that just mean she's on the tile? Give me more money. Haha. Wait, no. How'd she win? We had a bigger... What? Teleport to the nearest empty construction tile. The next structure you buy costs 50% fewer credits. Yeah, sure. That's it. Wait, what's happening? Their server's broke. Oh no. What just happened? I broke the game somehow. There we go. One, I mean, sure, we'll buy it. I don't want the shop. Did we win? Yes, we did. Stealing all her money. Wait, how? Stop stealing my buildings, you jerk. There. I'm just gonna keep building stuff. Sweet. Aw. Ah, still got money. How many rounds are there? Oh, so we run out of dice. I see. I see, I see. Actually, screw it. I'm going 1. I'm understanding how this works. We'll build, because that way next turn, we'll get some more money. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 2, 3, 4. Let's just go 5. That way we just get some money. And we still won. Well, that's all of our dice, so... And we won. What? No dice remaining. Game over. Haha. Exit. We did it. We won. Alright, cool, cool. So that was that. That's how that game works. Also, there's Frontline Survivors. So if you remember this one, we have to start on easy. Let's go begin. So if I remember correctly, we used Macchiato, we used Suomi. Let's go with Kukai. It's this game. I didn't even really look at her stats. It was just like, whatever. We'll live as best we can. Let's see. Basic loot radius, movement speed, hitbox is decreased. Toxin. Yep. It's on easy, so this will go quick. Because then we still have to try out Mechty. When Kukai's regular bullets hit an enemy, they burst into a small explosion, dealing... That's all I needed to know. What the heck? Okay. Yeah, Kukai's not busted at all. Let's see. 15% chance of getting a star haze zone on the user's movement path. Let's see. Each star lasts for 4 seconds. All enemies passing through it will be inflicted with sluggish. Let's just go with fire rate. Just more explosions, even faster. Bullet count +1. Explosion damage is increased to 80% of attack. Also, toxins damage is increased to 20% of attack. Per stack per second. Explosion is guaranteed to inflict 1 stack of toxin on it. Ooh. Damn, both of these are good though. Do we want more boom or do we want more poison? 80% of attack versus explosion is guaranteed to inflict 1 stack of toxin. I don't think there's a max. Yeah, let's go with this for now. Let's see. Now let's go with this one. This is just too funny. Explosion and poison everywhere. Let's go with this. That toxic cloud. Look at this. That's pretty gross. Fire rate +10. Explosion rate expanded 202. What? 225% of the initial radius? Why? Okay. Let's see. Bullet size, fire rate, but bullet damage goes down. No, let's do this. Yeah, this is wrong. And by that I mean, it's so right. Regular bullet damage. Just, it's so satisfying. Everything's just exploding. Wee. Oh no, I have to shoot my way out of this. Let's see. Range and bullet size. Yeah, let's go with that. I think it's just gonna die. Yeah. See? I knew it. Movement speed. Yeah, this build is pretty messed up. Large enemy wave incoming. Let's see. So she can absorb faster. No, Dimitri, no. Why can't I believe he's gone? He's still alive in your heart. Yeah, screw it. Even faster. My heart is broken. I'm so sorry. What is this? Toxins damage frequency is increased to once every 1.5 seconds? Damn. Fire rate, bullet explosion is expanded to 400% of the initial radius explosion damage is increased 100. Yeah, okay. Explosion. It's like, I don't know. Don't get me wrong, I'm having extreme amounts of fun, but it's just hilarious how strong she really. I mean, she is that strong, but still, in like every mode. Let's see. More movement speed and fire rate. Constant explosions. It feels so good. Just mass destruction. What is this? In Minecraft? Wait, what? This game looks fun. It's on easy. Yeah, you can only play easy at the moment until we beat this level. Damn. But look at this. Even on the harder modes, well, they have more HP, so. What's this? Increases regular bullet damage based on character level. Regular bullet damage plus 2% per level. Or just regular bullet damage plus 30%. Actually, this is better. Yep. Because we're level 18. So it's 18 times yeah, whatever level you are times 2%. Ooh. Nope. You guys are trying to trap me. What the? How are you still alive? Oh well. Let's see. Briefly pauses the unit's actions and that of the enemy. Then deals damage equal to 1000% of attack to all enemies on the screen. This effect is triggered every 180 seconds thereafter. Huh? Alright. Okay. Damn. She just nukes everything. Let's see. Loot radius. Okay, there we go. Sweet. And we get our rewards and everything. Ah, that's right. I forgot about this part. You can enhance your characters as they go in this mode. Basic attack plus 20%, things like that as well too. So that's Frontline Survivors. In the supply station here, you have your part 2 that's unlocked now as well. As you can see, I've already been getting some stuff here. But yeah, just the story as usual. Wait, why is the music still playing from this mode? Oh no. I think I broke it. Let's go back to the main menu. Let's see. Okay, yeah, it switched. That's too funny though. Okay. So, that's everything inside of APHELION here. There we go. There's the music that's supposed to be playing. Where is... Oh no, it was just there. Events. There we go. So yeah, there's also Inverse Cipher, which is here, but that's not really part of the like event. But as far as trials go, I already did Dion's because she was, you know, we did hers before, but now we have Mechty. I was about to say, I'm like, what the heck is happening? It's a whole cutscene for her trial. Nice. Ah, are we done yet? I want to sleep already. Morning. Enemy unit spotted ahead. Please prepare for combat. Your combat footage will be fully recorded and sent to your contact Kukai live. Please prepare for combat. Oh no, she's being recorded for Kukai. Huh? You're gonna snitch on me for having a small thing like that? How annoying. Or a small thing like, fine, I get it. You guys go on. I'll provide support here and there. Too funny. Alright, so what does she do? Dreamquake. AoE corrosion damage to the targets and all enemy units around it. When in turbo mode, gain movement up to and generate toxic tiles. Dreamless Night. Mechty recovers stability index and cleanses all debuffs on herself while applying Dream Guardian to all allies within 8 tiles, increasing the damage of their AoE support attacks. While in turbo mode, Mechty can use an active skill or basic attack after using this skill, which increases in damage dealt. Now we have Dream Wonderland ends patch mode and enters turbo mode, increasing her attack and defense. At the end of her action, Mechty gains Confectance Index. Once turbo mode expires, applies Nightmare's Shroud to all allied units. And what does that do? And then she also has Mysterious Nap. Mechty enters patch mode at the start of battle, reducing HP and stability damage taken. Applies Nightmare Form to all allied units. Does it tell you what those do? No. Alright, so I guess we'll have to click on them. Ah, here we go. What? I can't... You know what? There we go. Patch mode. Damage taken is reduced by 30%. Stability damage is taken is reduced by 2 points. Cannot be cleansed. And Nightmare form. AoE damage dealt is increased by 10%. And AoE damage dealt by support attacks is increased by 50%. Additionally, AoE support attacks damage type is changed to corrosion damage. Considered a corrosion buff. Okay. AoE support attack includes action support and wise support that deal AoE damage. Action support performs support attack, cannot be triggered by another support attack, and wise support performs a support attack. So support attack, support attack, support attack. It's like that's basically what she does. Turbo mode attack and defense are increased, and she gains 2 points of Convective Index. Dreamquake, also turbo mode. Okay, so let me see how to use Mechty correctly. So she said, oh, nice. She has a nice range too, as you can see here. I'm gonna do this. It's not gonna kill him. If I support them first. Oh yeah, let me slow this down so we can like, see her special and stuff. Oh, he's gonna die. What the? Well. Eliminate all units. That's all we have to do. Alright. So let's see. What's her special do? Or how does it look? Uh-oh. Now she's awake. Alright, they're going too slow. And now for that corrosion damage. Damn. There's a nice effect to it. Did it say that she also gets like support attacks? Also, I see that she put on the ground the corrosion tiles as well too, so they're going to be taking damage from that. You can just turn the entirety of the field into a danger zone for your enemies. Very nice. Then she can attack after that. And that's how she works. Or sleeps. Nice. Yeah, so definitely, like, if you're looking to make a corrosion team and everything, yeah, you would definitely want her. Also, of course, if you wanna give Kukai some more support as well too, she definitely works well with her. And what's her name? Cat Girl. Where are you? Perdia. There you go. Corrosion. Klukai's Klukai. Perdia, yeah. And right now, yeah, Mechty is here. So is her weapon. Also, Dion is back. It's like if you missed her or wanted her. And actually, let's take a look at her weapon. So it's an AR. After performing a basic attack, corrosion damage is increased by 15%. All corrosion damage dealt by allied units is increased by 10%. So yeah, she is definitely a boost for your corrosion team, if that's what you're rolling with. Might try to get another copy. Actually, hold on. Let's see. Actually, can we look at her? Yeah. Here we go. Her fortifications. So if you get another copy of her, no longer deactivates patch mode when entering turbo mode. Nightmare Shroud reduces the attacker's attack by 10% and increases the amount of debuffs cleansed by 1. Turbo mode gains a new effect. The critical rate of basic attacks is increased by 30%. So yeah, even getting one more copy of her is really good. Let's see. Patch mode gains a new effect. Basic attacks deal 50% more damage. At the start of the turn, cleanses 2 debuffs on self. So, yeah. See, and that's the funny thing. Mechty is indeed strong. Even though, like, you know, personality, she sleeps all the time and everything. She's a big, like, burst DPS person. The maximum stacks of sleep aid is increased by 1. Mechty recovers HP equal to 30% of maximum HP, and the allied unit with the lowest HP recovers 15% of Mechty's maximum HP and 3 points of stability. When in turbo mode, the number of sleep aid kit stacks gained is increased by 1. Stability damage is increased by 2 points. When turbo mode is active, increases the damage of the next basic attack by 100%. Deals fixed damage equal to 50% of attack to all enemy units within range. So you would need one that's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, so it's 7 copies is the total, but damn. Turbo mode gains new effect. Mobility is increased by 2 tiles. Nightmare Shroud to allied units without Nightmare Shroud at the end of the action gains 1 more point of Confectance Index. And last but not least, Mysterious Nap, a level 3. Patch mode gains new effects. Corrosion damage dealt by all allied units is increased by 25%. And Mechty's basic attack critical damage. Attack critical damage is increased by 80%. Nightmarish Form gains new effects. AoE damage dealt by support attacks is increased by 80%. Wait. Nightmarish Form, what does that do again? Is that just for her or is it for everyone? But yeah, AoE damage is dealt by support attacks increased to 80%. Stability damage dealt is increased by 1 point, and AoE damage dealt is increased to 20%. But yeah, damn. To be honest, she would work well on most teams in general, actually. She sleeps till she awake, and then she destroys. Yeah. It's like, that's Mechty. So let's see what she does, action-wise. Let's check in her gun. Let's see. You tap her in the leg, she almost falls over. What about head? Damn. Heh. Now if you zoom in. Okay, then she rubs her eyes. I know some people have from the side as well too. I'm not sure if she has. That's gun. Nope. What about back? I accidentally clicked the gun. Actually, what happens if you click her energy drinks? Does she drink one? No? Nothing? Alright, what about... No, I guess she doesn't have a back animation then. Most do. Yeah, I guess she just doesn't. Or do you have to zoom in? Because some of them are triggered by how the distance of the camera as well too. Whoa, reconnecting. Something's going on with their servers. But yeah, I guess she doesn't have one. I just clicked on her little animation. It's so great. She's falling asleep while standing. Yup. Nah, they detected you were trying to do lewd things to her. I was not. I was trying to see her animations. But that is Mechty. Are we rolling for her? I'm not sure. You know what? It's not 6 a.m. I want to go home. Why is it not 6 a.m.? Hold on, let me see. I'll give her a couple of pulls. Nope, nothing special. That would have been nice though. If you have Klukai or Perdia, I would get one. Damn. Because I know there's other characters coming out that I want to. So I don't want to don't want to drain the pool too much. And then, you know what? We'll give her a 10 full. Damn. No gold there. Ah. Who is... Oh. With the hat. Right? Yeah. That's how I remember her, the hat. No gold, so I clicked skip, it didn't do anything. Okay. See, the thing is, I don't absolutely need her or anything like that. It's like, but I did want to give her a pull and see. But yeah. That's pretty much all of the APHELION update, guys. So we went through the story. It's like, that was really good. It's like, we may have lost some people on the way. But in the end, everyone's together on the Elmo. And, let's see, we also... Well, whatchamacallit? What's her name? Blue Sphere. It's like, we know that she'll be back at some point. We have Sextons with us. It's like, I forgot about that actually, that we had Sextons with us now too. Darcher was mentioned. They keep mentioning Darcher, but like, we see no signs of them bringing her back or anything. I'm just like, aw. Yes, we lost Jimmy number 3, the Snorlax of the game. But yeah, that was really, I loved all the cutscenes that they added in that and stuff and everything too. It's like, so yeah, and they were really good when they did do the cutscenes. It's like our boys went out in a blaze of glory. It's like, and how Blue Spear got taken out was really cool as well. As far as more main story chapters, I have no idea what they're doing, like schedule-wise and stuff, because it seems like, I wonder if they're probably gonna give us more events to pretty much bring all of the dolls back to the Elmo. Then they might like give us more main story chapters, because that pretty much seems like what they're doing. They're giving us all the stories of where the dolls are now and how they're getting back to the Elmo. And then we'll just go from there. But I see those tears, Nature. I'm sorry. But I don't think he's coming back. But he's in a better place now. He fought to the very end. And succeeded. So there you go. But alright, everyone. It's like, that's gonna do it for now. For the APHELION update and Girls Frontline in general at the moment. We have once again successfully completed everything. So, yeah. Now we just wait for more. No. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed. It's like we got through it all. We doing a thing. Nikkei and Wu was streaming 24 hours. It's true too. It's like there are lots of things to look forward to this week. It's like, but yeah, that's gonna do it for this one. So, until the next stream, thank you all for joining. I hope you enjoy, and I'll see you next time. Have a good one, everyone.